Well, what impeccable timing. Just in time for spook. Oh, thank you, computer. Oh, they're already trying to get me. I know what you're up to, CIA. I can see you glowing in the dark. You're not going to stop me. Just in time for Spooktober. For Spooky Scary Skeleton Day. We have a little bit of an info drop from the FBI. Now, I was going to do a stream talking about just other things. There's a lot of shit going on. But this kind of dropped right into my lap, and I'd be remiss if we didn't cover it. I've got one hell of a story for you today. We're going to be taking a look at a FBI report of declassified information that was released, 300 pages, pertaining to a certain white slavery child abduction cult. Yes, that's really how they describe them, a white slavery child sex abduction cult called the Finders. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We've got so much to go over, and I want to try to ease us into it a little bit. Now, like I said, there were other things I wanted to cover. Destiny, having his little R-word argument with all the communists over on Twitch. Have to do that another time. BlizzCon, just a little reminder, I guess, for everybody. Hey, don't forget, the Winnie the Pooh celebration's going on, starting October 31st till November 2nd. So if you want to show your appreciation for a lovable childhood character, Winnie the Pooh, feel free to swing on by BlizzCon so you can be disappointed in real time as they explain to you that Diablo is now a third-person shooter and Overwatch is a mobile game. Oh, that sounds fun. I want to celebrate that. Nothing gets my dick harder than watching video games be fucking murdered in front of me, strangled to death. And I can't do anything about it. Oh, so sad. So sad. That's why you need to go there as Winnie the Pooh. Cheer everybody up. Put on a nice little show for the people. Where do I even start with this? Let's work our way backwards. I think, that's probably the best approach. Let's work our way backwards. I'm sure you recognize this handsome individual. That's Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, if you've forgotten who that was a man that was at the center of a sex scandal who did a backward somersault off a 3-foot bunk and somehow broke his neck. I don't know. I don't think anybody could even pull that off in the Olympics. They need to start a sport called Mr. Epstein's Suicide, because that takes some athletic skill to pull off. Now, I'm not saying this is a conspiracy. That would be crazy. I'd have to put on some tinfoil. Just a typical, everyday experience in a prison. There you are, a multi-billionaire, locked in your prison cell, and the cameras mysteriously malfunction, and the guards who aren't actual guards all fall asleep at the same time. And then you tie some toilet paper around your neck and you do a somersault to your death. It happens all the time. Sure, it seems a little suspicious to people, considering you ran a giant child fucking island and were friends with people that were presidents and prime ministers and princes from around the world. Allegations that you were providing child prostitutes to high-powered individuals, all swept under the rug when you did your amazing suicide dive off the top bunk of your fucking prison cell. Now, people watched that happen and they were incredulous, I think would be a fair way to put it, that Mr. Epstein was killed and didn't commit suicide. But he's just a recent example of something that's been going on for a while now. So here you have Mr. Epstein, a very, very rich man connected to very, very powerful people, accused of being involved in a child sex trafficking ring with those who were in power. There's another story that came up a while ago. Nixvim, I don't know how you pronounce the name of this one. It was run by a financial guru with the help of different people from Hollywood and the financial sector, different investors and bankers. He would actually brand women. And again, what a shocking surprise. We have another case of an extraordinarily rich man at the head of a massive organization full of rich and powerful people that are dealing in white slavery. That's a term, it's a weird term, but it's one you should get used to. Jeffrey Epstein, I don't remember hearing any of those girls were black, so let's just say that was white slavery too. So here we have Nixvim, another cult run by a rich man who, I don't know what he did, brainwashed people, branded them with a cattle prod. He's pulling out all the stops, doing all sorts of fun stuff. Now he's looking at some prison time. I wouldn't be surprised either if he does a backward somersault off the top of his bunk as well. It's very weird. In the 80s and 90s, there was this term that was bandied about when people were talking about extraordinary things like this. The idea that there might be rich men or powerful people involved in child prostitution and slavery and all sorts of nefarious things. They called it the Satanic Panic. You're crazy. You fucking Christians, you're nuts. That's not happening. Your children aren't being diddled by degenerate fucks. There aren't rich people out there organizing cults to molest your kids. That's not real. That's a satanic panic. And yet here we are in the year of our Lord, 2019, and I can show you 2 examples of basically cults that are taking in underage girls, branding them and selling them to rich people to be used as playthings by the elite. If you were to show that evidence to somebody in the 90s, they'd be like, God damn it, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not some crazy soccer mom over here. I know my wife Karen's a bitch. Nobody likes talking to her at the Best Buy. All right, she's always bitching at managers. But I think we may be on to something here. So this term was loosely thrown around. Well, in the 80s and the 90s, there were a couple examples of why that term came into popularity. What do you know? We're going to be reading a FBI report related to one such thing. A group, an organization, a cult by the name of the Finders. I know, and what a fantastic name. I don't know, what is that? The Finders. I think you're going to like all the code names involved in this. I guess maybe they're hide-and-seek champions. I mean, if you're a little kid running from your life from perverts as they're trying to drag you into a van to get fucked by powerful people, you try to hide. And who's going to win hide-and-seek? The Finders are. The big, bad Finders are going to come and get you. Well, the FBI decides, what the fuck? Hey, it's been a slow news week with the Civil War brewing in the background. Hey, I know. Why don't we just dump this into the laps of the public? Here you guys go. We're going to open up the vaults and just give you 300 pages of semi-classified material regarding our investigation into this organization. And there's some interesting things in there. Now I thought, how am I going to do this? Well, how are we going to look through this? It's going to be a long stream. We're going to be reading a lot. So I hope you're comfortable. Get yourself a nice drink or a coffee. I'm not sure what you're going to need to get through this, but we'll make it. Now, I found a video. We'll watch part of it. It's a documentary kind of dealing with the Finders, pretty well put together. And I think the first 5 or so minutes kind of highlight how this started. So we'll watch a portion of that, and then we're going to go right into the FBI documents. And we're just going to read through them. We're going to investigate ourselves. Just like that picture shows you. That picture right there. We need to find a clue. A Blue's Clues. Or a blue body of a young boy buried in a ditch because the Finders murdered him. I don't know. I don't know what our adventure is going to find. I suspect some shocking things. I'd almost wager you're going to see some things you probably wouldn't have believed are real if they weren't in a fucking FBI report in black and white. There's some opinions from law enforcement, from the intelligence community that let's just say if those had gone public in the 80s and 90s during the Satanic Panic, it wouldn't have been called a Satanic Panic. It would have been called a scary as fuck reality. Oh my God, we need to protect our children. There's some fucked up shit going on. But of course this information, for whatever reason, was held back and not really widely dispersed. And so now here we are. What is it? 30 years later? Reading about it. Because I guess it had to be kept under lock and key. Who knows what the exact reasoning behind that was, but buckle up because we're going to be taking a look. Let me get a few things ready here. Oh, actually, well, we'll do that later. So let's start with this. Let us start with the very opening of Who Will Find What the Finders Hide, which is a little documentary somebody put together. But again, it's a nice opening summation of probably the most notorious case involved in this. The thing that brought it to most people's attention. Now, I want you to pay attention to the date mentioned because you're going to be amazed when we go through the FBI documents. Just keep your ear out for it and just put it in your brain somewhere. Because I think you're going to be widely surprised at what we come across here. So let me pull this up. Oh, there we go. What a great way to start off a documentary with a picture of Mr. Epstein. Obviously something I highly agree with because he is most definitely connected to this sort of shit. But let's give it a listen.
In our last documentary, we talked about powerful billionaire and registered sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and showed how Epstein and his co-conspirators were able to escape punishment for their role in abusing over 40 young girls. we noted that Epstein and people like him do not act alone in their efforts to feed their depraved desires. In Epstein's case, he had an inner circle of people who helped him acquire young girls.
Which is very much true. Mr. Epstein did have quite a few associates and people who worked directly under him that helped to supply him with a steady stream of young women. A steady stream of young women which he flew around the country to other people. And he did very much get away with it. I mean, he went to prison once and got a slap on the wrist, home arrest. Ask yourself, how many sexual predators that prey on children get 6 months of wearing an ankle bracelet at their home and then are let free to go? That's what happened initially to Mr. Epstein. And then people got so offended by the outcome of the first investigation, they brought his ass back into court. And it looked like some real shit was going down, and what do you know? Suddenly, Mr. Epstein has a barbell fall on his head.
In other cases, there exist networks of individuals helping to pressure or even kidnap young children and force them into sexual bondage. This time, we are going to explore the story of a cult that was suspected of international human trafficking in 1987. The Finders Cult was a young group of men, women, and children who claimed to be nothing more than former hippies living an alternative lifestyle and practicing alternative parenting.
All right, two quick things, because I want to give some commentary as we go through the opening 5 minutes or so of this. All right, 1987, that's a date, chat, that I want you to keep in your mind. 1987 is when this cult came into prominence. Just remember that date. It's going to be important when we go through the FBI documentation. But also, listen to how they're described. And this is described in the Tallahassee police reports, the Metro PD police reports, the FBI reports, as a group of alternative individuals, intellectuals, living together in a different kind of co-op, hippie kind of lifestyle. Oh my God, they're just so alternative. Fuck the government, man. That's how they were kind of described. You know what else was described similar to that? This guy's called Navixim. They referred to him as a guru, a leader, an enlightened individual that were going to lead them into the promised land. It's really kind of spooky, actually, how many parallels there are between things in the Finders case and things in the Navixim case. We'll talk about that probably a little later on. But again, 1987 is the date you want to keep in your mind.
The Finders were founded by a mysterious man with military connections, nicknamed the Game Caller, who believed in turning his life and the lives of those around him into a constant game or experiment.
The fucking Game Caller. Rise up. Rise up. Do you think this guy sat around in Joker makeup? I mean, this is the 1980s. Maybe he was a really big Bruce Keaton fan. Maybe he loved Mr. Nicholson. I want you to call me the Game Caller. I want you to kidnap children because society needs to learn a lesson.
Although more than 30 years have passed since the Finders made their way to the front page of newspapers all over the world, questions still remain. Did the Game Caller's games involve trafficking of children? What exactly were the Finders finding? Why did this story make mainstream headlines and then disappear in less than a week? Was the story part of the moral panic of the night?
You notice something else too? Not just a similarity between how the Finders are described in parallel to Navixim cult or however you want to pronounce it. That company, that corporation, the corporate cult that was run by, I'm just going to call him Mr. Reindeer. I can't remember exactly how to pronounce his name. It's good enough. But did you hear that? It became mainstream media, got a ton of attention, and then just sort of disappeared. Remind you of anybody? Can you think of any modern examples of a massive child sex cult that got exposed, and then, what do you know, everybody suddenly forgot? Oh shit, a week's passed? What was that? Epstein got killed in this fucking jail cell so people don't know that princes and presidents and prime ministers fuck toddlers? Oh, what are you talking about? Hey, haven't you seen that Greta girl? She told me I need to eat bugs. Get that off my paper's main page.
1980s or something more? We will answer these questions, and most importantly, we ask, who will find what the Finders hide? As we examine the story of the Finders cult, I would like to make all of our viewers aware that everything in this film is documented and can be confirmed by looking at our transcript and sources. This story deals with accusations of satanic activity, child trafficking, and intelligence operations. We take these claims seriously and went to great lengths to confirm the information we are about to present to you. On a chilly February morning in 1987, an anonymous caller tells the Tallahassee Police Department that two well-dressed men are at a local park with 6 kids and a blue van. The children are described as looking disheveled with potential signs of abuse. Tallahassee police arrive and question Douglas E. Ammerman and Michael Houlihan. The two men say they are taking the kids to a school for brilliant children in Mexico.
You know, that's where all the brilliant children go. Hey, I know it's 3 in the morning and I've got these 6 kids wearing potato sacks with their teeth falling out. But we're taking them on a magical fucking adventure to the smart kid school in Mexico. No, officer, I swear to God. I swear to God. What are those belt marks on them? Well, that's just how they learn to be so smart. Hey, kids, show them your arithmetic. Oh, they're so smart. Officer, I swear we're going to the genius school in Mexico.
The men also say the children are being weaned from their mothers. Authorities eventually take the men and children into custody. A search of the van turns up 20 floppy computer disks, a TSR-80 computer, and a, quote, device that police say could be used to hook into a computer in another location by a telephone, end quote. Immediately, it becomes clear this case is not like any other. Following the arrest, the Associated Press reports that police had moved the 6 children from a shelter after receiving a half-dozen phone calls threatening the kids.
You know, that's a typical thing. I think that was a school in Mexico. You know, those educators in Tijuana take their job very seriously. And when they heard, hey, we've got some high IQ students that have been detained by the police, I know the best way to get them out. Let's call the police station and tell the cops we're going to murder the children. Just nothing about this initial story makes any fucking sense. Not a lick of it makes any sense. This is people's first introduction to the Finders, by the way. 1987 in Tallahassee. Police come across 2 men leading a group of children to a Mexican school for the gifted. They're all disheveled. They're all fucked up. The men tell them they're bringing them to the school for the gifted, and they're weaning them off their mothers. These are really young kids, by the way, like 8 and 9. We're weaning them off their mothers and bringing them to the educational paradise known as fucking Mexico. And then when the cops are investigating it, they get a phone calls, multiple plural, saying the kids are going to be fucking murdered. And so they have to put them in protective custody with armed guards. Now that's a wild story on its own. I mean, just that on its own is fucking crazy. But it's going to get real bizarre.
The children were moved to an undisclosed location where they were being protected by armed guards. When interviewed by the police, the kids say the men are their teachers, that they have been living in a house with other children and adults. The police report also notes the kids are eating a raw food diet, covered in bug bites, and only fed as a reward for good behavior. The children are unaware of modern technology, including phones, televisions, hot water, staplers, typewriters, and electricity.
What sort of primitive fucking despair-filled dungeon lifestyle are you living in? Where somebody shows you a stapler and you're like, oh my God, is that magic? I've never seen a stapler before. They don't let me see staplers where I live. And I'm only fed when I behave. I just put yourself in the position of these poor fucking cops that have 6 children telling them the craziest shit they've ever heard. 2 strange men are their teachers. They're fed when they behave. They're going to Mexico to the smart kid school. They've never seen a stapler. And people are calling up saying, we're going to murder them.
The oldest child, Mary, says they receive instructions from a man they call a game caller or a game leader, the founder of the Finders.
Okay, do you see these kids? This is the age we're talking about. Look how fucking young they are. It's back in the day when the press didn't give a shit. Oh, do we have sex victims? Are these kids being abused? Give me their picture. I want to put it on the front page.
Finders, also known as Marion Petty. By Thursday, February 5th, Tallahassee police confirmed the children and men are a part of a group known as the Finders. U.S. District Court records in Washington indicate a confidential police source previously told authorities.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but can you read the second paragraph here? What kind of journalist are you, Larry King from the Times Staff Writers Association? You're talking about a story about children that are potentially abused, stolen, trafficked, and are being threatened with death. And you introduce them as the 6 ragamuffin tykes. Oh, look at those whippersnappers. Those kids, they're a heck of a kid. They don't even know what a stapler is. Back in my day.
The Finders were a cult, that conducted brainwashing techniques at a warehouse and apartment in Washington, D.C. This source tells of being recruited by the finders with promises of, quote, financial reward and sexual gratification, end quote, and of being invited by one member to explore Satanism with them. At this point, officials with the U.S. Customs Service Agency joined the investigation due to suspicion that the potential crimes may have crossed state or national borders. The U.S. Attorney's Office and the Federal Bureau of Investigations are also said to be investigating the case. After learning the children are based in the D.C. area, the Tallahassee Police Department contacts D.C. Metropolitan Police to establish the identities of the children. Tallahassee Police learn that D.C. Police are already aware of the finders. On Friday, February 6th, Virginia State Police raid a 90-acre farm owned by Marion Petty in rural Madison County, Virginia. Neighbors of the farm say children were often brought to the farm in vans, usually crying.
You know, school for the gifted. Oh, so you're a neighbor of Marion Petty, a.k.a. the game changer of the Finders cult? Can you tell us anything about the kids? Well, usually at about midnight, a van pulls up full of children screaming and bleeding, and they're dragged in there by the game finder. Nothing truly out of the ordinary. I also like how, remember, they were found in Tallahassee, Florida, but they were going to Mexico. Who the fuck goes through Florida to get to Mexico from Washington, D.C.? I want you to just pull up Google Maps, chat, and just try to plot a route right now from Washington, D.C. to fucking Mexico. And what reason would you have to go to Florida to make it to Mexico?
An FBI report states that, quote, evidence of a satanic cult ritual was discovered, end quote. The same report notes that all reports regarding finders are to be classified secret. Meanwhile, D.C. Metro Police and U.S. Customs Service agents raid other finders' properties, including a duplex apartment building and a warehouse in Washington, D.C. Police reports and articles from 1987 indicate that the D.C. police removed large plastic bags filled with color slides, photographs, and photographic contact sheets from the warehouse. Some of the photos were of naked children. U.S. Customs spokesman David Hoover tells the Post, quote, we're not saying it's pornographic, but it has all the earmarks. And
well, I don't want to comment too ahead of the case here. I mean, sure, there are a bajillion photos of naked, crying, screaming children, but we don't know if those are pornographic or not. Maybe that's how they learn to read. Remember, these are all gifted children headed to Mexico for their bright intellectual futures.
End quote. A U.S. Customs Service report describes some of the photos as showing blood rituals involving children slaughtering goats while adults in white robes watch.
By the way, I checked this. Now, this guy put together this video, and I was like, all right. I knew a bit about the finders, but he had a nice summary kind of at the beginning, what I want to show you. But I was like, is there really an article from the Associated Press from 1987 saying that children were involved in goat-killing rituals? Yes! Go ahead and enter in Google the fucking title, Finders photo album shows children killing goats, and this article is real. All right, I want to sum up where we are right now, because it's still not even close to crazy yet. 6 disheveled children, lacking in nutrition, looking all fucked up, unfamiliar with the outside world, with technology, with television and radio, didn't even know what a stapler was. In the middle of the night are being led through Tallahassee, Florida. Somebody happens to see this and contacts the Tallahassee Police Department. They take the children, bring them in. Immediately upon bringing them into the police station, they start receiving death threats saying the kids are going to die. The police don't know what the fuck is going on, put armed guards on them. Now all of a sudden the customs officials and the FBI are involved. They find out that this group is based in Washington. When they talk to the neighbors, they find out that van loads of children are driven onto the property. Crying children in the middle of the night in vans are driven onto their property. When they raid and find materials possessed by these people, they find videos and films of children naked and crying. And now we get reports of photo albums where people are dressed in weird robes with children being asked to murder goats. Remember, they tried to make people, when this shit is going on and people are getting freaked out hearing stuff like this, they told them they're being just stupid. A satanic panic. What are you guys talking about? They have photo albums with kids killing goats at the Mexican Intellectual School in Washington, D.C. with the game changer in a fucking white robe. I don't even know what's under that robe. Maybe he's just got his dick hanging out. Who knows? This is some weird fucking shit. We got a little bit more to watch, and then we're going to get into the FBI report. And I want you to just compare the dates and the information they have to what's being publicly available through the news reports and the police reports.
It also describes that they found instructions on how to purchase children. The importance of this report, written by U.S. Customs Service agent Raymond J. Martinez, will become clear as we move.
Come on. They had guides on how to purchase children. Just an alternative lifestyle group of hippies living on a commune, teaching kids how to be smart.
Move on. The Customs Service then claimed to be looking into allegations of child pornography. Police spokesman Scott Hunt states that the finders may have, quote, been accustomed to selling or smuggling the children of its members out of the country, end quote. Then Captain William White of the D.C. Police Department declines to speculate on what the possibilities might be, but reports written by D.C. Police state that law enforcement believe the possibilities include kidnapping or some type of international market for children. Police investigator Cheryl Wignan says more than one of the children has been sexually abused, but she won't say exactly how many. Genghis Plato, also known as Robert Gardner Terrell, was the spokesperson for the finders and the owner of a D.C. house that police say was used by...
Okay, you know who this guy looks like? What was the name of that cult? The ones that wanted to ride on the comet? Do you remember the ones I'm talking about? They all killed themselves and they put a purple blanket over their heads and wore Nike shoes? And they castrated, they were all eunuchs, they castrated themselves. He thought he was a reincarnated alien? This guy looks exactly like him. If you took that beard away and compared his picture to the other crazy guy, they look like twins.
By members of the group. Terrell tells reporters the group are simply, quote, rational people and not devil worshippers or child molesters. Then another spokesman for the finders named Diane Sherwood states the group are, quote, hardworking with a Protestant ethic. We don't even think we are a group, she says. We are just a network of co-operators. By Monday, February 9th, 5 days after the children and their 2 male chaperones were arrested, Washington Metro Police announced they have found no evidence of wrongdoing or satanic activity by the finders. Health officials in Florida then say they have no evidence of sexual abuse of the children. D.C. Metro Police Chief Maurice Turner Jr. states that the department has not uncovered any evidence to, quote, corroborate allegations made by an informant that the organization is a cult and that its activities involve satanic rituals, end quote. By Thursday, February 12th, Gary Shepard of the FBI's Washington field office says the FBI investigation has, quote, not uncovered any evidence of federal violations, end quote. But according to the New York Times...
You tell me, Chad. You just heard. This is compiled from the police reports and the news reports about what was going on. It quoted officials. They found pamphlets on how to buy children. They found pictures of naked children. Kids that were underfed and beaten. Kids that were held back and weren't shown what the outside world was like. Children that were going to special schools in Mexico. One woman, one of the officials said they looked like more than one of the kids had been sexually molested. You've got death threats are being sent against these children at the Tallahassee Police Department. You've got all that going on, and in the span of 4 days, all the investigations stop. In the span of a week, every law enforcement official and every government entity involved in this says, hey, no harm, no foul, you guys can go. Nothing to see here, folks. Everybody look the other way. Does that seem to make any sense to anybody who's just watched this? Who even just knows a little bit about this information? Does that make any fucking sense to any of you? Well, we can't find any evidence of anything, except for the naked pictures of screaming children. We have no evidence, except this how-to manual on how to buy children illegally. We've got no evidence, except the medical exam that shows they've been molested. Let them go. This is America. Let those people go. They're not a cult. They're just a commune of co-operators. They don't even think they're a group. You thought the Epstein stuff was bad. Could you imagine if that kind of evidence? Could you imagine if Jeffrey Epstein sitting in his fucking jail cell, if they found how-to manuals on how to buy children and pictures of crying naked children? What do you think would have happened to Mr. Epstein? It wouldn't have been people saying, well, maybe he's guilty. Oh, no, they would have been certain he was guilty. But this group totally let go. Never explained, never touched upon, or commented on Who the fuck is calling the Tallahassee Police Department and threatening to kill the children? Does nobody find that a little fucking bizarre? Why would they threaten to kill the kids, but not the two men holding the children? Now the FBI and the Metro PD and Customs and Tallahassee, apparently they tracked down the mothers and fathers on this commune, and the parents said, no, it's totally okay. We gave those men permission to take our children on a fucking international adventure to Mexican education. Everything about this is just rotten as shit. But I thought this was good. It's a good introduction. It gives you an idea of the prominent case that really brought it to people's attention. 1987. In Tallahassee, Florida. Now we're going to look at the FBI report. I hope you're ready. It's a lot to go through. But I promise you, there's some shit in this fucking FBI report that you're just, I'm excited to show you. Because you wouldn't believe me if I just told you. If I didn't show it to you and talk about it, you would not believe me. If I told you what is connected to this group of people and how far back in time it goes. Now I had somebody else contact me before I did this stream. Somebody that's researching to write a book on this. Apparently they have more information. I'll probably do a follow-up stream. I'll have them on as guests to talk about it. But today, for this stream, I want to focus on that FBI report. I want to see what's in here. What were government officials talking about while they were looking into this? What's going on? You're going to see a lot of stuff. You're going to see political pressure to make it go away. You're going to see different government agencies involved in it. You're going to see conflicting reports from different police departments about what they think is happening and evidence that was held back. And you're going to see something even fucking crazier than that. You're going to see something that's not supposed to be related to the finders, but in the middle of the report, it's there. And when you see what it is, you're going to, I don't want to speculate too hard on what's going on, but let's just say it's fucked up. The fact that they decided this should be included is really fucking bizarre. Now I'm going to try to catch up on some of these super chats here, and then we're going to jump into the FBI report, because I'm going to be reading a lot of it. I can't tell you how long this stream's going to go. It's probably going to go for a while. So let me try to crank a few of these out. We'll do like 5 minutes of them, and then we're going to jump into the FBI stuff. Mario Kart 13 can't be too hard to find. They glow in the dark. Very true. Very true. I will say this right off the top here. In fact, I have something prepared for it. There we are. There's a lot of glowing in the dark involved with this particular story. And I'm not even joking. It's not even a meme. You're going to see what I mean. Literal involvement by glow in the dark. From Camille Taggart. Are you saying that this was an actual glow in the dark nibba? Well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to spoil what we're going to find. But yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. In fact, that's what the Metro PD said. You'll find out when we reach, I think it's page 67. From Camara. Hey, Jim, whatever happened to fake Ross? Did he re himself into another dimension or what? I don't know what's happened to him. I know that he was having a tough time after telling people he wanted to molest and kill children. I don't know what he's doing. From Niger, 1488. What do you think of the shit show with Funimation localizing anime they obtain with the whole feminism, faggotry, prison, dragon, and some others? I have no idea. I've been reading manga. I gave up on anime. The memes of destruction. A slip of the lip can sink a ship. Metokur's Lunicorn Archive. Despite being only 13% of the population, run, clown! You need to run. From Moonman. JF Stream when he is legit screwing special girls. From Bubblegum Gun. China fascism is better than Hong Kong liberal Jewocracy. From Ishak Zamani. Jim, any opinions on Wayne Lambright? The future is bright. It's Lambright. From VeggieBat. I have the best way to bring 8chan back. We just need Trump to tweet Gamergate 2.0. Sargon says so, guys. From KTTK. Ni hao. Wo ai zong kuo. Wu a zi Jinping. I probably butchered that, but there you go. From Hans Handsome. Let the darkness grow like Jim's love for Asian vajayjay. B Valento 591. Taiwan number 1. Backslide Dan. We got to find the N-word pass. Alu Catbar. Is not true. From Reluctant Realist. England to win the Rugby World Cup. Moderator Marcy. Cog has been involved with a meth thought and got cucked when she cheated on him with 5 guys on the internet. She also cheated on him with her ex-husband and her new boyfriend. What would your advice be for him to cope? Probably don't fuck meth heads. Then you don't have to worry about that situation. From Josh Sketch Show. Good afternoon, Jim. What a perfect time to fire up a stream while I go for a jog. Since you admitted to being a filthy weeaboo in the E3 streams, what's your opinion on Haruhi Suzumiya? I don't even know who that is. That's your answer. I can't even pronounce the name, so I guess I shouldn't have an opinion on it. From Dustin D. Hayes, Tiananmen Square, also Taiwan #1. Read 5 more of these and we'll get to the FBI. From Rude Dude, CIA child injured anally, Mike Testa. Hey, Jim, did you hear the Photon episodes were taken down one by one by the one who uploaded them? Quickly private them before they are lost to time. 9 are left. I'm not sure why they would be taken down. They're fucking great. From Gojira, play Outer Worlds, Goyim. It's good stuff. From Will's son, hey Jim, just wanted to give a shout out to my sister Tara. She ran the Dublin Marathon today. Well done, Tara. And we'll finish it with these two here. The Great Khan, what can I do to make my pee-pee bigger? Well, think of a pretty girl would be the start. And finally, from Joseph Jimenez, all right, guys, I'm going to take a break now for about 5 minutes. I've been talking for a while, so go get yourself a drink, use the bathroom, whatever, and we'll be back shortly. Probably not for another half an hour. Then I'll take a small break and let everybody go to the bathroom. But right now we're going into the big shit. We're jumping head first into the CIA glow-in-the-dark operations. The FBI report released on the finders 2 days ago from the FBI vault. Not all of it is going to be readable. Some of it's in really shitty handwriting, but we're just going to go through bit by bit, and we're going to try to piece it together. So again, what do we know going into this? 6 kids on a midnight excursion with 2 unidentified men to go to a special school in Mexico. They look all fucked up. They don't know anything about the outside world. Everybody gets involved to try to figure out what's going on. Death threats are called in against the kid. Neighbors are saying that the people on these communes are having van loads of children show up screaming. There are guides on how to buy children. There are multiple binders worth bags full of pictures of naked children. And the government, for whatever reason, decides, hey, you know what? Let them go. Let them go. So that's where we're starting. And remember, 1987. That's the important date. So let's take a look at the FBI. Here we are. I'll start at the very beginning, not that it really matters. Federal Bureau of Investigation. It shows you all the information, the data sheets, how many pages there are. Lots of fucking pages with this. 424. I've only got access to 324. I'm wondering if that's because we're talking about duplicates. I don't know. But let's just go through and see what we can find. We're going to read them as we go through, and we'll see what we can find out. I like to, when they're talking to each other, this is something you're going to see a lot when this information is filed, whether it's from Metro PD or if it's from Tallahassee or the FBI, they always use this subject. Finders Group, White Slave Traffic Act, activity, sexual exploitation of children, obstruction of justice. So that's how they're describing this when they're investigating it, as a white slave traffic cult that sexually exploits children. Okay, let's begin. The Department of Justice has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into the allegations made by Redacted concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. Why would the U.S. intelligence community be involved with a group of people trafficking in child sex slaves? It's a question you should keep in the back of your minds. It'll become apparent quickly. By separate communication, WMFO will be provided available documentation received to date from the Department of Justice concerning so-and-so's allegations. United States Customs Services, USCS headquarters, Washington, D.C., also possess documentations concerning Finders, which is yet to be obtained by our organization. The following information is being provided as background in the matter for WMFO and Miami. And then here we go. In 1987, Redacted for some reason, were convicted of sexually abusing children. One of the children who attended the school during the time of the alleged sexual abuse was doing business as, this is all redacted, after the imposition of prison sentences on both of these, became convinced that numerous other children had been abused and that the abuse was part of a large, well-organized scheme. Subsequently, has attempted to interest congressional members and the USCS in his efforts to enhance efforts in the area of child sexual abuse and investigating claims of organized sexual abuse. During October of 1993, Redacted met with United States Congressman Rose from Florida to discuss allegations concerning a group known as the Finders. Both Congressman Rose and Redacted subsequently provided information concerning these allegations. So already we've got something fucking weird going on here, aside from the numerous redacted information. So the FBI is investigating or reinvestigating this because a congressman from Florida has been provided information. And apparently there's testimony coming from somebody who's not identified, saying that two people that were convicted of child sexual abuse were part of a larger group, and that larger group were the Finders, the same group from 1987 in Tallahassee, Florida that they let go. So you can see this is kind of bizarre. Misdemeanor child sexual abuse charges resulting from a complaint that 6 children playing in a park were unkempt and neglected. The 2 subjects with the children could not initially provide sufficient information as to their legal custody of the children, and were uncooperative regarding their identity and the children's identity. As a result of information developed during these arrests, the Tallahassee Police Department contacted the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C., and provided information concerning Redacted and their association with a group known as the Finders that were based in Washington, D.C. on February 5th, 1987. The MPD executed search warrants prepared by the United States Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia on 2 properties owned by the Finders in Washington, D.C. Special Agent and then somebody else, Redacted, participated in these searches. A joint investigation conducted by the Metropolitan Police Department and WMFO led to the identification and interview of the mothers of the 6 children, 2 of the fathers, and several other key members of the Finders group. On February 18, 1987, WMFO presented the results of their investigation to Assistant United States Attorney and his office for the District of Columbia, who declined prosecution for violation of Title 18, Section 1201, kidnapping, and 225, sexual exploitation of children. Redacted was the case agent in this matter. Department of Justice review of documents indicated that during the execution of the search warrant by the by the Metropolitan Police Department at the 2 Finders properties, Redacted claims to have observed a substantial amount of computer equipment and documents purportedly containing instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions allegedly included the impregnation of female members of the community, purchasing children, trading and kidnapping them. Redacted claims, and they blocked all of this out. All right, so one of the people involved in the investigation says, we found a how-to manual on how to forcibly impregnate women in the community, kidnap and trade children. And then it gets to the really good shit, it's all gone. All of it's redacted. Redacted has alleged that the Finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme, and that Redacted, in conjunction with the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, conspired to cover up those abuses. Redacted should be contacted by WMFO to obtain complete documentation concerning Finders. Investigation by us in this matter will also include the interview of both Redacted and the review of any new documentation in the possession of the State Department Passport Office and the Foreign Counterintelligence FBI headquarters. So it already seems like we've got a little bit more information that was just initially out there in the police reports and the news reports that were publicly available. Remember, 1987, Tallahassee, group of kids with 2 strange men, death threats getting alleged, talking about child pornography, weird manuals being found. But now, behind the scenes, as they're talking to each other, they're mentioning different government agencies, counterintelligence operations, and saying that this was covered up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation because it involved their activities with foreign counterintelligence services. What the fuck is going on with the Finders? Well, let's read on. Let's find out more information. Again, white slave traffic activity, sexual exploitation of children. It is noted that a member of Congress has indicated to the Department of Justice that blank, due to the Finders' investigation should be conducted promptly in this matter, and WMFO will submit results by teletype to the Violent Crimes Fugitives Unit Violent Crimes and Major Offenders section, Criminal Investigation Division. And it talks about the leads that were involved, who was interviewing people, but it's all redacted information. There's nothing we can glean from these documents. Now here's the note from the Acting Assistant Attorney General John C. Keeney from the Criminal Division, Department of Justice. And this is to somebody else. On November 2nd, 1993, this matter was coordinated with the Unit Chief, Office of Professional Responsibility, who opined that absent additional facts being developed, there is no operational issue involved in this matter. So we've got another official in the government. He's opining, he's bitching, because information is not being forthcoming. I don't know, chat. Are you starting to pick up on some things involved in this Finder shit? You've got government officials in the Justice Department, different district attorneys, people in the police investigation, people in the intelligence community, who are talking back and forth to each other in their paperwork, who are saying, God, it's really weird that counterintelligence is involved. It's really weird that we're not getting the information we need because different organizations don't want to provide it. Why aren't they doing that? It's a good question. Why aren't government intelligence agencies providing that information? Maybe if we read on, we'll find out. You know, maybe there's something going on here. I don't know. And then I believe this is just information logged on evidence they had and interviews that they did. But there's nothing really that we can use here. These are receipts for evidence. And unless we can actually go look at the evidence, it does us no good. And I can't read this for the life of me. Maybe you can. I don't know. All FBI information contained herein is unclassified. This is unclassified as of 2014. But look at this. Look at right here. You can see it in here. Why is the CIA getting interviewed? What in the fuck is going on? Why are this many government agencies involved in this? If it had just been the Tallahassee Police Department, which would make sense, that the crime happened in their district, in their area, and the Metro Police Department, because these people are originally from Washington, D.C., again, that makes sense. But why all of a sudden was Customs involved? Why is the FBI involved? Why is the Department of Justice involved? And what the fuck is the CIA doing around this? I wish I could decipher this. I can't. I guess I got too much Irish in me. I can't read the hidden white people language of cursive. More receipts. Trust me, it gets good once we get past the numerous fucking receipts. The FBI facsimile cover sheet from the Washington Metropolitan Field Office. Again, talking about some information, but here we go. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and it gives the address, not important, provided the writer with the attached memorandum. Redacted related, she had received the memorandum from Customs. A review of the memorandum reflects obvious, observed, and what was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police Department during the execution of her warrants. Okay, this is fucking weird. So a writer, maybe they mean a journalist. What's the date on this? February 18th. So on February, we could track this down. In fact, here's a challenge for you. Let's say this is a journalist they're talking about, chat. So there should be a news article from sometime around February 18th of 1987 where a reporter receives information from the Customs Office or a Customs official, and these people at the Metropolitan Field Office are saying that a review of the information provided by this reporter was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police. So whatever they potentially wrote about is actually true. So if there's an article out there from February 18th, 1987 speculating about information they received from an anonymous source, saying that this was what was recovered, here's the Metropolitan Field Office, the Washington, D.C. Field Office, saying, yeah, no, that's actually true. That's actually what we found. On February 28th, 1987, this memorandum was brought to the attention of Redacted. The Redacted handling captioned matter for MPD advised the writer that a thorough review of all evidence obtained at the two aforementioned locations did not produce any items described in the examples cited above. Okay, They told the person that gave them this information they didn't find shit. But a paragraph above it, it says, observed and what was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police Department during the execution of the warrants. This police memorandum admits to lying. They're saying the information that this person was trying to corroborate was in fact obtained with the execution of the search warrant. But here, later on, they tell this person a review of all evidence obtained at the aforementioned locations did not produce any of the items described in the examples cited above. Are you getting a little spooked out, chat? Why are the police covering up information? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, no, they were totally right. We found that, but we told them we didn't find it because fuck them. Shut it down! It's a paragraph apart from itself. And then there's a bunch of redacteds. Of course, why wouldn't there be? So I'm getting over a bit of a cold here, chat. Let me light up a cigarette, that'll help. Here's another one. This memo is material provided to WMFO by FBI headquarters on November 2nd, 1993 meeting concerning captioned material held at the FBI headquarters. SSA redacted indicated that this investigation was to be a preliminary inquiry, focusing primarily on the finders. SSA stated that he or another FBI headquarters representative would arrange for review of files, documents in the possession of the State Department and Intelligence Division of the FBI, and advised WMFO accordingly. To unit chief from, I'm guessing the same individual, I met with SSA blank Division 5 Special Staff and SSA blank Office of Liaison and International Affairs. FBI headquarters is who is the FBI liaison with the State Department. I had previously provided with a packet of documents concerning the finder's preliminary inquiry. The three of them will determine the best manner of request for records checks by redacted DOS for finders. Redacted will conduct a search of Division 5 records to determine if there are any documentation concerning finders. And then here are the preliminary inquiry allegations. On November 1st, 1993, a representative from the Violent Crimes Unit and Major Offenders Section, Criminal Investigation Unit, prepared a packet of documents received to date in this matter for review by WMFO. A representative from there and SSA had scheduled a meeting between representatives of Violent Crimes, SSA, and the WMFO case agent on November 2nd. On November 1st, a representative from the Violent Crimes Unit met with FBI Office of Liaison and International Affairs. They discussed this pertaining to the finders. It is noted that the Department of Justice requested that an FBI agent review relevant documents firsthand from the relevant intelligence agencies as opposed to having to rely on the agency's summaries of reviews. During a meeting with at the Department of Justice, with the Department of Justice attorney on October 28, 1993, it was pointed out that a written request from the FBI or DOJ would be required before the records could be obtained from the DOS for review by the FBI. During that meeting, Mr. Beargrasser requested that the FBI prepare a communication and let him review it before it was sent to those agencies. I believe this is, again, going over the information of them meeting together to discuss the information that multiple agencies had. And boy, look at all that information. All of it redacted. Beargrasser noted in 1987 in Stuart, Florida, nothing. Here's more of it, but this is probably more interesting. He is concerned that several congressional subcommittees may be looking at the finders matter and that a TV documentary 48 Hours plans to air a segment on it. So if you're wondering why in October and November of 93 were these people suddenly so interested in looking into this again, it's because Congressman Rose from Florida and television networks like producers of 48 Hours had been receiving information and they were going to do a fucking special on it. I don't think they were meeting because they wanted to investigate who the finders were or what was going on with this particular group of people. I think they were meeting because they wanted to cover their asses. I think they were scared that information might be leaked out and they didn't know how to handle it. Going into more file interviews, talks about the interview with the mother of the children, talks about the results of talking to the district attorney, and talks about turning over information to the Department of Justice, as discussed at the meeting earlier. It's surreal, but it gets weirder. An indices check by the Strategic Information and Operations Center identified 4 FBI HQ files. I don't know if these are present in this because they're not titled this, but these are the 4 files as having references to finders, and 3 FBI files, again, can't really corroborate this, containing references to redacted. There were references to redacted. These files have been obtained and will be reviewed by the Violent Crimes Unit. Identified 16 articles in the LexisNexis database concerning the finders. These articles indicate that on February 4th, 1987, the Tallahassee Police Department, Tallahassee, Florida, conducted a traffic stop on a van containing 2 men and 6 small children. The 2 men were arrested and were each charged with 1 count of child abuse. And then it just follows the information we already know on what was kind of going on. I'm trying to, we're getting close to the really fun shit here. Let me just, it talks about the joint investigation between Tallahassee and Metro PD. That's something we've already covered. Talks about some of the information that was included in that investigation. I think it's page 46 or 47. Might be, okay. So we're going to get into some real shit now. We're going to get into some really weird shit in just a minute. This is going over the U.S. Customs Department and their investigations into child pornography. But what comes up next is a doozy. Remember, this FBI report is concerning the finders. That's just a group from 1987, right? That's 1 traffic stop in Tallahassee, Florida. Now all of a sudden the Congress is getting involved. The press want to report on it in the 90s. Suddenly they want to review their information again. So part of the information they've got revolves around, I'm going to keep it a surprise. You know what? I'm going to keep that a surprise. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to drop something on you. I'm going to drop something on you I don't think you expect. So let me just get this set up here. Okay. I'll put on a little mood music for everybody. Let them digest what they've read, what we've been going over, before we get into the really fucked up shit. Because we're about to go down a rabbit hole of insanity. What should I? Let's see here. What should I put on? Some nice, relaxing jazz music. Fall jazz music. That sounds good. Some nice, relaxing jazz music to deal with the degeneracy of the finders. So, we should probably do a small recap for anybody just picking back up or is coming in at the moment. Group of people hustling children around the country, involved in some very shady shit. Multiple government organizations all investigate this particular group and decide, hey, you know what? There's nothing here. Let them go. And yet, in the information provided in the police reports and behind the scenes, suddenly you've got the FBI, the CIA, customs officials, people in Congress, people at the Department of Justice. Everybody's talking to each other behind the scenes about this. You've got one police report from the Metro PD basically admitting that they lied to people about information that somebody was bringing forward, saying, hey, is this real? I received this information from a customs official. They told them, no, that's not real. And then a paragraph later in that same report said, oh, no, we totally did find the shit they were talking about when we executed our search warrant. So a lot of very bizarre things going on with this seemingly random occurrence of 6 children with 2 adult males in the middle of the night being whisked off to Mexico to learn to be super smart. I didn't know that's where Mensa hangs out. I guess Mensa is in Mexico. Or maybe it's NAMBLA. It's one of those two. One of those two is going on down there. But we will continue on with the FBI report. Let me read some of these super chats to get caught up a little bit. Any that I don't get to, I will, of course, read at the end of the stream. I don't want to interrupt too much, but I will read some here. I got one via Streamlabs from Our Lady Camilla. So it truly was a glow-in-the-dark niggers. Well, we're getting to that, Lady Camilla. From Jason Edward, 30 years later, a YouTube channel exposes the truth more proficiently than the mainstream media. From Alu Cat Bar Jim, what is your favorite metal band? What's my favorite metal band? I don't actually know. I'd have to give it a think. I'd have to think on it a little bit. Who do I like the most? I honestly don't know. Give me some time. I'll come back to it. From Household Dog, we need to talk to this redacted guy. He holds the keys to everything. Very true. Mr. Redacted, where were you on the night of February 18th, 1987? From JD 1989, William Casey, CIA Director, and William Sessions, FBI Director, are the ones who are responsible for the cover-up of the Finders. From A. Clifton, February 18th, 1987, Guatemalan newspaper called Prensa Libre published an article that talked about child trafficking and organ harvesting, both to and from the U.S. Cannot confirm it's the same article. All right, so we already have somebody in chat that might have tracked down what we're talking about. Could you imagine if that's what it is? Holy shit! Is that the article the Metro PD was referring to when they said a reporter or writer had come to us with information, and the article they wrote about was child trafficking and organ harvesting to and from the U.S.? The same date? Come on. That's way too much of a coincidence. From Jason of the Great Awakening, bigger than we imagined, CPS trafficking clowns, Mexican PRI media politicians. All of them. Find the Keystone, Skybridge, Arizona. From Mike Tessa, Jim, I'm scared for your show. I'm scared for you. Show Ricada this to be safe. From The Real Asami, first time donator but long time fan, love the vids, and keep doing what you're doing, man. From Waxigan, Jim, you fucking potato. I told you the video and timestamp last time, so you look at it and find what you got that sound clip from. From Zuko Eukerhart, do you remember the fake reporter Bush used that turned out to be a call boy? Some people thought it was a kid who went missing in the 1980s. From Michael Connolly, it makes sense the FBI got involved as it goes between states, and CIA Customs got involved as it goes international to Mexico. The bad info sharing is common because all governments hate each other. Still sucks, but... Well, Michael Connolly, I've got a surprise for you in about 20 pages. Let's just say there's a reason the CIA is involved, and it has jack shit to do with Mexico. Just wait for it. From Sean Corshell Buns, it'll be my father Halloween, T or T, you're cucked. Or trick or treat, you're cucked. Read a couple more here and we'll jump back into it. Farmaster Flex, something doesn't smell right, but who knows? From Journal 0401, sounds like we need to start building guillotines. And finally, from Beck's Fire, there's something there's something definitely fishy about this. Okay. Again, I'll read through them all. I'm just trying to hit the most recent ones before we jump back in. All right, where do we leave off here? I think that's where we left off. Let us get back into it. All right, now remember, this is about the Finders. This entire fucking document, all of this shit is about the Finders. Then we talk about some crime statistics from U.S. Customs. And then, in the middle of this, on page 48, there's a map. Well, what is this map of? Why do I see a map of... This obviously looks like something. I can make out the word tunnel here. This entire building, it looks like it's been mapped out. There's a tunnel? What would this be about? The tunnels found at McMartin Preschool. A preliminary report. A formal report will be released when forensic tests are concluded. A 45-foot tunnel, 9 foot wide, subterranean entrance found under the west wall of the dog room, Classroom 4. Avocado tree roots on both sides of the entrance. Disney bag, copyright 1982. Found 4.5 feet below the classroom floor. From 3 to 6 feet in from the entrance and under the foundation of Classroom 4. Tunnel proceeded south, then east, 45 feet through classrooms 4 and 3. North, then east, 10 feet within Classroom 4. Tunnels were 30 inches wide to 44 to 46 inches deep, with the top of the tunnel 30 inches under the classroom floor. The footing between Classroom 3 and 4 was arched, where the tunnel passed beneath and was 12 inches shorter in depth at this location. 4 large upright containers were found in the tunnels under the arch, obviously hand-placed. A 9-foot wide chamber was found along the tunnel under Classroom 4. Top of the chamber and top of sections of the tunnel had layers of plywood. Okay, trust me, you'll see what I'm getting at here. 7-foot tunnel extending into the triplex next door. Tunnels extended within the bathrooms of the office in Classroom 1 to the front yard of the triplex next door. Front yard concealed from street by 3-car garage. Children described entering and exiting tunnel in the triplex yard exactly where the tunnel and exit were found. Other significant facts. A small white plastic plate with 3 pentagrams, hand-drawn on top of light green paint, was found by the archaeologist in the stratified dirt in the playground. Per historical archaeologist, pentagrams were hand-drawn by an adult and not part of the manufacturer's design. Many other artifacts found, whose analysis will be released upon completion of the test. No doorknobs were on Classroom 3's door, only a deadbolt lock. Each classroom had an on and off light switch labeled with fire alarm. System did not connect to fire station, but was used as an alert within the school. More than 2,000 artifacts were found under the school floor, including over 100 animal bones. Okay, so in the finder's report, there's a fucking detailed sketch and information about what was found in a tunnel network under McMartin Preschool. Well, what the fuck is McMartin Preschool? Oh, that was another big fucking sex scandal from the 80s and 90s. An entire group, an entire classroom of children alleged that their teachers had sexually abused them and had them involved in satanic sex rituals. They told police and reporters that they were taken via tunnels under the school and were molested and killed animals and did all sorts of weird satanic shit. And people said, that's satanic panic. These kids have been coached into giving these answers. This never happened. And yet in the FBI report, there's an archaeologist paper talking about it doesn't speculate that there are tunnels. It said we went into the tunnels. In the tunnels. He's talking about being in the fucking tunnels. Finding containers in the tunnels. Finding pentagrams and shit in the tunnels. Finding hundreds of animal bones in the fucking tunnels. The tunnel exits exactly where the children said it would exit. What the fuck is going on? Why is this in the finder's report? This was never publicly alleged to be connected with them. And yet, just in the middle, in a random fucking page, what is it? 49, page 48 and 49, fucking diagrams of the tunnel network, diagrams and explanations of what was found. You want me to link the paper? I'll put this up once more before we continue on, so people don't think I'm making this up. Go to @FBI Records Vault, which is a official account, blue check mark, run by the FBI. It will give you a link to the FBI's website under their subsection Vault. You can download the Finder's Report on the FBI's Vault page. It is a PDF file, and that PDF file, let me tell you how many pages it is. 324-page PDF file from the FBI. And in this fucking file, on pages 48 and 49, they talk about McMartin Preschool and the tunnels and pentagrams and animal bones they found. But the press convinced the public that these children had been brainwashed by their parents and hysteria, and that no such thing ever happened. No children were molested. None of it ever happened. It was all made up. There are no tunnels. No tunnels ever existed at McMartin Preschool. Folks, there's some fucking weird shit going on. It's weird enough that the Metro PD lied to a reporter and then admitted privately that the information they lied about actually existed. Now, I don't know if it's connected to that super chat. Somebody tracked down an article about this from that exact date that they're referencing, talking about human trafficking of children and organ harvesting. I don't know what the fuck is going on. All I know is multiple intelligence agencies and police departments are all involved in this. Not involved as in they're taking part in it, but involved as in they're looking at it. They're involved in talking behind the scenes to one another about it. And buried in the middle of it is a fucking thing about McMartin Preschool tunnels. What the fuck? we've got a letter here from U.S. Customs. Dear Mr. and Mrs., thank you for your letter dated September 13th, 1991, expressing your concerns regarding the U.S. Customs Service child pornography program. I think this is just going over the statistics we actually looked at on this page. Did they fuck up? Wait a minute. Did the FBI fuck up? Did they do a boo-boo? Is this an oopsie by the FBI? Follow my logic on this, chat. The FBI put up information about the finders. Page 47 has the U.S. Customs crime statistics, right? And then on page 50, it's a letter talking about the statistics. But for some reason, inserted between those two things are diagrams of tunnels under McMartin Preschool and an explanation of the pentagrams and animal bones they found under there. It's almost like somebody accidentally put this in here. And they didn't fucking mean to. It would make sense to have the U.S. Customs crime statistics followed immediately by a letter from U.S. Customs talking about those crime statistics. And instead, in between those two items, is a detailed archaeological map of the tunnels under McMartin fucking Preschool and a discussion of shit they found in the tunnels. Again, read this information. It's not speculated that it was in there. They said it was hand-placed in there. I think the FBI might have done an oopsie. I think somebody fucked up on the file system here. Oh, you win some, you lose some. Oopsie doopsie. Here's another. Finder's chronology. Contact of U.S. Customs by Tallahassee PD regarding discovery of unidentified children and an adult male guardians in City Park. Requested contact with Washington MPD for assistance in locating possible address and relatives of children. Address located with assistance of MPD Intelligence Division. Second address identified. One residence, one warehouse. Are you ready for this? Buckle up, chat. Just read. I'm going to read this a few times. This, again, is buried. What page is this? Page 52. Search warrants obtained by Metropolitan Police Department Intelligence. The warehouse site of previous MPD Intel inquiry involving classified maps of underground tunnel sewer system in Washington, D.C. Okay. The finders, a group of them got arrested in Florida. They found out that they were headquartered in Washington, D.C. Neighbors reported to police that van loads of children showed up crying in the middle of the night. A reporter, potentially the same story, contacted them with information from U.S. Customs and wrote an article about child sex exploitation and organ harvesting that the MPD told was not true, when in fact it looks like it was true. Now, here's the MPD talking about executing a search warrant on the warehouse site and finding classified maps of underground tunnels and sewers in Washington, D.C. Why would a child sex cult have classified maps of an underground tunnel network under Washington, D.C., where they're based? Oh, you guys, Pizzagate. Oh, you Pizzagate's full of shit. Well, apparently in the finder's chronology within the FBI report, they thought it was good enough to make sure people were aware the search warrants obtained by MPD involved classified maps of underground tunnel networks in fucking Washington, D.C. Are you getting spooked out here yet at all? Anybody? Anybody find this kind of fucking weird? And then, like, that's not weird enough, right? Like, this shit isn't weird enough. Let's, on top of that, just throw in archaeological maps of fucking McMartin Preschool. Let's just include that for the fun of it. Holy shit. During search warrant staging, disclosure of pending search warrant execution made by Tallahassee PD to local media. Tallahassee media representative contacted DC media for more details. DC media reps pursue public information at courthouse are waiting at search warrant sites for MPD search teams. Search warrants are executed by MPD and 2 U.S. Customs agents, one at each site. FBI not involved until walkthrough on following day. Seizure of numerous documents made to include passports, teletexts, computer electronic media. Correspondence et al. See previous description. After search warrant shut down on first day. What? After search warrant was shut down on the first day, News reports carried FBI press release announcing FBI as lead investigation agency. Day after one search resumed, FBI agent from Washington field office makes walkthrough of warehouse, but does not examine any seized evidence. Additional search warrant executed on farm in rural Virginia with support by Virginia Police Department. No federal involvement. Evidence of satanic cult rituals discovered. Based on observed documents, custom agents unsuccessfully attempt to gain access to evidence for detailed analysis for use in investigating possibly Export Neutrality Act, Mann Act, and child pornography violations. Okay. All right. I want to make sure I get the chronology right of this. They execute a search warrant on the Washington, D.C. residence. At the Washington, D.C. residence, MPD comments that there potentially are classified maps of a secret underground tunnel and sewer system in the possession of an alleged child sex cult. Within a day, the search warrant is shut down. Following it being shut down, an FBI agent decides they're going to do a walkthrough, but they don't decide to look at any evidence. They just walk through, say, looks good to me, and leaves. At the same time, a separate police department in Virginia decide they're going to do their own investigation with no feds involved at all. And when they do their investigation, they find evidence of a satanic cult ritual. Based on this, they try to get a hold of other agencies to get help, and nobody will help them. This is very similar to what happened at Tallahassee, where they said they had evidence of abuse and sexual abuse, and it disappeared once the feds got involved. Here we have the same thing happen. 2 search warrants, classified information, feds show up, disappear, shut down. Virginia finds evidence of satanic rituals, shut down. The moment the feds get involved, all that evidence doesn't matter. None of the agents will respond. Shut the fuck down. What the fuck is going on? Contacts at the Metropolitan Police Department intelligence advise that all reports regarding finders are to be classified at the secret level. Also advised that no information was to be turned over to the FBI for investigation, and that the WFO would not be advised of the redacted involvement and contact. Children discovered in Tallahassee were eventually turned over to the individuals claiming to be their parents or guardians. No further MPD, FBI, or Customs involvement. As far as it is known, no details of redacted involvement ever became public. So not only did the intelligence community insert itself into this investigation, it basically shut their search warrants down, hid their evidence, and then told them it's classified at the secret level and they can fuck off. And then once they had done that, they took the kids that were obviously victims of abuse and turned them back over to the cult. All right, there's some shit going on here. So let's continue on our magical journey through fucking U.S. intelligence smart land. Here's more teletypes. Let's see what we got. Subject Finders Group, again, White Slave Traffic Act, sexual I love that they had all their letters are headed with that. It's like anytime the FBI or the Virginia police or anybody's talking about this behind the scenes and they're talking to each other via teletext, it always says regarding the white slave traffic ring and the exploitation of children. They know what this is. They fucking know what this is. For information of FBI HQ, review field office information. Opened a kidnapping case on February 6, 1987 as a result of the February 4th arrest of 2 men in Tallahassee for abuse of children. These individuals, redacted. And it's just going over what happened with Tallahassee. This is a summary of what's going on with Tallahassee. We've already gone over this. I guess it's a duplicate, or it's sent from another agency to another one. I think we're getting to some really fun shit here. Let me see. I think it's coming up. Okay, hold on. Finders Group, sexual exploitation of children. This is to SAC from WMFO. Attached to the memo are copies of Metropolitan Police Department investigation file reports, pertinent information obtained during Writer's November 4th, 93 review of the MPD case jacket on the Finders Group. The MPD case jacket was made available for review by Lieutenant Redacted MPD Intelligence Division, 300 Indiana, it's their address, doesn't matter. MPD case jacket did not contain a listing of specific items seized from the February 5th and 6th searches of the Finders Group properties. In addition, there was no indication of the present status of any items seized at these searches or what the fuck? So they're saying, okay, what they're saying here, at least my understanding, is all the evidence seized in those initial searches doesn't exist anymore. It's not included in the reports. It vanished. That's what they're saying. Oops, we lost some information. Sorry, guys. Synopsis, he's going over the investigation, talking December 1986. Blank called the Intelligence Division and reported that she had information concerning a cult operating in the District of Columbia. Remember, our Finders case in Tallahassee was in 1987. This predates that. So this is a police report to the Metro regarding the Finders. Redacted was advised that Detective Redacted of his office handled cult investigations and was currently out of town and would contact her would contact her after he returned. Was contacted in late December by a detective by telephone and I guess mail. Advised she wished to be interviewed concerning this cult. Detective of the Maryland Park Police because blank stated a section of this cult was operating in Maryland. Okay. So already in 1986, they're aware of who the Finders are. And even more importantly, it's operating in the surrounding area. Right, we got Washington, D.C., Virginia, Maryland. We know they're in Tallahassee. It seems like it's a East Coast thing. So, okay. But this person, the police are aware of this in 1986. Whoever's investigating cults at the Metro Police Department in 1986 is well aware of who the Finders are. Was advised that although this group was unusual, they were committing no criminal offenses, and the police department would only be interested if this group was involved in criminal activities. In January of 87, again contacted the detective and stated that some of the members were interested in exploring Satanism. Detective again advised that although Satanists are not criminals, detective was interested in ascertaining what activities this group was involved in and asked Redacted to call detective if additional information became available. Law enforcement information. On February 5th, 1987, Detective Redacted received a phone call from the U.S. Customs Service in Tallahassee, Florida. Customs was trying to find out if the Intelligence Division had any information containing a group of subjects known as the Finders. The Customs representative stated that 6 children had been located in Florida along with 2 men, and that the children were dirty, unkept, insect-bitten, underfed, and possibly sexually abused. U.S. Customs stated that they had tried to contact representatives of the Finders without success, and they feared that other children were being abused at that address and were unsure if the children had been kidnapped from their parents. Detective was put in contact with investigator of the Tallahassee Police Department, who were the lead investigators in the case. Okay. It just gets weirder. It just gets weirder. So this does predate Tallahassee. The police were aware that there's some weird cult activity going on in the area. You've got a lady calling in, concerned. She seems to have first-hand information. I mean, how would she know they're engaging in Satanistic activities? I don't know. I like this. Children talked about other children in D.C. and stated they were under the control of the game caller. Talks about the search warrants getting issued. There's something I really want to look at, though. Oh shit, I hope I didn't lose it. Okay. All right, chat, are you fucking ready for this? You're going to like it. Are you ready? This is on page 67. Super Chatter, who said, oh, the CIA is involved. The CIA is involved because it goes into Mexico. That's why the CIA is involved. Let's hear what the Metro Police Department thinks. It is this writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations throughout the United States and overseas. This group, to the most part, is made up of overeducated non-achievers who lack the inborn initiative to succeed on their own. Therefore, they fell in line with a charismatic leader who gave them direction and self-importance. To the most part, this organization individually is harmless. However, when directed and monitored by a controlling factor, they are capable of destructive and illegal activities. As in any cult structure, the main drive is for the group and individual values, and ideology is lost. Therefore, when a member is asked to perform a task that hitherto may have been objectionable, he or she performs his mission for the good of the group. As to the abuse of the children, I do not think that child abuse was planned, a tactic of this group, but as in any cross-section of society, sick and demented subjects belong to cults as well. I believe that the shaping of the children is a planned experiment of this group, as is the case of the Nazis. They strove for a perfect society. Oh, God, what? All right, just to sum up, Metro Police Department that were involved with 2 investigations into the finders, in their summary report, says, oh yeah, by the way, this group has been used as an asset by the Central Intelligence Agency, and they were trying to brainwash children like the fucking Nazis did. What? Can we just take a minute? Let me pull this back just a second. Where is it? There we are. Oh, CIA. Oh, my sweet, sweet glow-in-the-dark CIA. Are you telling me that you created a counterintelligence ring and it accidentally turned into a child sex cult that harvests organs? And did you try to own the Russians so hard that you ended up creating a sex cult, Mr. Glow-in-the-Dark? Is that the feeling I'm getting? Is that why the FBI and Customs and Interpol and everybody involved in this is so fucking embarrassed? Because you colossal fucking idiots created a child sex cult by mistake when you meant to train a counterintelligence agent? You fucking idiots! Oh God, that's embarrassing. Oh my God, if I worked at the CIA, does everybody make fun of you, glow-in-the-darks? Like, do you hang out at like government intelligence agency parties and get just shit on relentlessly? Does the FBI and NSA and DOJ, did they just shit on you idiots? How do you accidentally create a child sex cult, CIA? How did you accidentally do that? Oopsie. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there are tunnels under McMartin Preschool. We're hustling and selling children for their organs and sex around the world. Our bad. We just wanted to teach the Russians a fucking lesson. This is mundane Matt levels of retarded. Oh, trigger the libs, own the libs. Trigger the Russians, own the Russians, huh, CIA? Here's a better example. Here's a PSA. Here's a public service announcement from normal people.
Kids, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. It's your body. No one has the right to touch you if you don't want them to. So what do? First, you say no. Then, you get out of there. Most important, you gotta tell someone you trust. Like your parents, your teacher, a police officer.
You know, that would be the PSA, the after-school special you show your kid. That's what normal people produce. Let me show you the CIA's version of a public service announcement. This is what they would show your kid instead.
Let's have a little reality check to make sure we all got the message. If something like this happens to you, know that it is your fault. You did wrong. And remember, being abused by a male does make you gay. Right. And telling someone about it does make you less of a man.
The bottom line, if you are molested, you wanted it, you did something to deserve it.
That make you weak.
No offense.
Being molested means you're gay.
Oh, what special guys the CIA are. Thank you for that. Oh, all the children feel so much better, CIA. Oh, that's fucking embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's shameful. That's shameful. Oh, you should be embarrassed. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. You know, we're 68 pages into this. 68 pages into this 300-page document by the fucking CIA. Brilliant. Lovely. Well done. You know, I'm just going to catch up on some super chats. I might as well make a few bucks off your fucking retardation, huh, CIA? Mr. Glow-in-the-Dark. From Edward Ramirez, when making an omelet, a few kids are going to get raped. I think they put that up on the placard at the CIA headquarters. From Joni Baloney. Doesn't this line up with the satanic panic that was shot down by as nothing by 6-hexenhammer 666? Pizzagate is real. Feds have been doing this for years. From Sean Korshall Buns. Korsh tried to start a Def Leppard cover band and all he got was this lousy disinformation cover-up and a bullet to the head. From Big Mike, and Wignets think religion has no value for people. Jesus is king. From Russell T. Shackelford, watch Conspiracy of Silence doc on elite pedo rings. From ABCDEFG, Satanism isn't real, goy. You're so square. From Donkey Show, I trust you're old enough to recall the steep rise in kidnapping in kidnapping in the 1980s, a phenomenon that led to helicopter parenting in the 90s. Is there a connection? Well, maybe all those stranger danger. Let's go deep on this. Let's talk about stranger danger for a minute. Let me pull this back. There we go. I want that front and center. There we go. See, oh, look at that beautiful picture. He glows. Absolutely radiant. Okay, maybe stranger danger. Maybe the strangers in stranger danger when they're like, don't get into vans for can't. Maybe that's where this all comes from. I mean, remember that initial report when they're talking about the investigation into the Washington, D.C. residents? When they interviewed the neighbors? They said they'd bring van loads of children in the middle of the night screaming? Maybe that's CIA. Maybe stranger danger should be CIA danger. Remember, kids, don't accept candy from a glow-in-the-dark. Never get a ride with a glow-in-the-dark, kids. It's dangerous. Never trust a glow-in-the-dark ever, 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 ever. There might be something to that. I don't know. I don't know. Truth TV, Esto Tipo de Pes. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry, bro. Hi from Portugal. It is Madeleine McCain case. From Joseph Jimenez, this is Clown World Jim. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Jesus fucking Christ, this info is disturbing. My son's stay is thoroughly ruined. Thanks a lot. Vincent Pisano, listening to this glow-in-the-dark shit is making my Halloween season feel extra spooky. Thanks, Jim. Friendly Neighborhood Sunwheel. Ted Gunderson Chronicles, Let the Darkness Grow. High of Tap. Here's some more shekels. And the Fed. Lord Chirpy Dip. Did you just uncover a pedo cult live, you mad lad? Eddie Spaghetti. Possible suspect, Tarl, Sticks and Hammer, Warwick. Now, I'm not sure what Sticks said. I guess you guys are talking about Pizzagate. I can't comment on Pizzagate. All I'm commenting on right now are the FBI documents released about the Finders cult. And I would say, just from my observations, it's weird. You have kids that are with strangers in the middle of the night in Tallahassee. The police department's receiving death threats for some reason. Sorry. Police department's receiving death threats for some reason. Everybody investigates, stops the investigation. You have Metro Police Department official documents saying that when they conducted search warrants, the FBI got in the way. You have other reports from years later saying that the evidence obtained during those searches disappeared. You've got documents in there that don't make sense, like McMartin Preschool archaeological digs. You've got reporters contacting police and being lied to. It's just, there's a lot of... There's smoke here. I'm just going to be very honest. There's a lot of smoke here. Now, I don't know which way that fire is burning. Maybe that Metro Police Department official who wrote that report's right. Maybe the CIA is just so fucking incompetent when they tried to create a counter-intel ring to disperse disinformation to the U.S. and foreign assets. They accidentally created a child sex cult. I don't know. Is the CIA that stupid? Potentially. Maybe they're fucking idiots. I don't know. Maybe the FBI just felt bad for them and covered it up. I have no idea what's going on. There's a lot of weird shit happening with this particular thing. But like I said, that's what we're dealing with. As far as Pizzagate and the connection you might or might not see with this, I will say that when they executed the search warrant in Virginia, they said they were looking for maps of, or they said they either, classified maps of underground sewer systems and tunnels. So I know Pizzagate, people look at it like it's crazy. I do too. I love laughing at it. But it makes you wonder if a child sex cult in the 80s had classified maps of tunnel networks under DC, maybe there's something there. I don't know. I would again, don't take my word for it. Maybe I'm misreading this. That's always a potential. Again, you can go to the @FBI Records Vault on Twitter. It'll give you a direct link to their page on the Vault page. And you can download this PDF yourself. It's 300 and some odd pages with all the information from the investigation and the intelligence departments and the police departments. So take a look. Don't take my word for it. I don't know. All I'm saying is there's some weird shit happening here. And we're only a fifth of the way through. I will try to go as long as I can with this before I've got black helicopters overhead. From Tony Hoveter, this is potentially the biggest story in the last 50 years. Thanks for doing this. It's guillotine time, my friends. Gamers unironically rise up. From Legato Madi, is this why Alex Jones had to be removed? He covered for a day, then dropped it completely, as if he was threatened, and says it made it worse. From MJ, let the darkness glow. Sean Kershal Bonds, who is Edit? From Ethereal, I'm no Sleepy Jim. Good thing I've got glowing nightlights. I'll read a couple more here and we'll jump back in. Rocket Insano, so many people tweeting at Sticks right now. From Bexfire, Lol Jim, not definitely fishy. Fishy. It's a fish meatloaf traditionally served as a Sabbath meal. I'm sorry. Gefilte fish. Oh, is that what you're talking? Gefilte, right? Okay. Oh, oy vey. I'm sorry. From Sean Kershal, if Sticks is the gatekeeper, who's the keymaster? Or Zool. And finally from John Breeson, Jim, the redacted chronology states that the fighters had passports from the USSR, North Korea, and Vietnam, and that the CIA and FCIA told MPD to stand down. Well, that would fit in line with what I'm seeing. Look, we've got a criminal investigation into a weird incident. This all started with one case. You know, if you're looking at it like that, 1987, a couple of kids with some strangers in Florida. And all of a sudden, we're finding out that government agencies are involved, that classified information is involved, that they had pretty decent technology for a group of people living on a farm fucking kids. I mean, they had access to the internet in 87 or ARPANET, whatever they were using. They had a pretty decent computer. They're sending information to and fro. They've got naked pictures of kids, classified maps. You know, police are saying that basically their investigations, their warrant searches are being interfered with. And then later on in 93, after 87 and 93, 6 years after the warrants were done, they're saying, oh, yeah, the evidence is gone. It disappeared. So, no, it wouldn't surprise me that the fighters would have had passports from Russia, Korea, and Vietnam, and that the CIA was involved, and they told the MPD to stand down. Is it potentially possible that, again, in all seriousness, is it possible that the finders was meant to be an intelligence asset that went off the farm, so to speak? That they were trained to do disinformation and counterintelligence, and somehow, some way, ended up as a child sex cult, and the embarrassment of that made the intelligence community cover it up? That's very possible. I know if I worked at the CIA and something I created turned into that, I wouldn't want to co-sign my name to it. It's very possible. Okay. I'll read super chats bit by bit as we go, and I'll get to all the ones that I missed. I'm sorry if I missed yours. Trust me, I'll keep up with them as best I can. We've got a lot to read. Give me a second here. Good God. This might be a long stream, chat. I don't know what you all have planned this evening. We're on page... What page are we on? We're on page 68 of 300. Oh. You know, let me just pull the room here. Now that we're a little bit involved in this chat, I've got you pulled up on screen here. Let's see. I'll try to pull you guys. How many do we have watching? 15,000? Okay. Chat, give me a 1. How do I want to break this down? Okay. Give me a 1 if you think there's nothing weird with this and it was all blown out of proportion and it was just a satanic panic. Give me a 2 if you think there's smoke here. Not necessarily that we know exactly what's going on, but give me a 2 if you think there's some weird shit going on and that the truth has been covered up for whatever reason. A 1 if you think it's all bullshit. A 2 if you think there's something going on here that's nefarious or weird or being covered up. I'll give you, I know there's a bit of a delay. I'll give you a chance to catch up. Gives me a moment to have a drink and smoke a cigarette. I'm seeing some 1s interspersed there, but I'm seeing a lot of 2s. And of course, we've got the rebel. Who's going to give me a 0 because fuck you, man. Fuck you, mom and dad. You can't put me in a box. I got you, bro. I got you. I feel that 0. Okay, so we got a lot of 2s. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's put out some possible theories on what might be going on. Possible theories on what's going on. Right now, my initial gut feeling, reading this retarded shit, I'm going to put as theory number 1. Don't answer yet. Wait till I'll give you 3 theories, and then we'll vote on it. Theory number 1. The CIA, or another intelligence agency within the United States, sought to create a counterintelligence network, or a propaganda network, that would spread disinformation in the U.S. and outside of it to enemies. This was a group that was trained and influenced by whatever this intelligence agency was, and at some point during their operation, for whatever reason, they went rogue and became involved in child sex rings, organ harvesting, and other really illicit and illegal activities. And because of this, the agency that was responsible for maintaining and managing this particular group became embarrassed or afraid of what would happen if that information went public, and so helped to cover it up. That's theory number 1. Theory number 2. There's a weird group of fucking hippies out there. There's a weird group of hippies out there that run a child sex ring, and for whatever reason, they are in possession of classified information, including tunnel networks under Washington, which might imply that they facilitate or trade child sex to people in the government. And because they had blackmail material on government officials, U.S. intelligence and police departments had to cover it up because they were told so from above. Hypothesis number 3. All the people involved in this are fucking retards, and anybody who doesn't have their head up their ass can see there's weird shit going on, and it's just human stupidity that allowed it to get this bad. So, theory 1, CIA fucked up and did a big boo-boo. Theory number 2, the finders blackmailed the government with material related to officials' fucking kids. And theory number 3, people are retards and they dropped the ball on this because they're fucking idiots. What one do you think sounds the most likely so far? Oh, you know what? Let me put, while you're voting, I'm watching as the numbers are flying by. Let me put the picture of our boy up again, so you can see his face while you vote, chat. Oh, what are you doing there, CIA? All right, I'm seeing a lot of 2s. So a lot of people believe. Okay, I'm seeing an equal amount of 1s and 3s, but a majority seem to be 2s. Is what I'm getting. Okay, so it's all over the place. And again, these are just random theories I'm throwing out. Maybe somebody in chat's got a much better one, and I'm way behind the curve on it. I don't know. But we've heard for so many years about weird shit the government does. And we know the government does weird shit. You look at stuff like them dosing people with LSD, people in the health department allowing people to be sick with things like syphilis just to watch their brain rot without telling them or giving them treatment. You've got shit like MK Ultra. You've got all these weird fucking projects that are going on in the background run by government agencies. So I guess kind of knowing that they do weird, stupid shit makes me at least open to the potential that they have done something very stupid and found themselves in a giant snafu involving a child sex ring. And that I feel bad. I'll say I feel bad for the people in the Tallahassee Police Department, and I feel bad for the people in the Metro Police Department, because they probably didn't want the shit to continue, but probably were bullied about it. And, you know, even if you put all of this aside, even if you say this is all speculation, who was calling the Tallahassee Police Department and threatening to kill children? Right, the group's initial claim was that they were just a cooperative, a commune, that there wasn't anything weird about them. So why then, when the Tallahassee Police Department got a hold of the children, were they receiving anonymous death threats against them? See, if I were a cop, if I was in some government agency, fuck everything else. That's the thing that's going to get my attention. Who threatens to kill children that are 7 years old just because the police are concerned about their safety? That feels like a message. That feels like a message being sent that that's our property, we can do what we want with it, and you can't do shit about it. So I feel bad for that. I bet the Tallahassee police officers were like, this is fucked up. And they probably put their faith in Customs and the FBI and everybody else, and they were let down. I'm sure it's the same with the Metro guys. I'm sure it's the same with those detectives in violent crime in Virginia. Every time they'd come across this shit, every time they'd encounter this weird group, they were repeatedly told to back off for whatever reason. again, just out of nowhere, just decide to drop it. Not all of this is classified. Some of this is, open. Some of this was out there. But a lot of it was classified as secret or confidential. A lot of it was internal memos that were never released. But for whatever reason, it's all compiled together, and the FBI put it up and put it out. And they just did it without any fanfare. They threw it out there on the 25th. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Maybe I don't. Part of the way this is organized is weird. I find it very bizarre that in between the custom statistics and a custom letter talking about the statistics for no reason at all, which shouldn't have any connection to the Finders group, are 2 documents pertaining to McMartin Preschool and underground tunnels about sex abuse and satanic rituals. That seems really bizarre. That seems like somebody did a boo-boo when they put this together, or maybe there's a federal agent out there that thought, you know what, if I'm going to put this out, I'm going to sneak that in there for people. Maybe there's a Fed out there who's on our side and wants people to put pieces together. I don't know. All I know is there's some very strange shit with this entire release, and there's some very strange, it's like Blue said, we got to find some clues here, Chad. And we're going to do it. We're going to find some fucking clues. We're going to go through this information. We're going to figure out what the fuck is going on. So let's continue. Here we go. Page 68. Finders' involvement with the CIA. At approximately 3:30 on February 18th of 87, detectives spoke with Redacted, referencing any contact of the members of the Finders may have had with the agency. So-and-so was guarded, but frank in his response. He confirmed that Redacted, Isabel, now deceased, was an employee of the agency from 1950 until 1971. When asked if our investigation was treading on anyone's toes out there, Redacted replied, sort of. He acknowledged that they have had someone working on the case since it first broke on the news media. He also stated that the agency is aware that during the period of 69 to 71, Redacted traveled to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam. Also stated that he would contact detective to arrange to come to his office and further discuss this. The Metro PD talked to somebody in intelligence, and they were told that yes, investigating the Finders cult is treading on the toes of the CIA. They had an agent involved with this, and that, okay, the dates now, look at this, from the period of 1969 to 1971. This goes back another 20 fucking years. It's not just something that's happened for 30, half a century. For half a century, this organization, iterations of this organization, have been involved in activities that benefit the CIA and the U.S. government. And they're aware of it. And now you wonder why it is the police departments, every time they enact a search warrant or get involved with kids, are suddenly told to fucking stop. Why their search warrants are shut down, why their information is taken away, why evidence is suddenly lost, why all the victims are suddenly returned to the cult. Sort of. You're sort of encroaching on our territory. By the way, these people are involved with traveling to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam. All communist nations. I wasn't joking, chat. I was being serious. This is my strongest theory now. The CIA wanted to trigger the Russians to own the Russians, and the way they did it was by creating a child sex cult. Brilliant. Just brilliant, CIA. Holy fuck. All right, let's keep going. As a practical matter, what is not being said as is important is what Blanket said. Acknowledged that was treading on their toes and that they have said someone working on the case since November 5th when it broke. They apparently have a vested interest in blank and or the group. All right, this is the cop saying the CIA has a specific interest in a member of the group and the group, the Finders themselves. They have not contacted any of the investigative agencies while they've been working on it. They are also aware that blank traveled to the prohibited countries during a period of hostilities that could only have been arranged by them. Okay. This is getting worse. This isn't just some group of, super patriotic Americans teaching those Russians a lesson. This child sex cult. This child sex cult is going to fucking communist countries. And it's being arranged, or only could be arranged, by the CIA itself. 1987 Tallahassee is when the public became aware of it. But going on this document, we could be talking as early as 1969 this has been going on. This could explain a lot about the group's running, which may have been unable to document to this point. Redacted did not know that the person he turned the information over to in Europe was a source of this office and is not aware that the source brought this disc back to the office. Redacted actually transferred the disc to London. Detective Blank then turned the disc over to WFO, FBI, Counterintelligence Office for analyzation. We have not been appraised of the results of the analysis, nor do we expect to be. Regardless of the type of operation they may have been engaged in, there will be no justification for the way that children have been treated, and the matter will be addressed in family court, superior division. I'd say this goes in line with what I was saying earlier. You got your local police departments that think that this shit is fucked up, and U.S. intelligence is telling them to shut their fucking mouth. And here's a cop basically saying, we want this to go to court. These kids shouldn't be being abused. Nothing ever happened. Also interesting that this disc of information regarding the fighters and the CIA and all this shit going on is now, it's not just an American thing. Now we're international. Now it's going to London. So does that mean MI6? Does that mean Interpol? Who are we dealing with? Do not disseminate confidential. Oopsie. And then we've got more information about Finders Group, the business name. Investigative Information Services. Attached are copies of the information. Okay, this is stuff we've already seen. Let's just continue down here. What are we even looking at? Let me see if I can see what we've got here. I don't know what this is. Oh, they've got like credit reports on these guys. Okay, yeah, they dug deep into the business. Looking through tax liens, bankruptcies, all of that. The unit, the location. Building footage, 37,000 feet. It's a big building. Okay, that's your LexisNexis result. Yeah, they're okay. So I don't know if this is through the is this through MPD? I'm guessing it is. They're looking at all their properties. So the Metropolitan Police Department started doing background checks, financial checks, business checks. So again, the cops really wanted to figure this out. It's U.S. intelligence that basically told them to fuck off. Let's see. FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry. Okay. Again, U.S. Congressman Rose from Florida to discuss allegations concerning a group called Finders. Both Rose and Redacted provided information concerning these allegations to the Department of Justice. WMFO investigated a group called Finders in February of '87. Finders was an alternative lifestyle group located in Washington, D.C. that evolved into a data gathering group. The group was purportedly headed by Blank, Virginia, with the leader in the WDC. WMFO closed the case when no violations of federal law, child abuse, or exploitation was determined to have occurred. Well, how fucking convenient. Case agent from the '87 investigation advised that this matter was brought up again sometime in '89 when TV talk show host Redacted was purportedly planning to air a special exposing Finders as a satanic cult. Redacted provided Redacted of Quantico with information concerning this investigation. Redacted advised that when the televised special aired, there was no response to Finders. Yeah, you see this shit? Okay, so you got the police departments that are working hard on this, and then you've got U.S. intelligence that not only covers it up, but the only thing they give a shit about is when a television network might do a special on it, or when a congressman might stick his nose where it shouldn't belong. So here's Congressman Rose of Florida, who probably thinks this is some fucked up shit. He probably got lied to, too. I think this is just a copy of the same thing. White slave traffic again. All right, let's see. What page are we on right now? Where are we here? Page 97. Okay, listen to this shit. Remember how the evidence disappeared? Investigation at WMFO indicates that material seized during the execution of 2 February 1987 search warrants of their addresses in Washington, D.C. were probably, maybe, we think it might have been forwarded to Tallahassee Police Department for inclusion in their finder's case. Maybe. Oops, it disappeared. No, we sent it to them. It's their fault. They're blaming the fucking police. Was telephonically? Who the fuck writes that? Was telephonically contacted regarding the status of his efforts to have both redacted U.S. State Department queried regarding the finders. Redacted had previously been requested by the SSA to handle the inquiries on a headquarters level. Redacted advised that he was drafting a letter for approval by the Victims Crime Unit, which would be sent to the respective agencies. He further advised that Redacted was assisting him in this effort. SSA Redacted was requested to advise WMFO of the results of his efforts as soon as possible. On November 9th, 1993, Redacted advised that he was handling the review of any FCI files at FBI HQ and would advise the WMFO of the results. Okay. All right. We're going to take another quick break here. I'll do small little breaks every hour. We're about a third of the way through the FBI documents. I know it's some weird shit. We will come back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to get another drink myself. And then we'll go through this clusterfuck of bureaucratic nonsense, potential government cover-up, and CIA embarrassment at their mistakes for having accidentally, oopsie-daisy, created potentially an international child sex cult to own the Russians. Oh, how fucking embarrassing. Oh, let's go back to some smooth jazz. Take a quick break, get back, read some more FBI information. Nice smooth jazz. Given the subject matter we're talking about, I got my tinfoil. I grabbed some tinfoil, wrapped it around my head so they can't beam their satellite rays into my brain. But just given what's going on, I thought maybe jazz wasn't the best choice. Maybe we need something a little more Alex Jonesy. Maybe we need something that teach those sons of bitches we don't care about their glowing in the dark.
Those men raped that woman in India to death with an iron rod 4 feet long. You can't ban the iron rods. The guns the iron rods pierced didn't do it. The tyrants did it. Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? The Republic will rise again. Don't try what your ancestors did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic. And I want to say this right here. You think you're a tough guy? Have me back with a boxing ring in here, and I'll wear red, white, and blue, and you can wear your Jolly Roger.
Okay.
You know what?
Let's try again. Do you know which weapon was used in the Oregon shopping mall?
I want to get people off pills. Suicide pills, mass murder pills.
But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims.
In the spirit of a proper debate, you've had a lot to say so far on the show. Try again.
1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? The Republic will rise again. Don't try what your ancestors did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic. Come to America. I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic.
Whatever.
Go back to where they took the guns if you don't like it. The communists.
That's my boy. That's Alex not taking shit from nobody. Oh, they all said he was crazy, but look at him now. Look at him now as we go through the FBI reports. It seems like maybe he wasn't so wrong after all. Maybe the frogs really are turning gay from the water. I'm going to have to reevaluate everything. From Drew Durant. Thank you, Daddy Jim. Here's $2 for some Kharkov. Thank you. From Skits, the fourth branch of government needs to be labeled as so and be open to transparency. Omega Man, my bet organ harvesting was a real CIA op. The satanic cult was a disinformation. Maybe they got overzealous in the act to be convincing. From Sean Turner, CIA, it's just a prank, bro. The camera's right over there. I really didn't do those kids. It was a body double. Why are you getting so mad, people? From No Meme, ever going to re-upload Hugbox Ross videos on BitChute? Yeah, I'll put those up over there eventually. The newest video, as you can see the break segment that we had, the newest video up is Transtastic Tales, Episode 1. The next video is another Transtastic Tales, which will focus on some very sad things. But I think it'll be a good video. It should be up tomorrow, Tuesday at the latest. From Eddie Spaghetti, CIA agents push Terry in front of the train. Can we just take a minute to appreciate that Terry Davis is 100% correct about everything? I mean, he wasn't crazy. He was just, the truth was just too much to bear. From Rachel Whale, the church committee investigated abuses by the CIA. Hong Kong protests are deep state op. National Endowment for Democracy is a USA org that funds protests for democracy, aka startup gay ops. Read a few more here and we'll jump back into the FBI stuff. From Shadow of Colossus 103, good stuff, Metokur. I'm listening to you while at work on Node, JavaScript, and Angular homework. Thoughts on Andrew Yang as a presidential candidate? Well, you know, I'm not a big fan of Yang after he gave a speech where he said, once the whites are done coming after the Jews, they're going to come after the Asians. And he basically said that his universal income was a way of enticing whites to be quiet long enough to be outbred. And I'm not making that up. He said that on Twitter. And he said that in speeches. So I'm not the biggest fan of Yang. Rocket Insano. Is this all ties to the Steele report? I'm done. From Lumberjack. What probably happened is a mixture of what happened with Whitey Irish mob boss, who was an informant, as well as Al Capone, who was bribed, got dirt on political justice system, corrupting, controlling them, with threats of exposure. Read two more and jump back in. From Ethereal, if you look at the very end of that long section written in bad cursive, it literally says, Finders, definitely not a CIA front. And from Sigma, hi Neb, it's me, Sigma, from Lads. All right. We've got a lot more to read through. Let's see what we got. I believe we left off on page 1. We're on page 100. Maybe I went backwards a little bit, but we are on page 100. This is a teletype again to the director in Miami, I guess, for information of the WMFO for Tallahassee Regent Agency is in the Jacksonville Division. Okay, it's not important. Again, this is a lot of this is them sending information to themselves. So it's like this. It's this internal back and forth of sending documentation that happened once in 87 back and forth, and then again in 93 back and forth. But it's a lot of the summary information or chronologies listed by the FBI or from the Metro Police Department that shine a light on some of the weird shit that these people are getting into. All right, we'll scroll through. Oh, here's the press coverage. Okay, so included in this in the FBI, I guess summary. They basically taken different articles that were writing about this. So you can see how many people were talking about the finders at the time. Here's one from City Paper. Finders, it shows the kids' pictures, shows the man involved, reports on that. Another one in search of the finders. You can see it's just a lot of press coverage following what the fuck is going on with this particular case. Her diet's a real killer. Oh boy. Well, you know, I need to find out about this diet program for eating disorders. In search of the finders again, following this. This is a very long article. I would try to read it, but it's very small. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can scroll in a little and see what we're saying here. Another issue of the Daily Finder, come to Tallahassee, invited friend to come join the drama and featured the song Old Tallahassee. I don't think that's... Okay. What is this from? Important message, Chief. Regarding your Finders case. Okay, it looks like they included the article for that. Here's the 48 hours. You remember earlier on they were worried about the 48 hours expose about the Finders. Dear Chief Tucker, as an associate producer for CBS News 48 Hours, I would like to request that under Florida Chapter 119, you make available all files and materials associated with your investigation into the Finders organization that took place in 1987. I will be in your city sometime in the middle of next week and would like to examine the records in person. If there's a copying fee, CBS News will reimburse you for your costs. Thank you for your help in this matter. From the House of Representatives. Dear Chief Tucker, in furtherance of its legislative and oversight responsibilities under the rules of the House, the Committee on House Administration, in conducting our investigation into an organization known as the Finders, in order to examine the credibility of certain allegations against the Finders organization, the committee must obtain all relevant documentation. It has come to our attention that your office may have certain information which will further this investigation. Accordingly, I am requesting under Chapter 1, everybody's requesting under Chapter 119. Please address your response to redacted of my staff. Should you have any further questions, redacted can be reached. Why would you okay. Why would you what's the point of redacting that? You have his signature. We know it's Charlie Rose. Committee on House Administration. That it says it right there. What was the point of this if his fucking name is right here? That's some smart thinking from the FBI. All right, let's see what we have here. I believe this is, this would be from the Tallahassee Police Department. I think this is the initial report. This writer was dispatched to Myers Park in reference to a report of a well-dressed man with several small children who were unkempt. Upon my arrival, I observed two men dressed in confident ties on the playground at Myers Park, accompanied by several small children. I also observed a redacted parked on the playground at Myers Park. The writer noticed that the children, I can't make that out, were very dirty and unkempt. The children had been bug bitten. Their entire bodies were scratches on their legs. The writer spoke to suspect. It was stated that he and suspect number 2 were teachers from Washington, D.C., and they were en route to Mexico with the children. Suspect 1 stated that they were going to Mexico to set up a school for brilliant children. When asked about the parents of the children, suspect 1 became very evasive and stated that the children's parents were in Washington. Suspect 2 refused to give the writer any information, and he pretended to faint. When he was told he was under arrest for child abuse. Suspect 2 fell face down on the ground and refused to stand up. He was carried by this writer and 2 other law enforcement officers and placed in a patrol vehicle. The suspects were... Why would 2 teachers that hadn't done anything wrong pass out in front of police officers when they were placed under arrest for suspected child abuse? He faked falling on his face. He faked falling on his fucking face when the cops told him, "Get your ass in our squad car." Children gave their names to the officers. The children were extremely hungry when they got to the police station, and the older children stated they hadn't eaten since this morning. The children appeared as if they hadn't bathed in several days, and most of them didn't have any underwear on. The older children stated that they have to do good things to get food as a reward, and they are given oranges, bananas, and carrots, and raw potatoes to eat. Redacted of the older kids stated that redacted, suspect 2 refused to talk to the investigators and to intake counselors. The suspects were advised of their Miranda warning by the investigators, after which suspects continued to be very evasive and continued to be uncooperative. The children were released to the HBS, and the suspects were transported to the Leon County Jail for processing. Suspect's vehicle was confiscated and impounded by by the police department. Sergeant Redacted also responded to the scene. Note, the children's clothing were extremely filthy, and they had on mismatched socks. Again, remember the other reports we heard earlier on. When the children were released back to the same group, they said there was no evidence of abuse. And yet, when they got to the police department, they're covered in bug bites. They have no underwear on. Their clothes are filthy. They all smell because they haven't bathed. And they told the police officers they're only allowed to eat when they behave, and they're only allowed to eat raw potatoes. But there's no child abuse. Okay. The officer was dispatched to assist officer in defense. I think is this going over this again? 2 men had 6 children with them. Is this another? Okay, this is another officer. The van smelled bad. I spoke with the children while officer continued to talk with the 2 men. The oldest child was named. She said she did not know if her last name was redacted or redacted. She said that she also stated that one of the other kids God, a lot of this has been omitted. She identified the other children as, or she said that they all lived together at Washington, D.C. Phone number. I asked where their mothers were, and they said in Washington. I asked them where they were going. They said they didn't know. They were just going different places. I asked where they were staying. They said at campgrounds. They've been sleeping in the van and in a tent. I asked when was the last time they saw their mothers. They said before Christmas. So 2 months ago. They said they had no Christmas. They also stated they did not see their mothers much, that they are being weaned away from them. They said they didn't go to school. They said the two men teach them. I asked what they teach them. They said games and how to read. They said they did things for rewards. I asked what type of things they got rewards for, and they said working. They said they got food for rewards. They said the adults had to do what the game caller said, and the adults told the children what to do. They said that they were not allowed inside the house. They said they were hungry and had not eaten since this morning. I asked what they ate. They said raw vegetables and fruit. They were transported to the police department and turned over to HRS. The two men were arrested for child abuse and then obviously processed. Okay, I think it's just going over what outfits the kids were wearing. Yeah, mismatched socks. Yeah, they're talking about the kids. Shoes were extremely filthy. You notice how both police reports keep going over the fact these kids smelled like shit? Like their clothes are tattered, they're hungry, they're disheveled, they're scratched up, bug bitten. How did they come to the conclusion no abuse took place? The kids are telling the police officers and people involved they're not allowed to see their parents. They can't stay in the house. They're filthy, they're hungry, they're confused, and they're obeying somebody who calls himself the game master. Holy shit. Okay, it's just, this is a summary of the investigation of when they came across the kids, brought them into custody, brought other people into custody. What is this? Investigator was also advised by HRS that two children were okay, here we go. Okay. So, investigator was advised that two children were confirmed cases of sexual abuse. She stated that the exams on Child 1 and Child 2 were consistent with sexual abuse, and that Child 3 had bruises which were indicative of bite marks. It was not sure if the marks were adults or child bite marks. So, when was this report filed? What's the date on this? Okay, original report, February 4th, date of this report. Okay, so by the 8th, so 2 to 3 days after the initial arrest, it was confirmed the kids were sexually abused. They saw that they were disheveled, they were hungry, they were physically just looked terrible, they smelled, they had a weird story, they were traveling around the country, they weren't allowed to see their mothers, they weren't allowed to sleep in a home, they obeyed somebody called the game master. One of the kids had bite marks, which could have been human bite marks, and two of the children had features or behaviors consistent with confirmed sexual abuse. And yet, even with that, in the initial report from the Tallahassee Police Department, once the feds and customs and everybody else got involved, the investigation was dropped. They were sent back to these people. Confirmed sexual abuse, they were turned back over to the people that molested and abused them. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, later that night, this is, I believe, is the warehouse search. Yep. It stated they found a large amount of computer goods, a hot tub, sauna, large TV room, a library of books, some concern. They found books on mind control. Come on! So you're telling me you find a bunch of abused, smelly children with two strange men that are traveling the country, and when you search the warehouse these people own, you find a bunch of computer and internet shit and books on mind control. Come on! A detective advised that there were computers at the house with various materials. He stated he didn't have time to go through the information yet. And then, yeah, by the 6th, they were already meeting with the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI became involved in the investigation as well as customs. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is, all right, this is some weird fucking shit. Okay, He described the suspect as being a loner. He stated that he had not seen him in 3 to 4 years. Stated that he had shown up at the residence in Gainesville approximately 2 weeks ago with, I'm guessing, the children. He told them that he was en route to Miami. Yep, okay. This, I believe, is a report from people that had contact with these people. Blank gave the investigator a letter he'd received as a reply to a letter he wrote to him. The letter contained 2 pieces of paper. One was a handwritten letter signed by Redacted, stating that the suspect was en route to China via Hawaii. This letter was written on a piece of paper with the letterhead, Gung Ho Traders. The other slip of paper contained in the letter was to Redacted. It was a letter with pornographically described suspect's genitals and thanked them for having a stud for a son. Wait, what? What? Okay, so one of the men transporting the children, was writing letters to people saying that he was going to go to China via Hawaii, and he was thanking people for having sons that were studs. Really great genitals that kid's got. The letter was signed by the wives of Gung Ho. The letter was dated May 19th, 1986. Wow. Suspect refused to talk to the investigators. Suspect did not speak to the investigators, but only gave basic information and to ask questions about the children. He did ask if the children had been seen by a doctor and if anything was found. He also asked where the children were. He advised that the children were in protective custody and were not in need of immediate medical attention. Several leads from the area outside of Tallahassee were given to the FBI to follow up on. Agent Redacted also spoke with the suspect on the telephone. He is located in the New York area. Agents in Gainesville area were also to interview people and see the suspect and children in the area recently. Investigator and agent also went to the treehouse where Redacted were being held in protective custody. Agent Redacted took 35mm pictures, black and white color, of the children for use by his agency. The children appeared to be in good spirits. Okay, it talks about them going to the sheriff's office. Investigator also advised by FBI that they were going to secure a search warrant for the van and would be serving it on the state. Investigator advised them of the materials that were in the TPD property for the van. They advised that they would like to have an agent go through them and come to the TPD and went through the materials. More leads from Gainesville area were given to the FBI to follow up on. Also on this date, Redacted from the National Child Safety Council came to the Tallahassee Police Department to assist the agency in any way possible. In looking through one of his publications, this investigator felt that the missing child, Redacted, may be one of the children in custody. So one of the cops thought one of the kids they got was actually a missing child. The investigator spoke with the investigator from Montgomery PD who advised that Redacted had seen the picture and stated that blank was not the missing child, was also listed as having blue eyes, and Redacted had brown eyes. The investigator asked the other investigator to get a copy of the picture that agent will be sending to Washington office of the FBI and have them look at it. He stated that he would. The investigator also spoke with the Marshal of California. He advised that this is so weird. So now we've got letters talking about genitals and trips to China. One of the cops thinks the kid looks like somebody that went missing and was on a milk carton. And again, they're told by intelligence officials, no, you got it wrong. Wrong eye color. Forget about it. We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. How convenient. Every time the police department is doing an investigation, the FBI or the CIA or Customs or somebody somehow gets involved and shit disappears. Warrants aren't served. Follow-ups aren't ever followed up on. This is so fucking bizarre. Okay, so they last saw the suspect in Gainesville 5 years ago. He stated that he went to Gainesville to visit, I'm guessing, a relative who was then living in a woman's supportive cooperative. He stated that they lived in a rented house and had a van. There for 48 hours when he realized that he had been very well manipulated and really knew little of what was going on in their life, and that so-and-so was pregnant at the time. Redacted stated that approximately 1 year ago, he and his ex-wife went to visit them in D.C. His ex-wife was living there at the time. He stated they went to the address, knocked and got no answer. Said they were walking away. He turned around and saw someone looking out from the window at him. The next day, they returned to the house. This time, someone came to the door and let them in, but refused to tell them anything about their friends. stated that he had become extremely agitated and left. That sounds cult-like. So you're not allowed to talk to anybody you know. You're not allowed to make connections with friends or former family. You're basically kept away from everyone. Okay. I need to take a small break. This is this is a lot of weird shit, chat. I want to know more about the Gung Ho letters. What the fuck was that about? What is the Gung Ho Company? And why are they writing letters to people about children's genitals? Your son is such a stud. Oh, he's got a great cock. By the way, I'm going to China with this group of smelly children in my van. Don't worry, the CIA already arranged for it. You know, it wouldn't be so extraordinary to think they could get to China via Hawaii if this group was getting to places like Russia and North Korea and North Vietnam in the 1960s and early 70s. What the fuck is this? Chat, I'm very confused. I don't know exactly what the fuck is going on with the finders here, but some weird shit. Oh, okay, let's see here. I'll go through a couple super chats. We'll jump back in. We're officially about halfway through the finders document. From Red Acted, those unkempt kids need you to groom them. Take my shekels. From Joni Baloney, Eldrix will re-upload this, or he better. The tribe is always involved. The Holocaust would be too good for these people. Brave stance, Joni Baloney. The Packard Goose, we live in a society. From Mario Kart 13, undies. Where are we going to do? We got no undies. Officially Smug Frog, Game Caller equals Game Dude, stay woke. From North Sean Hero Game Master, this is SCP versus D&D now. Was the D&D Satanic Panic real? From Dave the Impaler, new Murdoch just dropped at Cheeky Videos. From Mateo, update from Argentina, the pro-Maduro socialists won over the gay neoliberals. 2020 is going to be very interesting, oh boy. Metokur's Lunicorn Archive, this feels like an SCP log. What with all the redacteds? From some guy, seriously, I might as well apply for the CIA FBI. They seem to hire sub-tier of sub-IQs anyway. I suppose we can all get a job, really. Rocket and Sato, this has happened before. Google Operation Gladio. Clown World Order. Stop noticing shit, goy. Metokur, redacted. I'll read a few more here. Mr. James in Bloggington asked Sonic who I should turn to if I'm molested by a parent that is also a teacher at the police academy. Also, Temple OS will save Western civilization. From Rattell Tony, in your next episode of Furry Pandemonium, will you rip apart my furry art and show no mercy? I sent you a link to my page on Patreon. Well, if it's awful furry shit, maybe. From Sheckelmeister, think about it. The old Hong Kong protesters always used British flags. Why all of a sudden are they all using US flags now? Definitely not a CIA gay op. Also remember Arab Springs. Why you frogs still support any democracy? Protests anywhere. CIA. All right. Let us see here. This is let me ask you this, chat, because I'm confused as to why do you think the FBI, now of all times, just what is the impetus? What is the reasoning behind releasing this amount of information just out of the blue? I mean, why now? Do you think it's because of all the weird political shit going on? Is this one agency versus another? Do you think somebody got self-conscious and decided they were going to release it? Was there a timer on this? What exactly is the reason for releasing this report on the 25th of October in 2019 with no fanfare, just putting it out there? Of somebody saying, make sure to look up Operation Meat Spin. I'll be sure to check that one out. Trust the plan, Q? I don't know about that. FBI versus CIA? I don't know. It's all fake. Somebody thinks it's all fake. Freedom of Information Act? Well, true. I mean, it could be a Freedom of Information Act inquiry, but it just feels weird. The timing of it feels off. The timer elapsed 25 years. Is that what it is? Well, no. If the timer elapsed from you'd be going from 1993, wouldn't you? Yeah. Well, no, that should have been last year then. FBI is based and red-pilled? I don't know about that. Where are all the adult kids now? You know, I don't know. If they're all 7 and 8 years old in 87, they'd be in their 20s and 30s now. I don't know where they are. I don't know if they've ever given public interviews. I don't know if anybody ever tracked him down and talked to him. Maybe when I do a follow-up stream with the guy that's researching this for a book, he'll have information about what happened to the kids and if they've made any public statements. Well, yeah, there are occasionally time limits on things. That's true, but you know, it's like what is it? The FBI files or FBI files, the JFK shit. I mean, there was supposed to be a time limit on that, and they extended it. It's predictive. They're preparing for something. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what they'd be preparing for. Covering up for something bigger, maybe. Probably dead. Somebody's speculating the kids aren't around anymore. Kids are all likely dead. Yeah, I don't know. We are all the kids. Is that right, chat? Is that is the predictive programming gotten us? I just like that. Like, this involves everything. It's like a really bad Hollywood plot. You've got a group of kids that are being held by weird hippie CIA agents. They're being exposed to abuse, sexual and physical. They're malnourished. They're being trafficked around the world. Government agencies are involved. There are books on fucking mind control. People are covering up evidence and shutting down investigations. It's so fucking bizarre. Holy fuck. All right, let's continue onward. All right, where are we here? This is still the initial Tallahassee police report. Now, I wonder if this is what they're going to finish up with. I think the original Tallahassee police report was like 75 pages, which this might be. Okay, it talks about phone calls between agents. Okay, so I think they're talking to somebody. Stated that she knows, redacted, that he was a farmhand on her neighbor's farm. Stated that the farm belonged to, redacted, and is used for watermelon growing. Stated at the beginning of last week, January 26th to the 30th, she saw him walk up and down her street with 10 children. Wait a minute. So she saw this guy in January. What? She saw him in January with 10 children, but they were arrested with 6. Stated the children were living in a watermelon field. Stated all the children were white and young. She thought it was strange the children were not in school since she was seeing them during the middle of the day. Stated the children had something in a van, but she does not remember the details about the van. Wait, what happened to the other 4 kids? No. If you have a witness saying there were 10 children and then they get arrested and there are only 6, where'd the other 4 go? Right? What happened to the other 4 fucking kids? Yes, Chad. 10 children. She saw 10 children. And now there are only 6. Where did the other 4 children go? Oh, I got a bad feeling about this one. Okay, it's talking about their van was blocking things on the property. Called me back. Works for the Center for Independent Living in Ocala. Stated on Wednesday that one of her clients ran an ad in the local newspaper to have someone work for him. Stated that on Wednesday a person arrived to the ad and acted strange. Stated she was told by Redacted that the stranger said he was in transit from Washington and that he was on his way to Mexico. That he wanted no money, but that he would like if she could bring the children to their apartments so they could take a bath. Stated that the stranger left on a Wednesday and returned on a Friday. And again, worked for it, Redacted. Stated that they then issued the individual a check, and the check was made payable to blank. Stated the individual said he had borrowed a buddy's van, but that on both days he walked to and from the location, and was described as, okay. I'd like to work on your farm. Can you pay me in baths? You see these 10 smelly children? I need to wash them for my clients in Mexico. Can I pick some fucking pumpkins? Can I grab some watermelons from you to bathe these disgusting children? All 10 of them? I advised that I would have to verify the identity. Okay, call back. Okay, so this is somebody that ran into them before the arrest, saying there were 10 kids, and that they were doing odd jobs on their way to Florida. Received a call from a guy named Blank with Interpol. Interpol. Okay. Stated the individual investigator asked him to do a check on the history in Canada from 60 to 71. Stated the immigration services had a fingerprint card on the person to contact Buffalo, New York if needed. Investigator later advised that this is the wrong person to ignore information. So now Interpol is involved. So Interpol does a background check on the suspect and says, you don't want to ignore this guy. Get back to us. What the fuck? How many fucking agencies in the world were, I guess, aware of this shit that was going on? You got these people from Washington and their weird fucking cult being seen by witnesses with 10 children. They get arrested in Tallahassee, Florida with 6 kids. Nobody knows where the other 4 fucking went. Interpol knows about it, FBI knows about it, customs officials know about it, CIA knows about it, Metro Police, Tallahassee Police. Everybody's doing search warrants and investigations, finding fucking books on mind control, nude pictures of children, a bunch of computer fucking equipment. CIA has been producing or potentially aiding them and going to hostile countries like Russia, North Korea, and North Vietnam. They've been telling people that they're going to be going to China. And then they tell other people they're building a smart kid school in Mexico. Kids are disheveled and abused. One of the investigators says there's definite evidence of sexual abuse, and yet the investigation is dropped in a week. The evidence disappears. The search warrants are quashed, and the children are returned to the cult. I mean, that's shit we're reading, right? We're making speculation as to why that happened, but that's shit that's in black and white we're reading right now. I don't fucking know what's going on. I feel like my mind is melting reading through this bizarre shit. Oh, 1 second, chat. Okay. Information, packet sent to the agency. Okay, let's see. Oh, Niagara Falls. Yeah, I've noticed like 4 or 5 different police departments are, I guess, involved in this. I'm not sure why. Why are so many police... Like, how far are these people traveling? Sergeant with the Illinois State Police advised that he was currently investigating a missing child from his state and asked us to check the children to see if any of them was the missing child. Blank stated that the child's name is... Stated that he would send a photo of the missing child to the agency so we could check. He said there are no fingerprints of the child, no other information. Detective of Connecticut State Police stated that he had no information to add, but if his agency needed help, to contact him. Okay, so they're networking. They're talking to other police departments to try to identify who these fucking kids are. Who are these children? Are they missing kids? Have they been kidnapped? What's going on? Children's Clearinghouse, South Carolina, stated that the children we have in custody look like a missing child in their registry. Yeah, that's weird. One of the police detectives said that one of the kids looked like a missing child he'd seen before. How much did they investigate? When these 6 kids showed up, I mean, how deeply did they investigate? Are these... Like, maybe they dyed their hair. Maybe they... I don't fucking know. This is so weird. Disposition case still open. Oh, we're only 150 pages into this. Okay, this is the initial report. This is when somebody reported and said, hey, there's some weird shit going on up in Myers Park. There are a couple of men with a bunch of kids. I don't know what's going on. So we've already read this. We've gone through this before. This is the initial report with the Tallahassee Police Department. The one before it was more interesting because it went over what were they doing? How are they trying to identify the children? Okay. What is this? For example, if a vehicle was having a mechanical problem, a leader would... Okay, is this going over the group? Okay, let's see. The group believes in experiential, or what this investigation terms, hands-on training. They prefer to educate their children by showing them by the best means available, going to zoos, living in the woods, etc., and a preferred learning experience to conventional methods. And while classroom techniques are apparently acceptable to continue to the group, They prefer much diversity as possible. Several of the mothers quoted philosophical following CF reputed, educators, and explained how they, the mothers, feel that their children are being given a better life. The pictures of the children with slaughtered goats was not a ritual sacrifice, but an attempted hands-on experience. One mother who wasn't sure what the ordeal was necessarily, or that she approved, indicated that these 3 men were present at the time, thought the experience was well-intentioned, and an experience for the children to learn. She likened the slaughter to that of what was done in a biology class. Several mothers indicated that the robes being worn by the men were actually sheets the men wore during the slaughter to protect their clothing. The slaughter of the 2 goats on the Virginia farm was at the end of the summer, and the goats couldn't be left there alive. The meat from the goats went back to D.C. to the group where they ate them. The children were to experience where meat comes from, an experience that most children don't get to have when growing up. Yeah, these guys in these weird fucking Klan robes with the kids, the dirty, smelly kids, gutting goats and slaughtering them in this picture. It's a learning experience. Oh, I bet there are a lot of pictures of learning experiences those kids went through. But I doubt the FBI will ever release those. Regarding eating, the mothers expressed concern that their children ate properly. Mothers indicated knowledge of diet and nutrition. They indicated that the children eat balanced diets of fruits and vegetables. They go get food whenever they are hungry rather than during prescribed meal times. Their group does have conventional meals upon occasion. The mothers indicated that they feel their children are healthy. Oh, here. Contents of the van. All right, let's see what we got. Well, redacted already. Photos of children. Okay, where is this? Again, this is mostly just, this is the initial police report that we've seen. So, I think that's warrantive summary. Okay, you know what? We're at page 180, chat. I think this is what I'm going to do. Because we're about at the 3-hour mark. I had a guy that is, he said that he's researching this for a book. So he's got more information than just this. We will do a second stream on this, where we go over the last 100 pages. I'm going to try to track down some of these dates, and I'm going to try to track down the kids. I don't know if I'll find anything, but maybe. So give me a couple days to put that together. You know, we'll make it a fucking Halloween stream. Why not? We'll find out the mystery of the finders. The conclusion on Thursday the 31st. Did the kids die? Did the FBI feel guilty about this? How deeply was the CIA involved? Oh, we're going to find out all those mysteries. I'm going to try to match the dates to news reports too, because I want to find out what the fuck was going on with that Metro Police report. But before, you know, I want to do a summary too of what we know conclusively now after having read this. Without my opinion on top of it. So here's what we know. In 1987, in Tallahassee, Florida, 2 men with 6 children were taken into custody. The 2 men were uncooperative, faked, as a police report indicated, fainting to avoid being taken into custody. The children were malnourished, dirty, smelled badly, had no underwear, were wearing mismatched clothing, had scratches and bug bites all over them, were very hungry and stated they only ate when they did well, and that when they did eat, it was raw potatoes and maybe some carrots. One of the investigators in Tallahassee did an examination of 2 of the children and found that they had been sexually abused. On a 3rd child, they found that they had evidence of bite marks. 2 warrants were conducted, one in Tallahassee and one in Washington. On the Washington location, the police stated there were classified maps of underground tunnels and sewer networks under Washington, D.C. There were also books at one of the locations about mind control. When these warrants were being executed, officials from the FBI and the Customs Agency took over with the investigation. It was quashed initially after 1 day. The FBI agent, as described in the police report, did a walkthrough without investigating any of the actual evidence. The evidence itself from the 1987 Warren searches mysteriously vanished and could not be located for the 93 inquiry, with one report stating it had been probably sent to Tallahassee for the detectives to use down there. One of the Metro Police Department investigators, who was involved in trying to figure out what was going on, interviewed an intelligence officer from the CIA who told them that they were in fact stepping on their toes by doing this investigation. Further, it was explained that this group went back beyond earlier than 1987, potentially as far back as 1969, that they were involved in going to hostile countries such as the Soviet Union, North Korea, and North Vietnam. The initial story about bringing the children to Mexico to go to a higher education school is contradicted by testimony from another person who stated they were told they were in fact going to China via Hawaii. The Metro Police Department officer who had been conducting his investigation stated he felt that the CIA was involved, that it wasn't just a nod from them, but that they had their hands in this. And at the end of the day, with all this weird shit going on, after a week's time, investigation closed, children returned, and we didn't find out, and none of the mysteries were solved. If witnesses are saying that before they showed up in Tallahassee, Florida, there were men with 10 children, and they showed up with 6 children, where did the other 4 go? What happened to them? Why in one of the Metro Police Department reports does it state that they were denying certain evidence was found at a warrant search, and then the next paragraph explaining that in fact that evidence was found at the warrant search? How could the CIA, the FBI, Department of Justice, Attorney General, House of Representatives, foreign intelligence networks, I'm guessing MI6 from the London correspondence, and Interpol, all be involved in a group and come to the conclusion that nothing's going on? Why would that many intelligence agencies be involved with nothing going on? But perhaps the most bizarre thing out of all of this is that in the middle of this document dump by the FBI regarding the finders, in the middle of it, sandwiched in between a U.S. Customs statistical analysis and a letter to U.S. Customs, is an archaeology map of McMartin preschool showing tunnels and talking about what was found there, with McMartin or whatever it is, preschool, being a place where children allege that they were victims of sexual abuse and satanic rituals. Why did the archaeologist notes state that there were in fact tunnels, that they found pentagrams on objects, and hundreds upon hundreds of animal bones in these tunnels that ran between this school and a neighboring property? It seems very bizarre that was put inside, in between 2 custom documents talking about this. And we're only, with all of that, we're only 180 pages in. There are still 140 pages of this, plus whatever information the guy that is looking to write a book about this might have, plus what information I might be able to find about it if you stumble on anything. If you come across an interview with one of the kids, with one of the police officers involved, just any supplementary information you come across, send it to my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully over on Twitter, and I will incorporate it into our Halloween stream where we conclude the mystery of the finders and figure out what in the fuck is going on. You know, I can vaguely remember in the 80s and 90s that, there was a thing known as the Satanic Panic. People were paranoid about their children being abused. A lot of PSAs were produced to protect children from strangers. And it seemed like cases like this were popping up in the news. And I remember that there was a heavy pushback saying that it was hysteria, that this wasn't happening, that people were overreacting, that they were being silly, and there was nothing real about it. And yet, reading over this information, it seems like there's some smoke here. It seems like there's some weird shit going on. And just comparing it to some of the things we see today, you've got people like Epstein that had basically a sex island where world leaders would go to fuck young girls. Or you've got Nixivum, Devixium, however you pronounce it. Basically a corporate cult headed up by a financier who also traded in sex slaves and went as so far as to actually brand them with a cattle prod. That's 2 recent examples in the last few years. And I'm sure that's not some new thing. That's not some new thing. This finder shit is bizarre. The game caller and his group of dedicated people who try to come off as some kind of hippie, lifestyle, cooperative, where they're just getting by, man. We're just gonna eat watermelons, dude. And yet, for some reason, they're traveling to Russia and North Korea, and the CIA is telling people to back off. Nah, there's some fucked up shit here. So we will conclude on Halloween on the 31st. If you've got some time, if you're not super drunk at a Halloween party, feel free to tune in. I'll try to do it, let's see, we'll say 8 p.m. Eastern, probably till midnight. Probably take 3 or 4 hours to go over the rest of this. Yeah, so any information, feel free to send it over to Mr. Anti-Bully. He will get it to me. I will have a new video up as well, up on BitChute within the next day or so. Transtastic Tales number 2, which I guess fits in with the theme of the shit we're talking about now, since it's dealing with James Younger and a whole bunch of stuff. If you've seen the first episode, you get the vibe of the series, I'm sure. Well, thank you for coming out. I'll read through the super chats. I'll get through everyone that I missed. But thank you for coming out. Thanks for watching. I guess I'll see you on Halloween. Check out the new video in a day or two up on BitChute. Have a good week. Hug your children. Don't let any of those glow-in-the-darks get near them. Remember, Sonic says it's no good. Don't trust them. All right? Don't trust them. All right, so let me pull up. Where is it here? There we are. And I will read through these. Give me 1 second to get everything pulled up. And we'll go through. There's so many documents in that fucking report. All right, chat. All right, I'm just getting things set up. Sorry, 1 second. Oh yes, I see a chat. Jim, don't have an accident. I'll try my best not to. Hopefully, no barbells fall from the sky and take out Jimmy Boy. Hopefully, we can conclude our investigation into the finders. Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Actually, let me get this set up. I'll grab a drink to read through the super chats. I'll throw on a classic song while I'm doing that. Something a little different here. No, not that one. I'll put this on. All right, give me a few minutes, and then we'll go through the super chats. For everybody else, thanks for coming out. There'll be a follow-up stream on Thursday if you want to see the conclusion of this, and if we can get to the truth about the finders. Well, that was a entertaining stream. It's so weird. There's such weird shit in that FBI file and the vault files. I'm sure there's more weird supplementary material. I think it'll be good to do a follow-up on that. Thanks for everybody that stuck around. I'll go through the super chats. Hopefully you all had a good weekend. I've been playing, is it Noida? You know, I started playing that game and I hated it, and I can't stop playing it. I put like 15 hours into it at this point. Something's very addictive about it. I don't know what. Throwing little potions at people's heads and zapping them with my wand. I don't know why it's so addictive, but it is. I'm just running around collecting my gold, building my little wands up and dying, and then restarting again. All right, so I will try to make sure I get all of these. Hopefully I don't miss anybody. If I do, I'm sorry. But I try my best when I do these. From Rude Dude, CIA stands for Child Injured Anally. Mike Testa, hey Jim, did you hear? Okay, no, I've read that one before. All right, hold on, just getting caught up. From Schwazum, Brigandine, Legend of Runeria, you hype. If there's a sequel to Brigandine coming out, you bet your ass I'm fucking hyped. Now I'm going to have to check that out. I love Brigandine. Like, that's one of my favorite PS1 games. Depressed Oni, good evening, Jim. What are your thoughts on Onionson being covered by Chris Hansen? Didn't he threaten Chris with like a lawsuit? Didn't he say, if you cover me, I'm going to come after you? Again, from Schwazum. Hey, Jim, are you hyped for a Brigandine sequel? Are you a fan of the original on PlayStation? Yes, I am. I'm going to go check it out to see what it's about. That's such a fun game. It's basic. I know it doesn't have all the modern shit people like in their games, but I had a lot of fucking fun with that. From Mike the Bike, Eric Butts, Tetsa Duris, thumbs up. From James Beanick, St. Terry warned us that he did. Joseph Jimenez, Jeff Who. From Justin Force, if Alberta plus other western provinces secede following the re-election of PM Blackface, what's more likely, more U.S. states or the Republic of Alberta? I'm going to guess the Republic of Alberta. From Metofembot, will you be getting a yearly $99 Fallout 76 sub? I didn't even get Fallout 76. I highly doubt I'm going to get the subscription service of it. Crossface your waifu, how do you feel about Josh and his stance on China? I don't actually know what his stance on China is. From the SPLC Flash, hey Jim, Giles Corey here. Watch Siege and join the Merchants Guild Goyim. Also do me a solid and say Dank is a Mongoloid, Gills for mod. From Chem Trail Mix, greetings Boomer Daddy. When will you have a stream with Nicky Rackets and Drexel? Y'all would make some awesome stream team. When's the next furry video coming out? And don't forget to eat more bugs. Well, I did a stream with Nick a while ago. We did one covering MBA when he was, running his mouth about Nick and his family. The next free video is going to be coming up after the Initially, I was going to put up Free Pandemonium episode 2, but with all the James Young shit and all the other stuff going on, I just jumped into Transtastic episode number 2 instead. But a free video is coming up. And my next stream, aside from the one on Halloween, is one with David Stay, mid-November, about aliens. So I think that'll be fun. Dances with Metroid's Huffington Post. Oh, you always know it's going to be good when it's Huffington Post. There's a lack of diversity in this child slavery industry. Here's why that's a problem. From Z McBee, Matthew Dimitri has a big crush on you, Jim. Are you sure you don't want to roleplay with him? No, I'm not in the mood to roleplay with him. I do know he is a sovereign citizen, and he's probably ass-blasted about those videos. That's my guess. From Lady of Shallot, thank you for the stream, Jim. Please send a heartfelt yeet yeet a woo to all the French frogs. From Lime, hey, James O'Shaughnessy, you should go on the Dick Show. Anyway, here's some alcohol money, you Irish nibber. I enjoy the Dick Show. I wouldn't mind going back. From Another Nobody, Cool Guy Kai. Why are any adult straight person that pretends to be bisexual so they can lure a teenager into a relationship? Uh-oh, Onionson and Kai. From Ellie Neiman, hey Jim, there are 3 things you need to know. The Hong Kong protest ended, NordVPN got hacked, and the leader of ISIS got killed. I'm familiar with what happened to the leader of ISIS. I saw Washington Post was very upset their friend died, and they wrote him a beautiful eulogy. What did they say? That he was not astute, austere, religious leader. From Joey Jojo, people that arm children deserve the worst of the worst punishment. Thanks for giving me background noise while I play Killer Instinct 2 before work. From Giggy, a woo, love me some fuel to end my life on a Saturday night, or a Sunday night. Love your content, excited to see what you're going to post next. The next video will be up Monday, tomorrow, or Tuesday at the latest, but it'll be up on BitChute. From the Space Cowboy 33, Jim, what do you think of Elon's new Mars ship? Or Elon's new Mars ship? I haven't seen it yet. I don't know what he's designed. Is it an electric ship? Did he design an electric rocket? From Judas Rude, Terry was right about CIA children trying to seduce him. Terry was always right. He may have been. We may have thought he was crazy, but he actually may have been right this time. From A. Lamau, Magnus did nothing wrong. Secretly sentient. Hey JP, I know you're watching. Epstein killed himself. From David. The Vile Delinquent. Pedo elites, trans people, furries, finders. How many more things do us Christians need to be right about before you pick up a Bible? Lizard people? I don't know. Is that in one of the books that I forgot about? It's like Corinthians, and the Lord saith to you, thy lizard people live underneath the earth. From Mario Kart 13, finders keepers, 9-year-old asshole breeders. From Jack Mirren, the bite of 87. From Seth Smith, Jim, would you consider doing an interview with Alex Jones in the near future? If so, what are the 2 subjects you would like to discuss with him? If I ever got to talk to Alex Jones, I'd want to talk to him about, one, how he feels about the censorship push. He was pushed back onto his own platform. I know people have talked about this, and he's talked about this. But I want to know if he feels secure. Like, does he feel like he's put up, I guess, enough of a bulwark against what happened to him that they can't push him further? They kicked him off social media, they kicked him off YouTube, but he still has his website, he still has his show, people still are buying products from him. Is that a way forward for other people? If Alex can do it, can other people do it? That's one of the things I'm really curious about. What would the other thing I'd want to talk to him about? I don't know. I'd have to like I'd have to think up subjects. But I love a lot of the things that are labeled conspiracy theories. I love that shit. That's half the reason I really like hanging out with David Stay, because it's a fun conversation. So I'm sure we could think of something. From 00, I don't think that sounds like the Joker, more like the Riddler. From Eduardo Ramirez, shout out to Almighty Egg Gang, Rip Fettiwap 1738. Adam Silverberg, can you say hi to my boy Noah, 10-year-old fan? Well, hello there, Noah. Stay away. 10-year-old, is he? Stay away from the CIA, Noah. They're not your friends. From Nigerius Fagitigus, keep grooming me, you glow-in-the-dark CIA nigger, or I'll run you over with my truck of peace. From Creeper Weirdo, no bull, I literally just got back from work. Also, shout out to Da Butthead, the Rageaholic, Sean Ranklin, and Memology. Space Cowboy 33, finders like a cult UN counter a D&D campaign. From Big Anxious, long live Mr. Metokur, Lumberjack, why can't we get a congressional investigation into this? Answer, they are involved and probably have ties to the intelligence community, like the mob had ties to the FBI. From The Josh Sketch Show, I don't care about your views on morality being subjective or objective. This is objective proof of evil in our world, and no one can do much about it. From Nigerius again, plot twist, the Finders is actually being led by Jim, and this is how he grooms kids into joining his bullying cabal. From 2K2L, thoughts on Sonic Fox and his Esports Player of the Year acceptance speech. But what about how he's pushing for pronoun tags at tournaments? I haven't heard his acceptance speech, but pushing for pronouns is fucking dumb. What a dumb thing to push. From Augusta Muth, hey Jim, did you hear about the Lauren Southern gay couple scam on conservatives? Interested in your 2 cents? Since you covered Rebel Media drama before, archive, and then you give me a link. I vaguely remember something about this, but the details elude me at this point. But from what I understand, after that it got exposed, didn't Lauren just basically disappear from the face of the earth? She ran for the hills, didn't she? Am I thinking of the right thing, Augusta, or is this a different... There's been a couple weird things that have happened over the last year or so. I don't know. Hit my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully up on Twitter, and we'll talk more in depth about it. But I think that's what you're talking about. It was like some weird thing where the couple, I guess, that was involved was working with some kind of super liberal organization to go after conservatives. And there was an allegation I think they blackmailed Southern, or they got her involved somehow. Was that what we're talking about? If that's it, yeah, hit Mr. Anti-Bully up. From Sean Korshall Buns, Colt, my dad beat me as an infant till I bled sleeping upright, but he doesn't touch my prick. Thanks, fake Jesus daddy. Alphabet Man, done you wrong, buddy. Waco 93, siblings made me into a sanguine, Lovecraftian censored. From Alex Better, Alex Jones was right. Hawkmania 117, tonight we are all Alex Jones. A very purple ostrich. They needed gifted kids to improve their sense of direction. You know, now that everybody's bringing up Alex Jones, there's another song. The 1776 one's pretty great. But there's another one that's even better. Oh, it's the indie folk song. Should we listen to the Alex Jones indie folk song? Get relaxed for a minute here as we're going through super chats? Why not? I mean, it's going to take me a little while to get through these. Break them up every once in a while with like a clip. I think this is it. If this is the one I'm thinking of, it's really great.
The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderous scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive. They're selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin, and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out.
There you go, Chet. Oh, it's a great song. That's some good shit right there. With all the talk of Alex, I felt like I couldn't ignore that one. From Sean again. P.S. Thanks for finding FBI's missing front door, hidden evidence, Alex Jones. All right, let me just catch up here. All right, there we go. From Trues, Googled Marion Petit. Assange came up saying he was one of the children in the group called the Family Organized by the Game Changer. Oh, well, we'll take a look at that. From Lyral, I'm pretty sure the blacklist is far more real than fiction. Every happenings in season 1. Truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities. Truth isn't. Proof to what you are. Who hasn't bought a kid or two? Quit being a frickin' Puritan. They were just taking the kids to Hogwarts. You're a wizard, Harry. From The Flush, God is real. Our battle is not against flesh and blood. It is against the powers and principalities beyond the world. Repent, Chet. Jesus loves you. From Satan's Advocate, these people need to ride old Sparky. From Putty Tat, no federal violations. From Jason Weaver, I'm getting awfully sleepy. Let's just forget about it, Jim. From Ken, the finders are just libertarians, Jim. Tyler Knox, Epstein's not dead. From Big Anxious, Gold Team rules. From Earjuice, Jim, can you define what a cuck is for cognitive thought? He's still trying to work it out. I think he's winning 100%, to be honest. Oh, bitwave.tv. Well, there are multiple definitions for a cuck. The most direct of which would be raising another man's children. I guess would be pretty cutting to the point, wouldn't it? David Stay asked me this on his stream too, because he was curious about the term. But there you go. Preston Scott, QAnon predicted this declassification. There's a lot more to find. QMap.pub. From citation needed, Zaimasu did nothing wrong. Beck's Fire, pizza anyone? Don't worry, it's kosher. From Donald S., when are we going to sell the Tit Beast hats you promised on stream on gang stalking? Well, let me get right on those Tit Beast hats. For now, you can buy beautiful Metokur hats, 4 out of 5 stars, or Am I Being Detained hats on the storefront. For posterity, the remake of Medieval is very faithful. Recommend it. From Bike Keller, I heard that about the story on Art Bell show. Bossman Tyrellis, as I Tyrell, I hope that guy catches a bullet. From Dango Italiano, Jim, what manga have you been reading? Promised Neverland. Actually, you know what? I'll give you a list of the things that I've been reading lately. Because I bookmarked them in case I wanted to go read them again. I think the most recent one I read was Ill Boy, Ill Girl, which is about this attention whore that wants to become famous for being the kid that dies of a disease. And then he finds out a little girl has the same disease, and she's going to die first. So he decides if he murders her, she can't get the credit. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good. What are the other ones that I've been reading here? I'll put together a list. I've got them scattered about bookmarks. They're like 4 or 5 that I'm trying to keep up with. But yeah, it works out better than watching anime. Waiting 4 weeks for a fucking new episode's driving me crazy. I'd rather just read it. From Sarah H., the DC police found nothing wrong. The same police force that were pictured with Alfontes and Comet Pizza with the weird shit all over the restaurant. From Ramike, seriously, what will it take for these people to go down? They seem untouchable. From Bixen Boxen, have you seen Nostalgia Critic's review of Pink Floyd The Wall? I know I haven't. Everybody keeps saying it's awful. I haven't seen it yet. From Slam Barry P, fuck Area 51, why didn't we storm the FBI? Tyler Knox, you got to check out Alpha Genesis video, A Message to DX. It's almost as good as the spurging out on his parents. From Mike Hunt, going to have to watch later, watching the Patriots dominate. From Mr. Abris, read through Pygmalion. Was a fun read, but way too short of a story. Any other suggestions? Yeah, I found that when I was looking through like the horror tag on Mangabot or whatever it is. I just find something that appeals to you, I guess. I thought it was, pretty good. It's weird. It's about mascots rising up, but it was funny. From Osmodius 3505, let me get a underage child. From Michael Huzitz, I'm trapped in a dungeon. Please send help. From Craigson, just remember when you're in a tight spot, as the song goes, you can get anything you want at Alice Restaurant, sing a bar, and walk out. Winter Wolf, this whole story makes me feel like informing my local federal agency about my old high school mates that post cringy post-Satan memes, or pro-Satan memes. Roman Catholics, rise up. From Avra, chat, you are wonderful. From Lum Invader, I'm amazed. The general public has known about stuff like this and the Franklin cover-up for years, and no one's doing anything about it. From Hammered Spud, can see Orion's belt clear from my back door. That means Alex Jones is basically Jesus, if my calculations are correct. From Lumberjack, I'm calling for a new crusade against the child moles. We need a few good men to burn the devils. Deus Volt Brothers. From Lurakel, now this is a good rat ironic. So anyways, guy. Plantation Sensation, China is right about Islam. From Nigerius again, literal glow-in-the-dark CIA knickers. Terry tried to warn us and we just laughed. Foxman2248, did you ever get those Photon HD copies? The ones on YouTube are gone now. Yes, I did get backup copies of Photon episodes. I should have them saved on my hard drive somewhere. I guess I'll take a look. I didn't know they were taking them down. I thought those were pretty much up forever. From Courier Alpha, are you the one who suicided Epstein? I can neither confirm nor deny that. From Metokur's Lunicorn Archives, Terry Davis said literally nothing wrong. Eye of Tap, any idea when the next Furry Pandemonium will be released? The Kira vids were some of my faves from you, loving the new content. Probably in a week or two. I've got the Transtastic one coming up in a day or so, and then after that, about a week and a half, I'll have a new Furry Pandemonium. From JD 1989, sounds like George H.W. Bush, Bill Casey, and their CIA buddies were busy. North Sea Hero, who needs SCP when we have this real stuff? Big Anxious, Jimmy, and the Lords of the Internet. From Guancanco 14878, are you going to re-upload the Kira Wolf stuffs? Also Jade art streams, when? Probably no art streams, but I will, just bit by bit, I'll upload older stuff in between newer stuff. From Glurg Turkle, Jim has insider knowledge, lol. You're gorgeous baby. We truly do live in a society. Satan's Advocate, the information needs to be spread. This is ongoing. Warden Cliff, Jim, you taught me to laugh again. You saved my life. Bexfire, there's something gefilte fishy about this. Okay, I've read these. All right, let me see. I looped back on some of them. 1 second here. The Real Asami, first-time donator, long-time fan. Love the vids and keep doing what you're doing. Mike Testa, Jim, I'm scared for your show. Rick hated this to be safe. Read that as well. A. Clifton, 21887. Oh, that's about the Prensa Libre published article. I'll have to double-check that when I get a chance. All right, let's see here. From Mark Samefink. What was the name of that jazz song? Also, thanks for shedding light on this. Trump 2020, Merc the Pedos. It literally is the first, it's the first search result on YouTube for jazz that's not a live stream. I don't know the exact name of it. I just randomly pick one and put it on. All smooth jazz is basically the same. From Saint Virus 2, this is why we are seeing pedophilia normalization. To reduce the stigma of the guilty as more evidence comes to light. Deepfake vids will crank it up. From Majin Sinister, you're a hero to us all. Filthy Casual, first time I caught your stream live. Jazz, Mexican Super Schools, and Florida. Hitting high notes on all of them, I know. Heath Hawk Noob, name Best Gundam. Oh, see, that's going to start a fight. No. We'll be sitting here having an argument for the next 2 hours, and my voice is going out. From Truth TV, hi, I'm from Portugal. Islam is right about women. Sean Patterson, I encourage you all to read this on the FBI's vault. The B codes on the side are the Freedom of Information Act exemptions that give you a clue as to what is redacted. From Surith, damn it, Jim, now I'm sad. Take my shekels anyway, though. Your Juice Cock wanted to ask if Metro PD can help us find all his black children. He thinks most are down at the docks giving favors for sailors, but who knows? I don't know. Best of luck hunting them down, I guess. From Mateo, it's election day here in Argentina. Can't wait to become Venezuela 2.0 when the socialists win. From Gino Anuzira, I probably butchered that. Gina Anuzira, I don't know. Detective Jim doing an actual journalism. Wake up, sheeple. From Swamp Pinions, I'm not a gamer because I don't have a life. I'm a gamer because I hate women and minorities. Matt Fields, Jim wants on. Check your mirror. Please go on the kill stream soon. This would be a great topic. We miss you over there. Ralph needs his porch potato. From the real Asami, Tunnel Snakes rule. Harris Saris, my psychology class said this was mass hysteria. Yep, I heard it described as that too when it was taking place. And I'm sure there's a component of that as well. But there's a lot of stuff in these reports. There's a lot of stuff in these police reports and investigation notes, even the unredacted stuff, that makes it very suspicious. And I wonder if that information was more public at the time, if people would have been so quick to dismiss it as simple mass hysteria. From Ryan, Hampstead cover-up, Stephen Johansson Jr. Sticks be like, bro, it's a different strain, bro. That's not LaVey Satanism, bro. Different strain, bro. Just stop the satanic panic, bro. Now, I'm not saying that these were Satanists. What I am saying, at least from the reports, is that these were things that were found there. And the term satanic panic is just what the public called it. I don't know what the finders are, other than a really creepy group of people that were definitely involved in some weird fucking shit. Now, given that the CIA was involved and that disinformation campaigns were, reported to be a part of that, who knows? Maybe the paganism, the Satanism was used as a cover for even more devious shit. I don't know. But it's some very bizarre stuff. It's some very bizarre shit. Official Smugly Frog. Look up the black car cases in Eastern Europe. Reports of government agents, demons abducting young women off the street to rape. Also similar abuse cases alleged at the government here in Britain. I remember there was a report about the UN, with the UN's army or agents of the UN being involved in rape and child molestation. I wish I had that to pull up right now. But you're talking about stuff happening in Europe. For some reason, that sparked in me. It's very bizarre, and it's something that multiple countries have reported on about being unhappy about and not having it followed up on. From Double A, what an absolute clown world we live in. We need to purge the degeneracy. For the love of the game, check the wiki page for the trial damage control. From Tidal Whales, say PDF file 5 times quickly. Probably not, because it's going to turn into something terrible. From Van Rollington, thanks for the stream, Kang. If you need a good laugh, check out Emmy Pearl A's channel, or Beast of Opsum Lady. I'm not sure if she is a troll or next tier cat lady. Robert Thrust, hey Metokur, if you're into this, then I suggest checking out Girls Town USA. Everyone has offed themselves besides two, to my knowledge, since it's been going. Really? You're telling me everybody at Girls Town USA has committed suicide? I'll have to look into that. From Jason of the Great Awakening, White Hat Insiders inserting extras are the bread and butter of Freedom of Information Act requesters. Probably not an accident. From Maximilian 2000, the average IQ for black people is 85. That means that the average black adult is as intelligent as the average white 15-and-a-half-year-old, and half of blacks are less intelligent than that. From AF, Jordan, Minnesota, by Big Black, aren't you from there? Am I from Jordan, Minnesota? No. From John Brisson, Jim, the redacted chronology states the finders had passports. Oh, we already went over that one. A couple of 6 comments. Yeah, okay. So I'm catching back up to some of the newer ones that I'd read. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything here. 1 second, chat. Okay, I think that's where I am. From Arrowist, where was being molested makes you gay from? That was a PSA. That was a PSA that somebody made in the 90s. Obviously, I can't. Potentially, it's been edited a little. But it's just fucking ridiculous, and I love it. I'll put it up one more time for you. But yeah, I don't remember the exact name of it. It was like a series of 5 videos, like after-school specials. And that one is just fucking bizarre to me. Here you go.
Let's have a little reality check to make sure we all got the message. If something like this happens to you, know that it is your fault. You did wrong. And remember, being abused by a male does make you gay. Right. And telling someone about it does make you less of a man.
The bottom line,
If you are molested,
you wanted it, you did something to deserve it.
that make you weak.
No offense.
Being molested means you're gay.
That makes you weak. No offense. I fucking love it. Great. From Dingus Khan, is it strange that there has not been a single MSM article about this new info? Well, I'm not surprised. I'll put it that way. From the cool for ID Man 697, but Six told me Pizzagate isn't real and Satanic Panic was actually just a moral panic. Wow, it's like he's not as smart as he thinks he is. From Skits, let the information fly, my dude. Dances with Metroid's 2019 woke Sonic. If somebody tries to touch you and it makes you uncomfortable, that's no good. Unless they're trans, you bigot. From Lurik L, watch documentary Conspiracy of Silence. And it opens... Okay, I've read this one too. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any here. From 123456, in 1990, they didn't find any tunnels under McMartin using sonar, and the charges were dismissed in 90. I think the FBI did an oopsie. From Bomb the Zombs, Jim, you realize you're going to have to avoid grassy knolls for the rest of your life now, right? Very true. From Tangent, Naruto running is for Area 51, Sonic running is for McMartin Preschool. If you're being molested, just get out of there. From Confounded Feline, Kitsu is the best girl. JD 1989, so CIA invented crack and pedophile cults. How exactly did we win the Cold War again? From Slit Bodman, the finders made me rub Matt Groening's feet. From Mr. James Blobbington, Terry A. Davis was simply ahead of his time. McCarthy's Ghost, when we asked that Hampshire guy to make tunnies, this isn't what we meant. Mike Testa, I was right, California is the devil's capital. Well, very true, I guess. It's probably why it's on fire right now. From Joni Baloney, the tribe has been napping and eating goy children since Moloch worshipping an old test. Six denied Satanic Panic. Visit Joni's channel. Foregone Jim, check out Jay Dwyer. Also read Game of Nations. From Disgruntled Taco, love the show, Jim, but you got me reaching for my tinfoil hat every time you stream. From Earjuice, Styx groomed a teenage girl. If you upload this video with receipts, it's auto-flagged by him. I have a Discord with shareable versions. Find it, watch, and decide. From Rocket Insano, a CIA op to stop fascism in Italy turned into a degenerate sex dungeon with all the agents and operators. The CIA wanted loyal sociopaths. It's not hard to believe this happened again in America. From Nash Meads, make this story public and start the boogaloo. From Ronson, Jim, have you heard the conspiracy that black helicopters aren't really helicopters? They're living biological surveillance creatures brought to life via NWO agencies that use GMO nanobiotechnology. I have not heard that, but it sounds cool as fuck. From Possibly Double, hey Jim, why do you think they released this information? I have no idea. Maybe to distract from something even worse? Who knows? From James Beanick, Theory 4, all of the above. From 004, the sex cult was intentional and another branch messed up and found out too much. From Sexy Legs, the tribe's been hard at work for millennia. Leon and Claire Kennedy, Jim, is there anything you'd like to say to those who pick up virtual waste off the floor for zero compensation? Well, no, but now that you brought up Leon and Claire, there is something I would like to play. I think it's the last audio recording of Chris Redfield.
This is Chris Redfield. I'm currently pinned down. I don't know how many of them there are. They just keep coming. My entire team's down. I'm doing all I can to survive. I don't think I'm gonna make it. So I need to make sure I leave this message. Please. Tell Leon Kennedy. I need him to fuck my sister. I won't be able to be there to make sure it happens, but... damn it, you make sure that he does. Claire! Sorry, sis. This is all I can do now.
You gotta give her a baby. Just do it. Come on, buddy, just do it. From Skinhead Stan, I studied intelligence studies and rogue counter-intel agents. Founding a cult is about right for the CIA. They have a habit of screwing shit up like this. Would not surprise me. ABCDEFG, the preschool map reminds me of Epstein's Island. From Greephole, Jim, this is no different than ISIS child school shooter camps they discovered when they were arrested. Then, oh shit, they were found in another state having been set free to start again. From James Beanick, Gamer Fed rose up. Sean Turner, Terry was right, ran over one. Say glow in the darks. If you're trying to hunt Mr. Metokur, his real name is Matt Jarbo, leader and starter of Gamergate. From Eucian Facius, when a sitting POTUS does something, it is no longer illegal. From Pongo D, upload live streams to BitChute under HAL. Liberty Prime 5000, hey Jim, where's Anthony Weiner's laptop? I remember he got into a lot of trouble and that kind of got shuffled under the rug, didn't it? It seems like every time a politician or a rich person gets involved or caught for something, even if they get brought up on charges, the really dark parts of it seem to disappear or just be forgotten about. Very weird, isn't it? From Trolita, conspiracy theories are now domestic terror. Why did the feds drop a bunch of Pizzagate shit on their Twitter? Fishman5678, are you familiar with the Green Bomb speech in '92? It lines up with this. No, I'm not, but I'll give it a listen. Dr. Conman Caddick, enjoy your streams, Jim. Keep up the good work. Little Littlers, apparently one of the main heavy hitters in the redacted list is Colonel Michael Aquino. Look into it. His relationship with the LeVays, big spooks. Jared Oakley, Jim, what do you think about Alex Jones saying the elites are making deals with DMT entities? I don't know. I've never tripped on DMT, so I don't know what the entities are like. I've heard them described. It sounds like it would scare the shit out of me. I think I'll just stick with vodka every once in a while and maybe pot once in a while. I'm going to stay away from the DMT entities. From Sigma, hey Neb, it's me Sigma from Lads. From Ethereal, if you look at the very end of that long... Oh, we've already read that one. All right, just getting cut up here. Sean Turner, CIA, it's just... read that one too. All right. Getting back to the beginning here, folks. Thule Society, look up Colonel Michael Aquino. That's spelled Aquino. From Sheckelmeister, think about it. The old Hong Kong protesters used the British flag. Why all of a sudden are they using the USA flag? Yeah, I've read that one too. All right. Starting to get, we're getting through them, folks. Satan's Advocate, hey Jim, where did Yang say he wants to pacify whites? I need a source to inform others. It's videotaped, and he talks about how he's worried that white people are going to Holocaust Asians, and he also talks about how universal basic income is essentially a way to pacify them. I will look it up. It's from a while ago, but it is a readily available video. It is out there. Rat Tail Tony, in your next episode of Furry Pandemonium, you want to rip apart my art? If it's funny, Mr. James Bloggington is Sonic. Okay, I'm going over some that I've already read. I'm sorry, chat. Rocket and Sano, this has happened before Google Operation Gladio. The Packard Goose, we live in a society. Ben Rogenkamp, Jim, thank you for helping me laugh at this stuff that should make me want to eat a bullet. Matt Black, man, love for entertainment. I'm a thug who loves getting fucked by a man. From Drew Straft, hey, what's your opinion on VR? Do you have a set? No, I do not. I think VR is pretty cool, but I think AR is going to be the big thing first. Augmented reality has more applications, at least, and more uses outside of gaming, especially advertising, to be honest. I'd like to see some really cool AR shit first. From Soul2XL, look up Lion Guard fart scene for FP. It aired on Kid TV. Jason of the Great Awakening, D-class info avalanches to prepare the public for the dismantling of the global criminal cabal. Stone Mexican Guy, I love Tomorrow. Tomorrow is amazing. Tomorrow is the best. The Hotness. It's another story for news agencies to cram down the sheeple of the world to distract them from the Epstein story. From Skits, look at D&D now. It's all about dissociation and letting you be something else. For non-professionals, I would think that it could be dangerous. Satanic. From King Kalma, thanks for the terminal cancer, the darkness is so comfy. RC1505, know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction. From Putty Tat, there are no missing kids, goy. Martin Smocker, this is some sad shite, Jimbo. Rockin' Sano, what's Ross, one of the kids? Would explain a lot. It would explain quite a bit, I'll be honest. Slimo Jones, 10 kids. Don't worry about the 6 kids. Those 3 kids are just fine. Why are you upset about that single kid? Lou Raquel, the kids were probably turned into hot dogs and pizza. Tell Daddy how big you are. Rank filthy clothes, living in a basement, and have to obey a game master. Sounds like a D&D group to me. Roll initiative, kids. From Justin Blood, great fertilizer for watermelons farming, equal 4 kids. From Kunstkrieg, Kinopic Studios. Patch Adams defended the Finers, sicko. From Guancaco 14878, what happened to the mic that you used for the demonic possession video you did? I still have the Blue Yeti. It's somewhere around here. Sean Turner, goy, those kids aren't crying, those are tears of joy. From Jimmy Walters, to be clear, you have no intention of suicide, committing a mass shooting, or being involved in violent crimes. I have no intention of doing anything strange. I'm not going to go on vacation. I don't feel like going to the gym and lifting weights. I'm not going to take a walk through a Washington, D.C. suburb at midnight. I think I'm just going to enjoy life and live it to the fullest. So if barbells fall on me, yeah, something happened. From Darth Slater 1, someone needs to pull some super hack and put a link out of this on every TV in the U.S. Jason of the Great Awakening, why do I get the feeling we're watching Jim get cued, then Epsteined in real time? Plantation sensation. Tim Pool is one of the children. Filthy Casual in before Jim falls into a goat pen. And Fataku, you're the one guy willing to report on this. We need you, Jim. No bunked gymnastics. And I think I'm almost caught up. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get to everybody. Okay. We're almost finally caught up. From Eduardo Ramirez, what is a glow gang, Mr. Minecraft? Oliver Daniels IV, any idea where the abused children are today? No, but I will look into that for the next stream. Grody Grungus, this ain't Chinese money, but it'll have to do. From Mark, Durst has best music in Brigandine. Radio Ruined, great stream, Jim. Have you seen the new Vice video about having sex with bugs? I'm not surprised there's a video of that. Red Guy, this makes David Pilates missing 411 make sense. Rabbit Corn, sometimes you just create rape cults. It's no big deal. What? You haven't done that before? From Killing Munch, for the Halloween stream, I'm going to send you the videos from Fiona Barrett and Jay Parker. Documentation and explanation of satanic sacrificial rituals. Then I can explain what I know on my end. From Maxie Stoneman, Jim, haven't you heard that Palestinians dug those tunnels? Joseph Jimenez, obligatory boogie died super chat rip. Rip and pepperoni boogie. You are not forgotten. We're praying for you, buddy. From Trump Nation, you're not going to believe this, but it's true. New beetle named after climate change activist Greta Thunberg. From Caleb Lambright, I can't believe you didn't get Mandar to say NNRU. From Dick Rambone, perfect timing, I'm tripping on shrooms. From Jarell 0401, check Dungeon Seeker Hardcore Revenge Story. Well, make sure to check it out. From Don Gamer Guy, Jim, show my adult game Patreon, please. Diddler Games. From De Facto Leader, have you seen that Spoonie has been decreasing his streaming content? Year of the Spoonie Tang on the way. Oh, I'm sorry, increasing, not decreasing. From Rad Elmo Pimp's Hose. Tell Daddy how big you are. Sodom and Gomorrah skill rating. On this particular one, I'm going to give it an 8. I'm going to give it an 8, fiery 8. From Joseph Jimenez. Hasn't a disproportionate number of people our neo-boomer age been screwed as a kid? I feel that most of the people I meet these days have some kind of trauma as a child. Makes the old noggin joggin'. Motorola 762. Play Alex Jones' anime intro. Boxman2248. Do you ever plan on posting the video on Chris Chan's mom? No, that came and went. From Shadow Kane, Robert Steffer's book 1666 Salvation Through Sin is the Sebastian Frankist Nicoleans It's about the Jewish Messiah and his religious inversion. And I know I pronounced that last one wrong, but my throat. Oh boy, I'm talking too much. Jared Hard Norris, I've compiled the images of from David's stream. Your time is up, buddy. And finally, never so clear as this, the Bible is fine, but these evil cabals are deep in every major church too. Nothing is safe. Protect and cherish your family. And I think I've got a few Streamlabs, and then that's it. We're caught up, and we should be finished here. Make sure I didn't miss any. All right, 1 second, chat. From Praxis Seizure, clean the palate with Destiny versus Hassan arguing over whether or not it's okay to use the N-word in private. I actually watched that. There are a couple of videos about the whole shit fit with Destiny using the hard R in private. They seem to be very upset with his ability to say what the fuck he feels like. Bonus meme clip, okay, from Regent. Raffle, I don't give a fuck. I go ham on Nigers all day. I pile up Nigers in the flatbed. I eat the bodies. I don't fucking care no more. I just go. Holy fuck, Nigers are sly bitches like dinky little horn fags. And it's a Blue Falcon. Rootless cosmopolitans. They're going to need to shill deep fakes real hard to cover this up. All the fucking pedos. Jim, JFK was right, Pizzagate was true, and Terry Davis was a savant. Rip in peace, Terry. Ahead of his time, but not forgotten. Not forgotten. All right, everybody, thank you for coming out. If I missed your super chat, I'm sorry. I try to get to all of them. We'll have the conclusion of the Finders stream on Halloween. After I have a chance to look up some more information, we'll go through the rest of the FBI report. Again, a new video will be up on BitChute in the next day or so. And then the Halloween stream will obviously be on the 31st. I hope you all have a good week. Hug your family. Don't trust anybody if they glow in the dark. Never trust those glow in the darks. Well, happy Halloween, chat. We're finally here at part 2 of Finding the Finders. Oh, it's been an arduous few days waiting for the remainder of the FBI file to be read. 180 fucking pages. 180 rue. Out of the 340 pages, we've got 120 to go. More than 120 to go. My math is terrible. I am a dumb motherfucker. We've got a lot of pages to go. I hope you're excited. I also have a guest coming on. Somebody was researching the Finders for a book they're writing. It's going to fill us in on the details on what's going on with the degenerate fucks known as the Finders, a sex cult that preys on children. That was originally started as a CIA counterintelligence operation. Bravo, CIA. Way to knock it out of the ballpark. Well, we got a few things to talk about before we get into having the guest on, before we get into the remainder of the FBI files. This is going to be a relaxed stream. Who doesn't love relaxing to the screams of children? That's what I call a brilliant Halloween. I'm just going to take it slow. Take it nice and slow. All right? Enjoy ourselves. It's a spooky evening. A lot of scary things happening. Nothing scarier, really, when you think about it, than a story that involves glow-in-the-dark monsters abducting children. I think it fits the theme quite well. A little bit of news popping up before we get into the proper discussion of the Finders themselves, but it is related. How could it not be related? I'm talking about our boy, Mr. I have an egg-shaped penis, Jeffrey Epstein. You may remember this champion. The only man in the world to commit suicide via somersault from a bunk bed, using a roll of toilet paper as the noose. Pretty amazing, I'll be honest. I mean, we all know it was a tragic suicide, chat. Can we get a R for Rip and Pepperoni, Jeffrey Epstein, for your top bunk suicide in jail with malfunctioning cameras and guards that weren't really guards but who were also asleep at the time? Awfully convenient. Well, apparently it's not just everybody on Earth that thinks that this is awfully convenient. Other people apparently have been having some issues with the Jeffrey Epstein suicide story, including a coroner. Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy more consistent with homicidal strangulation than suicide, Dr. Michael Bodden reveals. A what? You mean he didn't commit suicide? Somebody get me the list. We need to update those fucking numbers. Stat. apparently, medical examiners and coroners, when reviewing the evidence, thought, hey, this smells like bullshit. I don't think this guy committed suicide. Now, they couldn't speculate as to why he would have been homicidally strangled. I can, though. Here's my quirky little theory about what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein. Though I've laid it out before, I'll lay it out again because it fits in with the motif of the finders. Jeffrey was murdered because he provided elite, powerful, rich men with children to fuck. And there's nothing elite, powerful, rich men hate more than being chastised for fucking toddlers. Presidents, prime ministers, and princes all use this guy as their pimp. There's quite a bit of alliteration going on there. So when Mr. Epstein was taken into custody for the second time, this time no house arrest, no slap on the wrist. Mr. Epstein, you rascal, constantly fucking those kids. We're going to have to punish you this time. I think it made people nervous. I think Mr. Epstein was, of course, murdered to keep quiet about what was going on. Have you noticed how it just disappeared in the news? Until recently with this article. Anybody else notice some strange coincidences going on this last week or so? Let me see if I can lay it out. See if I'm crazy on this, chat. Maybe you can follow where I'm going with this. There are 3 stories I've been noticing, all involving the intelligence community. The first would be Mr. Epstein. You can't provide underage hookers to the most powerful people in the world without some intelligence community organization paying attention to you, perhaps facilitating it. Maybe it's not American, maybe it's another nation. I don't want to be too on the nose about it, but nonetheless, this story pops up during this week. What other stories do we have? Well, we've got the impeachment going on of Donald Trump. And the key witness, the person that lodged the complaint, what do you know? Looks like they're a CIA asset. So that's 2 stories involving the intelligence community. What would the third be? Oh yeah, the finders. The fucking FBI releasing documents related to an organization that basically stole kids and then fucked with their heads by performing fake satanic rituals, sexually abusing them and beating them. All to own the Russians, apparently. Not 100% certain. Hopefully our guests will be able to illuminate on this subject a little bit more than I can. As to what the fucking motivation for that whole shit show is. So you've got 3 things. Epstein, the finders, and of course our impeachment guy. I'm just going to call him impeachment guy. It sounds neat. It seems like Deep State's getting ass fucked this week. It's a bad week to be CIA. Oh, you glowing motherfuckers. You must be just ass mad. Furious, fuming about the things that are going on. Your dirty little secrets are getting just drawn out into the public. Fucking shameful. I thought you were supposed to be super secret spies and shit. This is sloppy. Sloppy work, CIA. I hear the FBI and the NSA call each other daily to laugh at you. Just to shit directly in your face. For your fucking incompetence. I should probably do a small recap of what the last stream was about before we get into the new stuff and continue off where we left off. In Tallahassee, Florida, in 1987, police were alerted to a bizarre situation taking place in a park. 2 men were escorting 6 children. Upon contact by the police, the children seemed to be malnourished, covered in bites and scratches, wearing dirty clothes, looked disheveled, smelled awful, didn't have underwear on, mismatching socks. Everything was just screaming, this is not fucking right. When the police decided to take all these people into custody, children and adults, the 2 adults apparently tried to fake a fainting attack. That's a new one. Fake a heart attack, get out of getting arrested, apparently. I'll have to give that a try the next time I get a DUI. But it didn't work. Once they were brought to the police station, somebody, for whatever reason, decided to call the police and say, hey, I'm going to murder those kids. So they put them into protective custody. Fast forward a little bit of time, you've got the U.S. Customs officials, the FBI, and other organizations all investigating this, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Search warrants are served. Materials are uncovered, including bizarre ritualistic photos involving men in white sheets having children decapitate goats. I've heard some people try to excuse away this activity and say, well, these weren't satanic rituals. The kids were just learning how to hunt and skin an animal. Well, that's weird, because I grew up in a family that hunted. Grew up in a family that owned a farm. You know the one thing you never really did when you were dealing with animals? When you were killing them for their fur or their meat? You didn't decapitate the fucking thing and then play with its blood and hand it off to the young kids. It's not really at the top of the fucking list. They also found nude images of the children. And in one report, they talked about underground maps in D.C., a secret network of tunnels. Sound familiar? Might make you recollect a recent event, something called Pizzagate, or a pizzeria shop with connections to people in the DNC, like Podesta, was accused of running a child prostitution ring out of a pizza shop and maybe utilizing underground tunnels to do it. Now, of course, that's been beaten to death in the press, and I won't really go into Pizzagate. But I'd like to remind you, when the owner initially spoke with the press, they said that they kept their ingredients, their tomatoes and everything else, in the basement. And then later on, when they were pressed on having a secret underground, I don't even know what you'd call it, cathedral of fucking pain, told them they don't have a basement. It's a little sketchy. Nonetheless. So you have all these different intelligence organizations and police organizations looking into these people. They must have been arrested, right? I mean, one of the officers that examined 2 of the children said they showed signs of sexual molestation. One child showed signs of human bite marks on their fucking arms. It would be insane not to put those kids into protective custody and arrest the adults. Nope, they let them go. They let them go, and the FBI seemingly interfered with the warrant searches. The evidence that was gathered was said to be sent to Tallahassee Police Department, but oopsie, it got lost. One of the later police reports, talking to a witness in the area before the group moved onward into Tallahassee, and said, oh, I remember those men and the 10 children they had. 10 children. They were arrested with 6. So what happened to the other 4 children? Now, one of the mysteries from the first stream was a kind of confusing police report to read where they were speaking of a writer. I thought they were referring to a journalist. Somebody told me, no, that's what the officers referred to or as themselves when they're putting down a report. It's just how they do it. It still doesn't explain why in one paragraph they say no evidence related to the search warrants that's been speculated has been found, and yet in the next paragraph say, oh no, we totally found that shit. So there's a lot of very bizarre stuff inside this FBI report. Perhaps the weirdest would be that this is focusing on the finders, and yet, when you're reading through it, and customs officials are talking about how many pedophiles they busted and their operations and scope and the cost, inserted between that and a letter from the customs officials to somebody asking about investigations, there are fucking maps from a archaeologist about McMartin Preschool, which is one of the big stories regarding kids accusing teachers of making them participate in satanic rituals and being molested. So you've got to ask yourself, what in the fuck is going on? It seems like a very bizarre thing to kind of just shuffle in there. Just shuffle it in, page 48, call it a fucking day. So that's where we are. That's what we've gone through. And the 180 pages of the FBI report, that sums up the big keystone pieces. I may have missed a thing here or there, but that should give you a general idea of where we left off. We still have 120 pages to go. We still have somebody coming on to discuss the things that are related to the finders. Namely, people that have investigated them, what I'm assuming, who they are, where they went, what's going on. You know, oh, that's right, I did forget one piece. One tiny piece, oopsie. It turns out the Finders organization is connected to the CIA. In fact, CIA agents have outright admitted that, telling the police that they're stepping on their toes about the investigation. They are also supplied with passports into hostile nations at the time, such as North Korea, North Vietnam, and China. And Russia. And even the Tallahassee incident One of the witnesses before they got down to Florida had said, oh yeah, they had said they were going to go to Hawaii and then China. So it seems like there's a lot of fucked up shit going on. And my original hypothesis, my theory on what this is pretty straightforward. I think the CIA used this group to do terrible shit, to own the Russians, or some other fucking thing. And, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt at least this far and to say it probably grew out of control. And this is some kind of a cover-up because of the sheer embarrassment of having participated in this just disgusting shit. Now, we can speculate why the FBI decided to drop it. Again, it's interesting timing, considering everything that's going on with the intelligence community for the past week or so. So I will get ready here to bring our guest in. We'll talk for about a half an hour to an hour, go over the rest of the pages. Nice spooky Halloween stream. Read a few super chats here before we get into the bulk of it, so I can break this up a little bit. I hope you're all having a great Halloween. Or I'm sorry, a happy, spooky, scary skeleton-ween. Let's see what we've got here. From Camille Taggart. Oh, God, I'm fucking awful at pronouncing things. I hope the stream gives lots of laughs. I don't know if you tuned into the right one. I'm really sorry, Camille. They're needed. My dog, my best friend, is dying right now, and it hurts so bad. Well, you have my sympathies. I am a pet owner. I've always loved dogs, preferred them over cats, and it is tough when your pet dies, especially when you have to put them down because they're just too sick or they're too old. It's rough. You have my sympathies. From Point Curation, happy Halloween. Hope to see lots of Justin Trudeau costumes out there. Are you going to be able to see him at night? If it's Justin Trudeau, he's going to blend into the background. From Padre Speaks, Jim, you need the Heavy Grinder remix of Pure Power in your ear. Groypers rise up and dress respectively. Optimistic Nihilist, please do a video about Mike Stuckberry. He's a British Antifa journalist who got fired from his teaching job after trying to ban the word banter, but there is so much more cringe to explore. The name sounds familiar, but I can't place a face to it. Leon and Claire Kennedy, Jim, when are you and Jade going to get married and pop out some Zoomers? Oh, well, I'm going to wait for the second Civil War to end first before I start popping babies out. From Synac 8, just the PSA, Greedfall and Outer Worlds aren't good games. Wait until they go on sale before you go and buy them. And Epstein didn't commit suicide. I agree. Also, from what I hear, Outer Worlds has quite the unique cast of characters for NPCs. Lots of very ugly women. What is it with Western games being able to make attractive women? Is that some kind of a fucking disability? It's like any Western dev that tries to make a game, regardless of what it is, makes the most ass ugly women that have ever existed in the digital landscape. Foxman2248, hey Jim, Monograph is threatening to call VP Pence to sick the Secret Service on some dude he's in a slap fight with. I'm sure the Secret Service loved getting involved in YouTube arguments. Drew, never forget, Comet Ping Pong hard drive shot by gunman. Layden Star, would the country be better off without religion? No, I don't think it would. Zimzam Flimflam, I'm a heterosexual white male and I own Chainlink. You're going to make it, bro. One day you're going to be driving that Lambo right through the McDonald's drive-thru. You're going to look at the poor son of a bitch serving you and you'll be like, that was me before I believed in Chainlink. Again, from Zimzam Flimflam. Chainlink is a scam, by the way. Don't buy any. You can't trick me. You just want it all for yourself. I'm going to go buy 3 times as much right now. From Winter Wolf, you're doing God's work, Jimbo. Me and the girlfriend have really been enjoying your streams. Have you ever heard about the theories about JonBenet Ramsey's father being a part of a pedo ring? I've heard a few. I've heard some theories regarding her murder and who took part in it. Speculation between the father and the brother. Lots of really fucked up shit. From Legato Madi, Metokur, circumcised or uncut, yourself and preference. Myself and well, I don't really have a preference for other men's penises. I'm not King of Bowl. As for am I circumcised or uncut? Oh, they snipped me, bro. They snipped me and they made some makeup out of it or something. I don't know what they do with them, but they collect them like they're fucking Lucky Charms. The Mind Corporation. Greta was an agent of the deep state to distract from Epstein. Oh, you need to eat some bugs, sir. We'll read 4 more here and then we'll jump in. Lou Raquel, hello, all my N-words. From Krogan Scormhammer, all that comes to mind with this whole thing is that they went on with Whitey Bugler and Boston FBI sketchy ass. Permafrost Deep State only killed Epstein once. Yahoo! And finally, Arrowist. So basically, I'm, first of all, pretty much like, basically, I've been going ahead and have pretty much been basically diddling kids. Ross, I didn't know you were super chatting, people. Thanks for checking in. All right, let me get the Hangout set up here. Bring on our guest, and we're going to get into the deep lore behind the fucking finders. So this should be good here. 1 second, chat. Just bear with me as I get this set up. Hopefully I don't fuck anything up. I am an old, confused man, like Seb Gorka. I don't know what the fuck's going on. In fact, let me complete the aesthetic of who Seb Gorka is by doing retarded shit that nobody should ever do. I mean, I've already gone over my limit. What are we, 20 minutes into this, and I haven't had 28 breaks? But I'll pull a Seb Gorka while I get this set up. Buy my fucking hats. I can't sell you Metamucil. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not capable of doing that right now. But I can sell you some fucking hats. These are the best hats ever made by slave labor. Only the most despairing Chinese children are allowed to work on these hats. Look at that stitch work. Do you know they get whipped if they don't complete them on time? And those mugs are high quality. I'm talking the best clay available and mixed with the finest, purest orphan tears. Those are available for purchase. Oh, I'm going to hell. But that's fine. All right, let's get our guest in here. All right, they should be here momentarily. Hopefully. If everything is set up properly. And then we can get on with it. If we have any problems with the guest, we'll just jump right into the FBI report. So, either or works just fine. So, how's your evening going, chat? You enjoying yourselves? Yes. Wait, if I really wanted to make it the whole Seb Gorka experience, right now I should be just walking in a circle on webcam, looking at my phone and crying because people on the internet are laughing at me. I mean, that's something that apparently happens a lot to Seb Gorka. I don't know what to tell you. Hopefully our guy jumps in here soon. I forgot, there's a bit of a delay on the stream. YouTube is fucking with their technical side and just ruining their live streaming experience. I don't know why they're doing it, but it's something they've decided needs to fucking happen. In fact, there's a little alert on the live stream page that tells you they're getting rid of the events and they're going to make it mobile only. Because, you know, everybody loves that mobile shit. You just got to make it more inconvenient for the end user. That's the YouTube way. And maybe they saw Twitter and thought, we can fuck this up more than they can. Let's just butcher it. All right, I'll give our guest 5 minutes here. Probably take him a little bit to get here. You know what, I'll read a few more super chats to kill some time. And then we're going to get into the finders, which is still just fucking amazing to me. Anybody else find it weird that no press outlets are really talking about this? Anybody find it strange that this gets dumped? And even if they don't think, oh my God, this is the most amazing shit on earth, there's still a lot of explosive stuff in there. You'd think somebody would be talking about it. But only one or two places. The majority have just completely ignored it. Pretended it didn't happen. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Jim, it's me. It's John. How you doing?
Okay, fantastic. How are you doing?
Doing well. I'm excited to talk about this. I've been a long-term fan.
Oh, yeah, let me pull down the hats thing so people take this seriously. Sorry. All right, one second. I think our audio is good. We should be great. Do you want to, I guess we should start with, you want to just give a quick introduction to the audience?
Yes, my name is John Brisson. I run the We've Read the Documents YouTube channel. I have been investigating the finders for about 3 years, as well as other parts of Pedogate, whether it's McMartin Preschool or Franklin Cover-Up or Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm currently writing a book on the finders, about halfway done.
Fantastic. All right. So if you had a chance, now when the FBI dropped this, which was like 3-4 days ago, if you had a chance to read through what they released, then how does that compare to the documents that were kind of already circulating before their disclosure?
Yes, I have. I've read through them. I've done a stream on them. There is a difference. There was FBI documents that were released by a Freedom of Information request by Vice Reporter Ali Conti about 2 years ago. And some of the evidence that's in this new FBI vault drop is new compared to what was in previously before it. I never thought I would see the Metropolitan Police Department document, Jim, because it was classified as secret. And I was shocked when I opened up the files looking through there and I saw the Washington Metropolitan Police Department document, and it's still redacted, but it was still some information that even I didn't know. And I believe it was written by Detective Jim Bradley of the Metropolitan Police Department, was who wrote that document.
No, the Metropolitan one, that's the one based in D.C. The Tallahassee one's a 75-page one. The Metro one is like 20 or 30, isn't it?
Yes, and there's also supposed to be other reports too. Another one that's classified as top secret or top serial that still has not been released and no one has ever seen, and that was in the previous FBI leaks.
Okay, well, let me start like this, I guess, because I remember this a bit. I've heard of the finders here and there. Maybe it was a video I watched on it, something like that. But it wasn't anything that was really at the forefront. I saw this get released, and I started reading through it. And the things that really struck out to me as I was reading this were, I guess, three things. One were the inconsistencies between how the two gentlemen that were arrested in Tallahassee tried to present themselves and the reality that seemed to be taking place with the police. They try to make it like, oh, we're just kind of a hippie commune. It's an alternative living style. And yet you read the police reports and you're hearing things like children with bite marks, scratches, smelly, disheveled, told they're only able to eat as a reward. And, one female officer had said something about, well, it looks like there's evidence they've been molested. And just that on its own, even if you took away the whole cult thing, even if you took away, everything else we've learned about it, it seems very bizarre to me, their story and the reality of what kind of seems to have happened behind the scenes, that these kids were ever released or that these people weren't nailed to a wall. I mean, that's the first thing. What are your thoughts kind of on that?
Well, in the bare minimum, these children were abused by their quote-unquote alternative lifestyle. If you take out the sexual molestation that may or may not occur, we don't have strict concrete evidence like we have in the McMartin case, where if you look at the medical documents, there are many. There's at least 5 or 6 that we have that went to trial for McMartin that's definitive that they were molested by Ray Bucky. But with the Finders kids, with Jordan Areco, the female, her hymen was partially broken, but they were debating whether or not that was signs of sexual abuse. We don't have enough really details on that. However, I'll get to a minute of why that may be. You'll find it very interesting. The boy, Max Livingstone, he had a lack of anal sphincter control, but that could have been because of his poor diet, because the finders, like you said, were only giving food as reward, and they probably were given vegan food. So the sexual molestation, it was never really fully investigated. The FBI, the Jacksonville FBI shut it down, and the guy that they brought in to investigate it was a guy named Nyman Greenberg, who was the head of the Chicago Masonry Hospital. And he had been the main witness or expert for the defense, should I say, in McMartin, to claim that the children were not molested then. And in another case called the Jewish Community Center case, the JCC. So this is the third case that Greenberg had, quote unquote, fixed, in my opinion. So
Dr. Greenberg is telling people the kids weren't molested in this one, the Jewish Community Center. What was the third one?
McMartin Preschool. He was the main.
So this guy's involved in all of this shit.
Yes.
That's really bizarre.
So he comes in, he says, nothing to see here. Don't worry, everything's perfectly fine. These kids are well adjusted, even though, the kids urinated and defecated on the rug at the Tallahassee Police Department after they had been put into custody.
So they're shitting and pissing on the floor like an animal. The way some of those police reports made it sound was like the kids were, because they said they hadn't seen, like they weren't exposed to things like staplers and TVs and radios. No. How is it that you could? This is what I find so bizarre about it, and even just the small pieces I've seen. You have kids come in with clear signs of at least physical abuse.
Yes.
You have kids come in that are underfed, malnourished, smelly, they're not clean, they have dirty clothes or missing clothes. They're confused about modern things, they're confused about modern concepts. How would the FBI or anybody involved in this investigation say, you know what, no, it looks good, we're not even going to push it further than this? I mean, what's your speculation as to that?
Well, they pushed. I mean, the Tallahassee Police Department did. They tried their best. I mean, they put the kids into protective custody. They went in foster care for a time period. The finders' women showed up that were their mothers. I mean, the mothers and the fathers. For example, the guy that gave the false report is Houlihan, which turned out to be what's his name? It was Douglas Ammerman, and it was Hollowell, James Hollowell. Well, Hollowell, he was the stepfather of Jordan Orico, the girl, and John Paul Pope, whose name was James Michael Hollowell III. So he was the father of two of the children, and his wife was Paula Orico. So the other children that were there, the 6 children that were brought into custody from the van, they all had parents within the finders.
Can I interrupt for a second? Because somebody had said something on Twitter. I didn't have a chance to look into this. It was regarding the finders saying that they had moved, or that either recently or currently had tried to be based in like Thailand or Taiwan. And you said the mother's name was Orico. Were a lot of these kids mixed? I mean, were they bringing in women from Asia because they thought it would keep them quiet? Do you think, or?
All women seem actually to be Caucasian from what I can tell.
Okay.
Said was one of the last names. Noth was one of the last names. Now later, the interesting thing you're talking about that with the whole Taiwan connection was there was an investigative journalist named Wendell Minnick. He wrote about the finders in a book about spies in the 1990s. Now there's a claim that he, became a finder, went to Taiwan, got kicked out of South Korea because he claims he was writing about North Korea, which doesn't make any sense. But there was a claim in a message board back in sometime in the mid-2000s that instead it was because he was allegedly molesting school children, and that's why he got kicked out. But anyway, when I tried to contact him on LinkedIn, Jim, to get any information from him, he added me. But as soon as I mentioned, hey, what about the finders, he immediately blocked me.
Yeah, well, I could imagine there's going to be a stigma surrounding this. I mean, even though it doesn't seem to be covered quite a bit, at least for that initial week or two in '87, it seemed to really pop up in the news. And then for a little while, too, in the kind of early 90s, I think, when Congressman Rose is it? And others.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Congressman Lewis and Congressman Rose.
Yeah, when they were kind of, I guess, taking a look at it, if it was their constituents that were interested and brought it to their attention, or if it was a pet project, I'm not 100% certain.
I know the answer to that. It was the investigator who I interviewed on my channel, Henry Clements, brought up to Tom Lewis that he had found information that there was a connection between the Glendale Montessori School case and James Toward and the finders.
No, I think the second thing that really struck me, so the first thing is the state of the children and not continuing the investigation. The second thing that really stuck out to me kind of when looking over these documents would be that it seemed like the police departments that were involved, whether that was Metro or Tallahassee, really did have a concern. They were really concerned about trying to follow up with this. But it seemed, on the other hand, that anybody that was in a intelligence organization or even customs or those kind of groups almost wanted to, I don't know if they wanted to sweep it under the rug, but there was a big disconnect between these two investigators. Is that something you've noticed too, or is there a story to it?
100% correct. The Tallahassee Police Department definitely seemed like they were trying to get down to the bottom of things until they were told by the Jacksonville FBI, according to Henry Clements, to shut it down. The same with the Metropolitan Police Department with John Stitcher and Bradley. Stitcher more than Bradley. Stitcher... in Toby Terrell's book, The Game Caller, Toby Terrell was a Finders member, Robert Gardner Terrell. He talks about how Stitcher, this FBI agent that shut it down up there, her name was Athenia Veronius, who was actually who Clarice Starling was based off of in The Silence of the Lambs. And she owns a paranormal investigation like thing now here in my home state of North Carolina is what she does now. And anyway, so they set up a meeting, and Stitcher's like yelling at Toby, like, I know you guys are shooting child pornography. I know you're shooting porn. I'm going to take you guys down and everything like that. And eventually, Toby just like stops talking to him, and he gets mad. He just walks away, and he mutters under his breath, "Bullshit." And Athenia Veronius, according to Toby's Terrell book, I have to get the exact quote. I want to get it out for you. She pretty much tells him that that even before when the investigation started, when she contacts him at the CIA computer training front company Future Enterprises, which the Finders was also involved in, she pretty much tells him oh, well, we'll put a lid on this thing. Wasn't the FBI supposed to investigate it, Jim? Why would they put a lid on something they haven't even investigated? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing that I never understood. It seemed like so many people were involved with this, or were at least aware of it. I can't remember if it was Tallahassee or Metro, but they had looked for information through Interpol. I know the FBI was involved in a part. I know CIA agents were talking about it or a question about it. I know that Customs was involved in it. And it just seems really bizarre to me that you could have that many organizations all kind of be like, people saying, hey, what the fuck is going on? And almost not one of, I mean, it seemed like nobody at a higher level wanted to take this on, which I think that brings me to my third point, the three things that really struck me on this. The last one, and what I found really surreal, are buried in the first 180 pages when they're talking about this. Well, I guess it's two parts. One is the age of the finders, because there seem to be multiple dates about it. Some people saying, well, the 80s, others saying, no, early 60s to late 60s to early 70s. CIA agents saying, well, you're kind of stepping on our toes, being directly involved in it. And then, of course, the issue of the passports to hostile nations at the time, like Russia or North Vietnam or was it North Korea? I can't remember. And even the statement they gave in Tallahassee where one of the witnesses said, oh, well, they were saying they were going to go to Hawaii and then go to China. So, I don't know how much of the first stream you heard, but my hypothesis on this was that I think this was a CIA-run thing, and I think that I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to think the CIA is so horribly evil that they'd run a child sex cult. So I think that it was some kind of a counterintelligence thing, and I don't know if people went rogue or what the hell happened, but it feels like they're embarrassed or ashamed of it, and they don't ever want people finding out that it got out of control. So
Yes, I can answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
I did listen to the first stream. Marion Petty had been involved since the very beginning. When he was in the military, when he was in the Army, which later eventually became the Air Force, he was owning brownstone operation back then of apartments that during World War II, OSS officers, Office of Strategic Services, which eventually became the CIA, would just come through his apartments, okay? Like even back then, like before the Finders was founded in the 60s, before Petty came back for being discharged in the military after getting intelligence training from the Jesuit-backed University, Georgetown University, and later getting more training in Europe and being, coming back here and starting the Finders. I mean, the CIA has been involved in this even when it was the OSS. Like that's how far back this goes.
So they weren't. So we're talking 40s and 50s.
Yes.
So what do you think the initial purpose of this was? Was this counterintelligence, or what would I'm trying to think of men sitting in an office meeting, at some intelligence community site, and pitching this. What was the pitch? How did they present this to other people and say this is a good idea?
We need a group that walks around and does counterintelligence and spreads information and listens and infiltrates different businesses and groups. It just seems like they're a kooky, experimental group. But we also need them to set up brownstone operations, which brownstone operations is like blackmailing, okay? So a way they can black people through sexual blackmail usually. Some people say that Hugh Hefner did it through the Playboy Mansion. They would set up a congressman or someone of importance up there and be like, hey, Hef would be like, hey, I got a bunny up there for you, A person goes up there, has sex with said girl, or even, male if they're homosexual. And then, Hef comes back, or some CIA guy like pops around the corner and is like, yeah, that person you just slept with, they're 15.
This almost sounds like the mafia, in Vegas back in the day. Like get a hooker in a hotel room with a congressman and then film it through a hole in the wall.
Very much so, and that's what the Franklin cover-up was, where the FBI was actually implicated by the CIA in running that one.
So, do you think the FBI dropped this as payback for that?
I would say, yeah, there is a possibility there was a war between the intelligence agencies, whether or not it's a true war or some sort of fabricated war by the world order. But yeah, they do seem to, implicate each other. CIA implicates FBI and Franklin, FBI implicates CIA and And even though the FBI is involved too, they're both actually covering up the finders. Both the FBI and the CIA both are. And you're right about the passports. They had, and a document that I sent you had never been seen beforehand. It was, you saw the redacted copy of the chronology report in the releases. I was actually in the old FBI release too, but I sent you the unredacted copy. It literally says in the unredacted copy they had passports to North Korea, USSR at the time, and North Vietnam, and they also had passports in China. And Ramon J. Martinez talks about in his customs report that they had telexes to sell children to China, and Toby Terrell talks in his book that they had Chinese people staying, like residents staying at the W Street apartments, where even there was a student that was caught during the raid that was a Georgetown anatomy student that lived there. So China is also heavily involved in this too as well. And as I said,
the student that was caught. Now, was that a? I'm sorry. Was that a Chinese student staying over?
It was a Chinese student who was at Georgetown University learning anatomy. Yes.
I find that interesting because just because of the stream that I had done earlier with about Nick Fuentes, one of the questions they had brought up was the dancing Israelis. But if you look into that, it says, well, the speculation is the 5 gentlemen that were alleged to have been celebrating on 9/11 were foreign intelligence from Israel, but that they were posing as students. It seems like the student cover story is something that I guess is commonplace, or it feels commonplace, of getting somebody into a foreign country and then using them to some effect.
Yes, and when we're talking about Israel, for some reason, that's something that was in the new FBI documents that for the life of me, I can't substantiate. Neither George from cabdev.org, another investigator, can either, who brought this to my attention. For some reason, Jonathan J. Pollard, the former American who spied for Israel, gave them top secret classified information. He's just listed in there that they had interviewed him. Now, I don't know if they interviewed him over the finders. It doesn't say, but I find that very interesting.
Yeah, well, a lot of this stuff is. I'm trying to think of... So we've got police, we've got local police departments that seem to be very concerned about what's going on. We've got intelligence community that's seemingly wanting to sweep it under the rug. One of the things that was brought up in one of the police reports, I think it was from Metro, was talking about maps in D.C. Now, was that something they were looking for, or something they found?
Yes, they were trying to get... Okay, so for some reason, we don't know why. I think it's because of the tunnels, because, they talk about the tunnels in McMartin. They talk about a tunnel possibly being under the W Street apartments, where there was a food hole. Jordan Arigo talks about that, one of the finders girls that was, taken into custody in Tallahassee. But the Washington Metropolitan Police Department, for some reason or other, trying to get the tunnel maps under Washington, D.C. that are classified as secret. And you have to remember, too, the finder's warehouse is very close where Craig B. Spence in the Shirarama, Colorama neighborhood, where he was running his brownstone operation with Lawrence E. King from the Franklin scandal. Lawrence E. King's actually still walking around free, by the way. And the Pizzagate supposed tunnels as well under Comet Pizza Ping Pong. It's all in that general area. They're more than 15 miles away from each other. The finder's warehouse, all of them.
Yeah, that's what struck me as a bit weird. I mean, I never got super into the Pizzagate thing. I know other people did. But the thing that always stuck with me was that interview with the owner. Is that Elefante, or what was the name of the owner of the Comet Ping Pong?
James Alefantis.
Alefantis, there we go.
James Alefantis, Jim.
Yep, where he had said... Oh, are you there? Hello?
Hey, Jim, I lost you there for a minute. James Alefantis.
Oh, okay, yeah, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, yeah, my internet shit out on me for a second. I gotta wait for the the chat to catch up.
Well, when you're messing with glow in the darks, it's gonna happen.
Hopefully, okay, all right. We'll wait for the chat to catch up. Perfect timing. But no, I remember he'd given an interview talking about having a basement, and then he had done a follow-up interview saying he didn't have a basement, and I know that it was kind of in the general area. And then you find out the finders are this report drops, and they're talking about one of the warrants being served, and they're talking about tunnels. and then you've got the McMartin thing. What can you explain to me why the McMartin stuff was put? It was just 2 pages, but it was inserted between Customs talking about arrests and writing a letter about their statistics. It seems really weird that that's inserted there because it just sticks out. It's like it's begging you to read it, and it doesn't fit in with the flow of the other things presented in the order they're presented.
No, and it's actually in the old FBI documents too as well, presented in between that letter to Tom Lewis giving the statistics of the child pornography unit that Ramon J. Martinez was a part of and his boss John Sullivan was a part of, but it got shut down after the finders. They tried to reopen it. Tom Lewis did in '93 when the case was reopened, and between a letter stating that someone had gotten it. So it's just stuck there. Now, the first page with the map, that's never been seen before. That wasn't even part of Gunderson's report. Okay, that's brand new. And actually, Ed Opperman had the guy on who did that actual specific drawing. I believe he did the drawing, or he did the report where he said the tunnels were actually underneath the car garage. And it actually was confirmed in that document that I've never seen before. So that was new. Why it's in between there, I don't know. The only connection we have between McMartin and the finders is Toby Terrell in his book, The Game Caller, says for some reason during Goatgate, where the finders claims, it was just animal husbandry, Jim, that the kids were taking goat fetuses out, and a kid holds a goat's butchered head for a picture. It's all in good fun, like you mentioned earlier about hunting. It's all animal husbandry. Don't worry about it. Well, for some reason, during Goatgate, when all this stuff is going on, he goes to San Diego where the finders have a base. And they had one in San Francisco, one in San Diego. And he drives up to Manhattan Beach when McMartin is going on. Why? Why of all times then?
Yeah, I found it very bizarre. I mean, I read the AP, I think it was AP, Associated Press article about the goat thing. And it seemed like people talking about it at the time found that to be really bizarre. I know in the 80s and 90s, again, I touched on this a little bit in the first stream, satanic panic seemed to be the term that was used to kind of dismiss this. And I get it, you're arguing, it's just, it sounds like something that's crazy, right? It sounds like something from a horror movie. So I can understand people saying, you're just being hysterical. But then when you go through this report and you start reading the police reports and especially the kind of the back and forth banter through faxes and just reporting themselves, it seems like there is something there. And it seems like if this information were more publicly available at the time in regards to the finders and McMartin and other things, people wouldn't have just waved it away with their hand. They wouldn't have been like, it's not a big deal.
Oh, I mean, what I always say about Raymond Buckey is the bare minimum. Many children were molested by Ray Buckey. I mean, he was convicted. Of course, it was overturned. And at the grand maximum, satanic ritual abuse was occurring to McMartin, which I believe it was. But something from, that they always, if you always want to go to McMartin, other than the medical evidence of something is very weird. I do want to briefly say something about McMartin real quick that you'll find very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is they gave testimony in the trial, and I want to get exactly the testimony they'd given. Where, okay, so Jim, let's say your future kids. Would you let the man that's at the daycare read Playboys wearing sweatpants or short while they're sitting on his lap while he's reading Playboy magazine?
Oh, okay, so this was at McMartin, you said?
Yes, this was happened by Raymond Buckey. He was holding kids in his lap while he was reading Playboy.
So you've got Raymond Buckey at the McMartin preschool. Yes. With kids sitting in his lap while he's reading Playboy. No, I'd probably I'd freak out if that was my kid.
His mother says it's fine, and also Peggy Buckey gave testimony that she was molested. She would know something like this if Raymond was a molester, but she would always check Raymond for boners while the kids were sitting in his lap or hanging on his neck. That she'd visually check her son for boners.
So she was performing a penis inspection.
Yes.
Just to make sure nothing nefarious is going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's okay for, according to her, Playboy's a very popular magazine, Jim, so I really wouldn't have much to say about it.
That strikes me as really bizarre. And, kind of looking at, you touched on this a little bit, looking at McMartin, from the details that I remember about that, the kids, what they said, and how it was kind of dismissed. Looking at what was going on with the finders. And then kind of looking at even the Epstein stuff, the more recent stuff, or even Navixum or whatever it is, that kind of corporate sex cult. It seems really strange to me that there's so many parallels, there's so many common threads amongst all of these stories, that you've got large groups of people, they seem to be touching upon, certain themes. that kind of keep reoccurring. Now, how would you explain that? I mean, the McMartin kids talked about kind of weird satanic shit. The Finders group, with the goat pictures. You've got Epstein with all the weird kind of imagery that's connected to that. With Pizzagate, you had kind of a weird connection to like spirit cooking. When you're looking at this, and I mean, kind of even going on what we just talked about, how maybe this was some kind of extension of some old OSS program. Why the Satanism?
I mean, I don't have an answer. I mean, it also happened it also happened in I mean, it's happened in so many cases that was happened during the quote unquote satanic panic, and it happened during the Franklin scandal too. Even before the Franklin scandal became national news and it went to trial, there were indications of Satanism. Of course, the Franklin scandal went as far up as Ronald Wilson Reagan and George H.W. Bush with Lawrence E. King and Callboys, that famous Washington Times article. Callboys going to the White House at midnight for good old George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, I do remember that a bit. Yep.
So my answer, I mean, as a Christian, Satan. I mean, but as far as other than that, I mean, if you're looking at it from a secular standpoint, I have no idea why the Satanism is there.
Even a secular standpoint is going to have a difficulty explaining away. It just seems so cliched, right? It seems like something out of a Hollywood script, and yet it keeps recurring in all these different instances. Yeah,
I mean, even in reports where they didn't make mainstream news and everything, it happens. In a lot of these cases, before the main case breaks out, it's reported. This, I mean, I don't have the answer. I don't have any. I mean, from a Christian standpoint, it's because the elite, worship Satan. From a secular standpoint, I have no idea why this occurs because brownstone, operations with child trafficking and pedophilia, as horrific it is. The elite can get out of it, blackmail and selling child pornography. And Rossi Chet's witch hunt narrative, where it talks a lot about McMartin, he says there was one woman during the 1980s, Jim, who got caught selling child porn out of her house. And she had a family and everything, and she was making $500,000 a month.
That's insane. I suppose one of the weirdest things, right? Even outside of a religious or secular view of why this would be going on. What I fail to be able to kind of come to grips with is why would the intelligence community, why would some typical FBI agent or CIA agent or somebody in customs, why would somebody who might have some inside information who's looking at this go on, why would they be okay with it? I mean, surely they'd be able to look at it and be like, it is kind of fucking weird. Everybody's doing the Satanism shit and they're all doing the child porn stuff. Maybe we need to reevaluate our intelligence programs.
Well, I mean, some people in the lower levels have. Ramon J. Martinez was a customs agent. His boss, John Sullivan, was, a further up the chain customs agent. So some people have seen this and they're like, what the hell? But you got to remember, through a lot of these intelligence agencies, Jim, even within the finders, there's a lot of compartmentalization. Your average agent, they may not know what they do, but the higher you go up in that chain, oh yeah, the more that they definitely know what they're up to. They're definitely glowing in the dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So compartmentalization is usually how they get by with, even with the finders. Not everybody in the finders cult was probably up to no good, or anybody who had interactions with the finders was up to no good. Like investigative journalist Charles Soka, who was up, knew the finders in the 70s and the 80s. But through compartmentalization, the main group, what they call the crazies, because you have the crazies and the zanies, and the zanies was head by Hunter Patch Adams, who got the money for his Gesundheit Institute by Marion Petty, to start that hospital. All right.
So this compartmentalization, it almost sounds like a cell structure, like you deal with terrorists, yes, where they've got it divided up. So the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Do you think that was intentional when it was set up?
Always. That's how they all operate. I mean, even just the basic structure of government, when we're talking about, the NSA, or even if, let's say, they weren't involved in any of this, Jim, okay? You would have to do compartmentalization in the government just for secrets. You would have to. But I think it's more nefarious than that. I think they're running Browns. I mean, look at Iran-Contra. Iran-Contra was drug running, from Latin America that's talked about in Gary Webb's Dark Alliance. You have gun running that was sponsored by Israel to Iran. That's who brokered the weapons for the Iran-Contra affair, was Israel. A lot of people leave out Israel. And then you have kid running, which is the Franklin scandal, because Oliver North met with Michael Aquino and Lawrence E. King, that whole Brownstone scandal that was going on there. So just think about Iran-Contra was all three of those things.
Well, I guess a follow-up question to that, kind of looking at this. Okay, so let's say our American intelligence, some people know, some people don't know. And some people are bothered by it, like the customs officials that, kind of spoke out or were a little freaked out by it. If this is some kind of an operation to blackmail or to control politicians and maybe to do some kind of foreign espionage or blackmail overseas, surely other governments would be aware of what's going on. I find it strange that you wouldn't have a Russia or a China or somebody coming out and saying, well, look at this American program. I mean,
but they're running their own rings too, like the Duterte affair in European Union. So if they're all running their own rings, they're not, it's like Epstein, you can't, they couldn't, Trump does have some connections to Epstein and Clinton has some connections to Epstein, right? Clinton, some people say Clinton more than Trump. Some people say Trump more than Clinton. Okay. But but neither campaign could use Epstein. So they, so supposedly, much as I do believe there are true parts of Pizzagate, don't get me wrong, Jim, Roger Stone supposedly leaked Pizzagate because it implicated, the more liberal side of things. Well, I myself am a conservative. So.
Yeah, well, my problem with Roger Stone is, he was claiming, I can't remember how long ago this was, that he was people were trying to assassinate him using like plutonium. I don't know if you're familiar with this. This was
it was like polonium. He went on Alex Jones.
Yeah, polonium. Yeah,
polonium poisoning.
Yeah, if he had polonium poisoning, he'd be dead. You know what I mean? I just found it so strange that he was claiming he was being poisoned with a radioactive agent like that.
Yeah, and I mean another thing, if you want to even go even further, because we're talking about Halloween, there's serial killers that also tied into all this pedocracy too as well.
Of course there are. Why would there be? Right?
Yeah. John Wayne Gacy and David Berkowitz. They all tied in too, supposedly by Trump's mentor Roy Cohn. They called them the Sons of Cohn, and Cohn was running his own brownstone operation too as well. And all the serial killers all tied into all of this too. That's the whole operation. That's all, all it was is serial killers, child trafficking, drugs, blackmail, everything you could think of that sounds like science fiction, but there's plenty of documentation. I'm going to read the Franklin Scandal by John DeCamp, former Nebraska Republican state senator. There's enough people that went on record. I mean, Garrett Caradori, they assassinated Garrett Caradori, Jim, when he had the evidence that George H.W. Bush and Reagan were involved. And he had the pictures, the blackmail pictures from Rusty Nelson. He was traveling back in Chicago in a plane with his son, and they took down that plane and murdered Garrett Caradori. He was an American hero. He's an investigator.
So this is like an old-fashioned barbelling.
Yes, and they've done it many times. Danny Castellero, the Octopus.
So, I mean, is this just... It almost feels like, going on the premise all of this is true. It would feel like this is intelligence agencies of almost every nation finding a formula that works and just kind of running amok with it. It almost seems like, if this is a problem in America, it's probably something that's happening in Russia then, and in China and the European Union, and probably in South America. It's probably happening everywhere. You've got all these intelligence communities that are like, hey, did you know that we're able to blackmail our politicians with kid sex? Oh, well, shit, let me join in. Let me do that in my home country.
Or is Epstein a Mossad operation? Was Epstein Israel's operation? Or was it Russians' operation? I agree. There's countries all over the world running, like I mentioned, the Mark Duterte affair in European Union, down there in Switzerland. So they're all running similar stuff. Jimmy Savile in England. And it's all interconnected, or globally. Sadly, it gets as dark as that and as spooky as that. I mean, and messed up as that. It's
how many? Okay, so kind of going back, I guess, to the finders, or even any of these cases. How many of the children that were involved, that were kids at the time, have tried to speak out publicly about this? And I guess what happened when they tried to do that, if they did?
Well, the Tallahassee Police Department people were told to shut it down. Ramon J. Martinez allegedly was investigated by Internal Affairs and forced out of the Customs Service and has been harassed his whole life. Garrett Caradori was murdered in a plane crash. Danny Castellero was suicided in his hotel room. Gary Webb was suicided or driven to suicide. Ray Lemmy. I mean, there's been multiple investigators and people who have been killed by the world order or by individual governments, whatever you want to say, that try to bring this information to truth.
So how do you see it when you're looking at, I guess, this FBI release then, this Vault release? Do you see it as a positive thing? Do you think it's just something they released on a Friday because they thought nobody would pay attention? Do you think is it some kind of a signal change to the public, like, hey, maybe we're going to start bringing this stuff out into the light? What do you view it as?
I view it, if you look at the documents, it says it was a time disclosure. Because it's been about, give or take, since the 90s, a little bit over 20 years or something, 25 years since the initial case, since the second part of the case has been opened up. So if you look at the document, some of it says it's time release. It's just time to be released. It's just automatic. They've already redacted it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, so was the JFK stuff, but that got sealed up again. You know what I mean? Not all of it was released. So again, kind of looking at it, if you got all these multiple investigators or people that were connected to the case that are conveniently committing suicide, and now you have this information kind of coming to light, could it be something where maybe the key players that were involved in the initial founding of it or in the initial operations of it in the intelligence community, maybe they've passed along, and so now nobody can be held accountable, and that's why it's getting outed?
No, I mean, Gina Haspel's head of the CIA, and she's as evil as they come. So, I mean, one thing I think of is just time disclosure. I mean, some people say the world order has to disclose certain things before, all the predictive programming around 9/11. So maybe they have to disclose, or maybe just because they think, who really knows about the finders? I mean, did you see, like you mentioned this on Twitter? No one's bringing this up in the mainstream media. No one. It doesn't exist. This could be, I mean, other than, people like you, Jim, and thank God you brought it to light and everything. No one's really looking at this. It's like pissing in the wind, brother. I mean, it's just, just like Epstein. People forgot about Epstein who? And then, of course, that report comes out by the guy who also did JFK's autopsy and other famous autopsies, and he was hired by Epstein. And I do believe that Epstein either was murdered or, was taken out by a Mossad hit team out of the prison, is living on a beach somewhere. I don't know. But I think that there are white hats that are releasing this stuff? Maybe, but it's probably more, that it's just timed. And again, it could be interdepartmental wars, because when you look at it, at the documents, it never really talks about the FBI covering up, or the FCI, which is the foreign counterintelligence part of the FBI, because we're all taught, well, the FBI works on domestic soil and the CIA works on foreign soil. That's bullcrap. The FBI has a foreign soil part of it too, and they would cover it up. And the thing is, a lot of that stuff's redacted. Unless there's not people like me or you or Derek Bros or George who are really looking into these documents and really analyzing them. Your average person is not going to know what they're talking about. So I don't think why they did it. I don't know, but I can tell you that. I don't think it's to muddy the waters. I think what they release is mostly accurate, but it's just difficult. Like I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't think it's for us.
Well,
I just don't know.
I mean, I've heard the speculation before that people that commit atrocious act, that evil wants to be public. I guess is the best way to put it. Do you think this is the sort of thing where they just want to rub it in the public's face and you're not going to do shit about it?
Yep, either that or they want, they're just, I mean, that's probably it. Or to say, hey, now it's public. It's up to you to find us out. Our hands are washed of our sins. It's either one of those. I don't, that sounds the best to me. I've heard both. That's about the best I can come up with. I wish I had a better answer.
That's fine. And so relating back to this FBI drop of 300, and I think it's 40 pages, or 320, whatever it was, we got up to 180. I mean, I know there's 120 left. I think that's mostly going over police reports. Was there anything, like when you were reading through it, were there any things that really struck out to you? Or was there something you were reading and you're like, holy shit?
I never thought I'd read. I mean, pretty much the Metropolitan Police Department documents. The kids in cages. The had witnesses to kids in cages, which was in the Virginia State Police documents. Which someone did an FOA request for those documents, and Virginia State Police came back and they were like, "Oh, we don't have those documents. We don't know what happened to them. They disappeared. Jim, they're gone. They're gone. Magically gone."
A lot of really convenient losses of evidence and documentation. I know that one of the witnesses, when they were interviewing him, I can't remember which finder's location it was, but it was in 87. had said that they heard or saw children in vans crying being driven up to one of the complexes.
Yes.
So it's just so weird to me with that kind of evidence. It must be frustrating for local law enforcement, whether it's in Virginia, it's the Metro guys, it's Tallahassee, whatever, that they're looking into this, and I'm sure they know it's dirty as all high hell, but they can't do anything with it.
Very, very much so. Even the attorney that was trying to prosecute the finders down there in Florida, they drug him through the mud even back in the 80s, in 87, and saying that the only reason why he's going against the Christians is because or going against the finders is because he's a Christian with a Bible in his hand and a gun on his hip, and he doesn't understand their alternative lifestyle, Jim. He thought the finders were guilty and did his best he possibly could to separate the children and keep them separated from their parents, but he failed. Because, again, the FBI and the CIA stepped in and said, shut it down, and so, they did good work and the local Tallahassee Police Department, most people did. I do think possibly that one of the officers, Rick Huffman, he said some weird things too, like when he was talking about sexual molestation. Well, it depends, Jim, if the girl has semen in her vagina or on her foot and the amount, and it's like,
it depends on the amount of semen, does it?
Yes, or where it is. It shouldn't semen not be around, children at all.
Hey guys, open the cell up, all right? He only came on her feet. We need to let this guy go. He's a good guy. Let him go.
It's crazy, man. So, I mean, and I've contacted both John Sullivan, who went on record. He was Ramon J. Martinez's boss, who said Ramon J. Martinez, always told him the truth and was always credible, and he believed him and stood by his report. I talked with Skip Clemens, who investigated it, and he said that the customs and the FBI shut down everything. I mean, there's enough evidence to show that the boys stepped in and said, "That's enough, shut it down." So there's enough evidence. The report I gave you that was unredacted, there's enough to show that they shut it down. Now, why they shut it down, I believe is because they were running, child trafficking and ops and, stuff that glow-in-the-darks do, so that's why they shut it down. And even when they reopened it, Charles Rose, my congressman from Fayetteville, North Carolina, there's some weird things about him. He was part of a rat gate and was working on psychic spies and stuff and everything. So it was but Tom Lewis, I think, was a good man. He was a congressman from Florida who was actually replaced. He was forced out right after this investigation opened back up. And he was replaced by Mark Foley. And Mark Foley would later go down for the Republican Page scandal. So it never ends, And with the finders, we didn't even get to talk about how recently in the past year, there was a finder member named Theodore G. Reese, who was part of the Inner Circle. He was like a computer programmer. He worked with the Future Enterprises, supposedly the CIA front that the finders were training CIA agents with, that the documents talk about. He was arrested at the ripe age, and I think it was 80. He was in his 80s. I think he was 80, with distributing child pornography. So that's a modern connection to the finders, and he was in the Inner Circle. Theodore West was West.
Okay, well, speaking of the current age, right? Today, this Halloween, how big are the finders currently? How many members would you speculate are out there? Is this still a big thing that's been kept under wraps, or is this something that once the 87 coverage and 93 coverage happened, that they started to try to wind down?
No, they're still going, to my knowledge. For example, there was the Futurist magazine, which is run by the World Futurist Society and has had famous people like Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Buckminster Fuller, which was a finder started front. They started this World Future Society. The former architect, Roy Mason, who was a homosexual, had a tranny back in the 70s that burned down his house, one of his houses that he owned. Who Charles Soka said allegedly had a predilection for young boys as well. He also was a big part of the World Future Society, and they're writing a magazine called The Futurist. And there's a finder named Kristen Knopf, who was actually one of the mothers of one of the children, Benjamin Knopf. She changed her name to Kristen Knopf. She dropped the K. And she's still writing for The Futurist, which was magazine, which was part of the World Future Society. And there was a guy on there, and I have to look at his name. Excuse me for not remembering his name. The 4chan people, and thank God for the knowledge of 4chan, because they even showed a few things that I didn't know. And I've been investigating this for three years, Jim. And there was a guy on there who, before the FBI documents dropped, he worked for the magazine Futurist with Kristen Knopf. In his Twitter profile, he put Finder. But as soon as this stuff dropped, he took Finder off in the past week or so.
Oh, yeah, no, I could imagine. I guess one thing that kind of sticks out to me, I know Epstein was big on having parties and inviting people to his island. I know he liked having a lot of the technological elite there, a lot of the current age thinkers. It seems like the Finders kind of did the same thing. And kind of looking back on this with the satanic panic and just kind of the modus operandi of this, and just is this some kind of a weird secondary like attack on Christianity?
Yes.
Because it feels like there's a really heavy secular angle, and it feels like there's a real heavy kind of futurist, humanist angle.
Yes.
To kind of try to, I don't know, to rip out the soul of America almost.
I mean, remember, kids back in the 80s, my grandparents wouldn't let my father, my mother passed away when I was young, but wouldn't let my father place me in daycare. Because of the whole satanic panic, like they believed it was a real thing. So after I put satanic panic in quotation marks. But afterwards, think about it. Like, how many parents didn't think twice because if you don't put your kid in daycare anymore, that's silly satanic panic nonsense, Jim. It's okay to put your kids in daycare or Montessori schools or anything like that. It's perfectly fine, So that whole narrative could just, satanic panic narrative completely destroyed it. And some people say it's actually the beginning of helicopter parenting, because parents started thinking that something was wrong, but they really couldn't look at it because they'd be told satanic panic.
Well, yeah, I mean, it feels similar almost to the push that's going on right now. I mean, I'm kind of jumping subjects a little bit, but in kind of influencing the next generations that are coming up. I mean, it feels like the concept of morality or religious values have kind of been eroded. And,
yes.
And it almost seems, I mean, you can kind of see that, a continuation of that nowadays, where you've got, 10-year-olds saying, oh, well, I'm trans. There's one 10-year-old, I'm transsexual, I'm going to open a dating service, a very secular mindset. I guess if that was the angle, right? If the angle was to kind of tear away that aspect of America, why? I'm trying to think of what the end goal of something like that is.
Just to demoralize us and push us further from not trusting each other, not trusting our communities, and pulling us furthest away from church. I mean, it's pretty much what it did. And trust government institutions, like your schools. I know daycares aren't really, government institutions, but they do get funding from government a lot. And also, DSS too, or CPS, should I say. And there are good CPS people out there, don't get me wrong, but, CPS has been implicated in a lot of these scandals too as well. So I guess the only thing I think of is just to so they can operate more, because if anybody questions it, it's just those crazy Christians with their satanic panic,
Right,
and
kind of
to demoralize us.
Shut them out of the public discourse when they have something to say.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose you could assemble a timeline that might be interesting to look at, starting maybe in the late 70s to early 80s, and just kind of the shift that might have taken place in America from you had there's been so many things, war on Christmas, satanic panic. You've got kind of this sexually liberated mindset where everything is permissible and nothing is weird anymore. If your 5-year-old wants to be transsexual, if your 10-year-old wants to be gay and dance for money, this is all okay. Let's have drag queen story hour. And it just seems like, if you presented any of these things, any of these things that have happened maybe over the last 30 years in the 1940s or 50s or hell, even in the 60s, society as a whole would have been like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, that's during this whole thing. It was. I mean, look at what you want. People could say about Russia as far as Trump is concerned. Trump, tweeting it's a witch hunt or anything. But one thing I found very interesting is Michael Savage writes a book on witch hunts, and he puts McMartin on there, but he just gives like the list verse article as links to it, but not reading like anything substantial about it, and says that, well, this is the reason why they're going after Trump is because satanic panic. And you see a lot of similar, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian Gorka said satanic panic too is similar to the witch hunt against Trump is similar to satanic panic. They all, there's been quite a few people in Coulter. So it's just interesting of how they brought it back forth again just to beat people. I mean, people were literally tweeting. I mean, like Styx Hexenhammer, Styx is a Satanist, and people tweeting back to him, Styx, well, maybe there's something to this. Maybe there's something to this, Scott Adams. But
yeah, no, I've seen Styx take on this. I know that he said, or at least I believe he said, I know he did a video, I didn't get a chance to watch it, but he had said something along the lines of, well, this isn't real Satanism. This isn't like, the down-home, good cooking, love you at Christmas kind of Satanism I'm used to. I think that was his take on it.
Seems about right. Michael Aquino and every the West Point, the Presidio cover up and everything with Satanism involved in that too. No, I don't have to worry about that, Jim. It's nothing to see here. It's just that LaVey Satanism, that true atheist that masquerades as a Satanist and only care about themselves. That's true Satanism. Don't worry about these child sacrifices or sexual abuses. No, don't worry about that. That's a satanic panic.
Right, and and I should say too. You're talking to somebody. I'm not super religious. I went to church as a kid, but I kind of fell out of it. But even just, I guess, from my perspective of somebody that's not really tuned into religion, it is weird. There is a lot of really weird shit going on here. To have this kind of common theme repeatedly pop up with the pentagrams and the animal sacrifices and all the weird what was it, the fucking spirit cooking. In fact, I think I have do I have a picture of that queued up? Just to give people an idea if they're unfamiliar with what the hell I'm talking about.
With Abramovic.
Yeah, there we go. I should have one up on screen now for people. But it's a lot of weird shit. You know what I mean? And I think even irreligious people or atheists, just secular people looking at this might be like, yeah, that is kind of fucking strange.
And how often it's not just one occurrence. If it's one occurrence, you kind of brush it off, But when it's happened in almost every single of these cases, like how many times is it a pattern? That before eventually you're like, oh, okay, this is truly a thing. And so, the government's involved, Satanism angle, it sounds like a Hollywood movie, like you say, and like something you'd watch on Halloween, right? Well, it's not. It's really going on, and it's happening in multiple cases. And it's still sadly going on today in areas, the things we can even think of.
Yeah, it's just so strange. The only other thing I could think of potentially as to why this is a common theme, maybe it was, we'll take something, okay, so let's say you're the CIA and you're running some weird kind of blackmail child sex cult. And, you have to plan for contingencies. What are we going to do if the public ever finds out about this? The child porn stuff's really going to sink us. I know. Let's throw the Satanism on top to try to distract them with that. Do you think there's a potential that might be why this is something that's reoccurring all over the place?
I'd say probably a small potential. I think, as a Christian, I'm going to say, yeah, it's Satanism. But if I'm trying to look at it from a different angle, it's possible. However, there were members of the Finders that were followers of Aleister Crowley and other members that were supposedly Satanists, like Stuart Miles Silverstone. He was very much into Aleister Crowley, and Toby Troll talks a lot about it in The Game Caller. And then why would the Finders have all of these, altars, one being in the warehouse, one being near the W Street apartments, and one being at the Free State? Why would they have all those? And Goatgate, why Goatgate? Why the slaughtering of the goat and ritual poses and pictures and everything? Like, why that? Toby Troll says, well, they were just harvesting the goat for food. And it was animal husbandry, and I don't believe that at all. And when you actually read Toby Terrell's book and he tries to explain the way they repaired it, Jim, the kids were stuck out in this Free State area. There was land that Petty owned with cabins and stuff like that, and like tents and stuff. And they were in their own cabin by themselves, and the adults would just watch them, and the kids just did whatever they wanted to do. It's like whatever they wanted to do. Like the adults would just watch them, and if maybe they claim if one of the kids were going to get harmed, they would step in. But the kids were pretty much lived in a cabin with no adult supervision except for the Finders members looking in on them from the windows. They claim all the time, but my guesses would be never. And there's also talk about the kids being kept in cages, and it's like the worst of free-range parenting, hippie parenting that you can ever think of. So at the bare minimum, these Finders children were, abused. They didn't have any normal structure. I mean, during Christmas, Jordan Arico talks about that the Finders women came down the stairs naked, and the kids just thought it was a funny game, that they were all naked and kissing the Finders men,
Yeah, it feels like, I guess, if I had to give a hot take, even going back to the story you were telling about, I can't remember his name now, but the guy at McMartin that would read the Playboys with the kids.
Raymond Bucky. Bucky.
Right. When you're looking at that, or when you're looking at these stories about the moms walking around naked with all the goat shit going on, it seems like almost a progressive, not progressive here as in like political leanings, but like progressive as in it keeps growing. Program of trying to normalize deviant behavior. Trying to make it acceptable to the kids. Like, hey, shit's getting weird, but we're doing it slowly enough that you're going to think this is normal by the end of it.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And that's what even the Metropolitan Police Department said. They were like, well, we don't think the kids were, molested, but they were brainwashed. And the Finders kids today, they still exist. At least we think they do in social media. Like it does appear to be them. And of course, anybody listening, don't go harass them or anything like that. Cause usually when that happens, people start pulling down stuff off of social media and everything. But
I figure they're mind fucked enough. I wouldn't want to bother them. You know what I mean? After all,
no, I'm not saying you, Jim. I'm just saying
Oh no. I'm agreeing with you. Like if I went through this kind of shit, yeah, I'd probably be pretty fucked up after it.
But some people say, well, if they're still with their parents, then nothing happened, right? Well, they could have been brainwashed severely. That happens in many types of abuse. Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't mean just because they're still with their families now or still have relationships with their families that nothing happened, even to them, Because some people argue, well, the sexual evidence of molestation was possibly weak with the Finders, the 6 children themselves. And there may be a possibility that I believe that it was likely, and there's other investigators believe likely, that there were things going on with those children. Okay, that were more than just not being properly cared for.
Well, that's my gut hunch, just based on the Tallahassee report. That's my gut feeling on it.
But basically, if we go off of that and just say, there were many children at the Free State. Eyewitnesses saw children, hundreds or thousands over the period of 20 years. And then you have the connection with Hunter Patch Adams, the movie that Robin Williams played Patch Adams on, the Guns Untied Institute being funded by Marion Petty, and Hunter Adams being very good friends with Petty. So.
Oh wait, I didn't even make that connection. Wait, are you telling me you're telling me that one of those quirky comedies that Hollywood produces has a fucking connection to a child sex cult the CIA ran?
Yes. Do you want to hear what you might find this very interesting? Let me find it. Do you want to hear exactly what Hunter Adams said about Goatgate, about them slaughtering the goats?
Now this is the person, the character Patch Adams in the movie is based on, right? The one Robin Williams played. Okay, what did he say?
He said, and I quote, "What other evidence have they uncovered? Ritual bloodletting of the goat slaughter," he added. "On the farm, it's called harvest. It's animal husbandry, a practice 13,000 years old. Farmers traditionally include their children, particularly their male children, in annual fall butchering of livestock. I've met city people who think their milk comes from a carton. Urbanites are often ignorant at the realities of food production. Their ways of child rearing aren't mine. Yes, they're strange. Yes, they're misguided. But there are a lot of other kinds of neglect out there. If their children have been neglected, it wasn't meant to be neglect. They mean to give their children enriching experiences. This could be a lesson of survival. If you want to show her how society is messed up, this will certainly do it."
That is, I'm trying to get over the fact that I did make the connection when he kept saying Patch Adams stuff, the Gesundheit Institute. I guess speaking of the relationships and kind of the structure of this thing, I think kind of going back again to the FBI reports. What can you tell us about? Because everybody refers to the game changer. Now, I mean, is this just a singular title he took on as himself, or do you think this is like a position within the organization that passes between people? Once he's gone, is there never going to be another game? I'm sorry, the game. What is it?
Game caller.
Game caller. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, game caller. So is that like his thing and his thing alone, or is this like a title that's passed along?
Well, Marion Petty was first called the Stroller. Okay, that's what he was originally called
because that's what he was stealing the children from, baby strollers.
No, I mean it was because he would just stroll around and just see what's up and what he could hear, what he could listen to, and what he could find out because he was a finder. And eventually, they started calling the game caller supposedly because he would tell members of the Finders what to do on a daily basis, so they would call them games. But the thing is the title of game caller. Now, Marion Petty was always the head, but other members of the Finders, sometimes he'd be like, okay, so Barbara Sylvester, it's your turn to call a game. Okay, so that person would become the game caller. All right, so it would morph. So you're right in that it was more of a title. Marion Petty was the head, and they'd have to answer to him, but the game caller would be a position that would change within the inner circle.
Well, you know what I'm struck by, too, just in the conversation we've had over the past hour, talking about the FBI stuff. I mean, I know we have speculation. We're going off on our own theories on what this might mean, or, some of the things that might be going on. But, I mean, there is kind of a dark brilliance to it. Because if I were to tune into this stream and listen to this without knowing anything, I'd be like, this is fucking crazy. It feels like it was set up to be like that.
Yes.
You have two people talking about this, and even though you've got FBI reports and police reports that talk about the evidence they found, that talk about, tunnel networks, that talk about books on mind control, keeping kids in cages, sexual and physical abuse, the titles they used, just all the weird stuff that's going on, the connection to the intelligence community, even with all of that, when you kind of put it together and then you present it to a normal person, they're like, no, this is fucking crazy. This sounds like Hollywood shit to me. This sounds like something that's so unbelievable it couldn't be real. And it feels like that was created intentionally to be a buffer to prevent the public from ever looking at it and being like, oh my God, this is really happening.
Or, I mean, what about Gamergate? Remember the former porn actress Mercedes Carrera?
Yeah, now she got arrested, and was it her husband or the step? I know she got nailed for child porn charges. She was doing all sorts of fucking crazy deviant shit with her kid.
Yes, and if you go look at her Instagram and stuff like that, she has Baphomet and all this satanic imagery that they were putting in and everything too as well.
Yeah, I think it was described as she was doing like some kind of BDSM abuse of her daughter, and there were multiple
allegedly. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Allegedly, yeah,
allegedly. Yeah, let me join you on the allegedly. This is what I've heard. None of this is I'm not definitively stating any of this. Just the reports and articles I've heard. But it was some pretty hardcore stuff, allegedly, and a lot of videos, allegedly, of this kind of happening. But yeah, I was that kind of blew me away when that came to light, because I mean, her daughter is, I think, like 8 years. This is a little kid.
Yes. Gamers rise up.
Yeah, well, maybe
do something about this.
maybe that particular gamer should have sat the fuck down instead of doing what she was doing, because then she has connections to the porn industry, and who knows how far that shit went.
Yeah, again, that was just another satanic, the imagery that just brought, that I just thought of, and it. I mean, if someone looking in, they'll be like, well, this stuff's crazy. And the same thing they'd say about the Franklin scandal or anything else. But when you actually do the research like I did, I had a really good friend who believed in conspiracies, but he actually didn't believe me about the Pettygate stuff until he actually sat down. He was a former CPS worker. He actually sat down and read the Franklin scandal. And once he read that, he goes, John, you're 100% right, 100% sorry. Because the CPS reports in the Franklin scandal, he was like, there's no way these children were lying.
Well, I mean, when you see some of the stuff that's been exposed that the government's done, and just the kind of professions that have been involved in it, if you were told it, you'd say, oh, that's crazy, but then, it comes to light. I think one of the more clear examples would be the whole thing with the Tuskegee people that basically they wanted to run a health experiment on a group of people. They all have syphilis. We're not going to tell them. We're just going to test them because we want to see what happens to their brain. But you had people in intelligence, in the military. You had doctors who take a sworn oath not to do something like that involved in it. They tried doing it just outside the borders so they wouldn't get harassed doing it. And that was something that Clinton ended up during his presidency having to address and apologize for. But if you were to tell somebody, hey, the government's knowingly letting people get infected with an STD to drive them crazy just to see what happens, people would be like, no, that's not possible. And yet you see that, that was really something they were a part of.
I mean, the U.S. Navy got caught spraying Serratia marsens, which is, have you ever seen that pink slime, like in the bottom of your drain in your shower?
Well, where I'm from, they make that into chicken McNuggets.
Yes, but they sprayed that stuff on San Francisco unreally, but during the 1950s, it was called Operation Sea Spray, just to see what would happen.
I'll tell you what happened. Now we have an explanation. Chat, you should thank him. Because now we know why the fuck California is the way it is. It's the goddamn Navy's fault.
Yeah, they sprayed them with bacteria. Actually, quite a few people actually end up dying from pneumonia. Elderly people from being sprayed with that bacteria. So I mean, what about MK Ultra, MK Often? How many times do they run ops even on us before eventually people wake up and realize that this stuff's going on?
Yeah, it's insane. Well, I appreciate you coming on to talk about this. I mean, you had a lot more background and insight than I did. Obviously, I'm just kind of casually reading over it, but you've definitely talked to people and researched stuff. If people want to follow this, if they want to follow the stuff that you're looking into, or this the book that you're working on, or just any of the stuff that you're doing related to this, where would they follow you?
We've read the documents on YouTube. We've read on Twitter. And I definitely want to thank you for having me on, Jim. I've been following you since the Internet Aristocrat days. It's been so long ago now. And all the work that you've done to do, I mean, whether it's Kurt Eichenwald, and oh God, don't even get me started on Eichenwald, or Nick Bates, or Ross, or anything like that. You do try to bring this stuff to light, and of course the Finders may be a little bit more on the grand scheme of things as far as being, in a larger circle, but you're doing the Lord's work, Jim.
No, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming on to talk about this and kind of share your insight. So, I mean, yeah, it just kind of leaves me a bit dumbstruck, I guess, at the end of it, after kind of reading through the reports, talking to you, looking at the related stuff, that even if all the speculation we've made is completely not true, just the stuff that is factually known, that is written down in black and white on documents from police stations, in multiple places, from the FBI, from Customs, from, these different organizations. Just that alone should leave a sick feeling in people's stomach.
Very much so, Jim. Take care.
All right, you have a good one. Thanks for joining me.
Bye.
All right, chat. Well, we've definitely gone into the rabbit hole. I will tell you that much. We've definitely face first down the fucking thing. Happy Halloween. Oh boy. Are you feeling safe about your kids out there now? That some weird fucking group called the Finders is going to abduct them and then make them cut off goat heads? End up on Epstein's Island, maybe buried under a preschool in tunnels, screaming at the top of their fucking lungs? This entire data dump from the FBI has just been surreal. Reading the police reports, I'm just going to touch on what I said earlier. I feel bad for the police departments that have to deal with this shit. Because when you read those police reports, it's pretty apparent that the cops that are working it, the normal fucking cops that get saddled with it, find it reprehensible. They find it disgusting. And why wouldn't they? They're having the same visceral reaction you would if you came across it. They want to get to the bottom of it. They want to make sure this weird shit's not really happening. And yet, to be stopped at every avenue, to have your warrants squashed, to have your evidence lost, to be told you can't pursue this, it must be just soul-crushing. It must be absolutely soul-crushing, because you're the one seeing those kids. You're the one investigating that shit. And you probably know deep down that there's some messed up shit happening. And yet somebody from a higher organization with more authority than you is going to put a stop to it. So I feel real bad for the Metro guys, for the Tallahassee guys, for Virginia, just for all the different police departments that got involved in this and just weren't able to I guess, bring it to justice. I don't know. Reading through this stuff and speculating on what it might mean and the connections it might have, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know why this would be allowed to persist. I don't know why this sort of just reprehensible stuff would be given the okay. You'd think somebody would have a crisis of conscience at a intelligence community or whoever would be organizing this and say, God, I'm an awful human being for letting this happen on my watch. But apparently not. Apparently we're in the minority when you think like that. But if you want to talk about what monsters are, you've heard an hour and a half discussing real monsters. The kind of people that would use children to gather intelligence, or to fight a foreign nation, or to control a politician. The sort of people that would prevent police departments from protecting people. Then that's a monster. That would use children as pawns in some kind of international scheme. That's a monster. That's what Halloween's about. These monsters glow in the dark, but they seem to be very much real. Where this will go, That's the pessimist in me. I think we're all pretty much pessimistic when we're looking at something like this. And it'll go where Epstein went. It'll go where this always goes. It will disappear from people's minds. They'll talk about it for a few weeks, and then they'll forget about it. Now, maybe they want to, on some subconscious level, forget about it, because then they don't have to deal with it. But it's just the age we live in. Everything's instant consumption. You've got to get that 5 minutes of entertainment, and then you move the fuck on to the next thing. I mean, I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. I'm not casting judgment on people and saying I'm above it. But it does make me a bit sad that that is the reality of things. Epstein was murdered in his jail cell, and it's already just kind of being forgotten. If that story hadn't have broken, it wouldn't have gone nowhere. And now, here we are. Hearing about the finders and reading about it, and in a month's time, you ask somebody, hey, what do you think of the finders? They're not going to know anything about it. Well, I'm sorry, Chad, if that's depressing to you. Again, it is Halloween, and some of the best horror stories, some of the best terror that exists are the ones that don't have a happy ending, are the stories that end in a bleak, despairing hole, a void, empty of any hope or any light. Those are the real stories that are filled with terror. And that is the story I have shared with you this Halloween. So if you got kids, give them a hug. If you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband or a wife, give them a hug. And thank God, or your spirit animal, or whatever the fuck you believe in, that at least you didn't get roped into this shit. That at least you were able to grow up normally, and you weren't put on some fucking CIA farm to be a child prostitute for some weird fucking people. I guess thank God for small miracles like that. All right. Now that I've made you despair, we will, I'll jump into the super chats. I'll read through them all. Sorry if I, didn't get a chance to read any of them during the little interview there. But I just, it was a good conversation. I just wanted to keep it going. Figured it was better not to interrupt. So if you had any particular questions, I'm sorry if I missed them. Hopefully, the questions I asked were good enough for you guys. So let me see where I left this off, and we will continue on. One moment. You know what, actually, chat, what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a drink, because I've got to read through these. That's my excuse for needing a drink, is, I got to read these super chats. I just need a drink from the subject itself. I'm going to be fucking honest with you. I just need a drink to center myself a little bit. So I'll put on a little music here. We'll take a small break. Go take a piss. Do whatever you got to do. And then I'll come back and I'll read the super chats. Everybody else, if you don't want to stick around for that's fine. I hope you have a good Halloween. I hope you have a great weekend coming up. For everybody else, just give me like 3 minutes here. Let's do smooth jazz. Smooth jazz, I think, is the right way to go for this fucking subject matter. I feel pretty confident going with smooth jazz for our break music. So let me put this on, and I will be back in just a few minutes. I saw a couple people in chat. What about the rest of the documents? I'll be honest with you. I was going to read over the last 120 pages, but I think that interview pretty much, I think that covered it. The remaining 120 pages went over the remainder of the police reports and a few telefaxes and things like that. But I was pretty pleased with that conversation. We got a lot of information related to kind of where this went, who was involved. And got names of people, investigators, their fates. Kind of surprised that multiple people, quote unquote, committed suicide. Seems to be a common theme anytime something like this comes up. That what do you know? Everybody involved is suddenly dead. Everybody got Seth Riched. So, Jesus. All right, let me jump back in here. Sharkman 9K. Happy All Hallows Eve from a fellow potato. Please tell MM I hope she doesn't burn along with California. Okay. From AA, Happy Halloween, Jimbo. Hope everyone has a good Halloween, but want to know what's scarier? Despite being 13% of the population. And then it went ... I don't know where that one was going. I'm going to have to just put on my thinking cap to see where that might end up. From me here, you there. I'm driving down my road and I just seen a bunch of glow-in-the-dark children. Help me, Terry. What should I do? You need to run. Especially if they have black eyes. Because then you're combining two different things. You're combining G and X. And that's dangerous. From NA, Skeletons Rise Up. Just a Coder. Look at all Reddit figs spamming door. From Joseph Jimenez. What are you dressed up for as Halloween this year? I went out as Tape Man. I'm still getting hammered. Might have to drop some red pills later. There's nothing like getting super drunk and then saying things you're going to regret in the morning. Have a little red pills Tourette's episode in the middle of your Halloween party. Start talking about the USS Liberty. Everybody's like, oh, shit. From Rude Boy Club, like Rapid Fire on Facebook.com, based. Smug Leaf the Snivy. Mr. Metokur, what's your opinion of Shadman? Also, how are you tonight? Lots of keks from across the pond in Wales. Smug Leaf the Snivy. Shadman, I do not consume that art. If that's what you're asking me. Every time Shadman gets brought up on V, you've got about 300 fucking images that go up of people sliding out a door, backing out of the thread. It's like clockwork. Also, how am I tonight? Well, I was doing pretty good until we got into this shit. I was doing fairly okay until we got into the dark underbelly of the CIA. From Joni Baloney, Styx has a Mexican wife. He is blue-pilled on Texas. Oh, blue-pilled on Texas. Well, blue-pilled would have been more interesting because I wouldn't know what the fuck that was. Rod Howard, top of the morning to you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy. I see you drank a little too much of your potato whiskey again. Typical late Patty. Bex Fire, happy Halloween, Sweetie Squad. From Autism Forums, dogs only lick you for bones inside you, Jimbo. Wake up. From Trolita, roses are red, violets are blue. My poem is epic, pee-pee, poo-poo. Double A, Echo Papa, Sierra, Tango, Echo, Indy. No, are you having me am I spelling something out that's going to get me arrested? Is this some... Oh, I'll read it if I'm giving away government positions. From Double A, Echo Papa, Sierra, Tango, Echo, India. November, Delta, India, Delta, November, Oscar, Tango, Charlie. Oscar, Mike, Mike, India, Tango, Sierra, Uniform, India, Charlie, India, Delta, Echo. From Ethereal, you guys, I'm really super spooked right now. From Victor Phantasm, happy Halloween, boss. I'll sell you my $220,000 house and a nice white HOA, Homeowners Association, I'm guessing, if you hurry up and come here. 4 beds, 3 baths, 2,400 square feet, half an acre. Well, it sounds like a nice property, but I'm going to wait for the market to crash, and then I'm going to go get myself a mansion for $100K. From Danny G, happy Halloween, doing the Lord's work, lulz. From Putty Tat, hey Jim, hope you're having a better Halloween than I am. Here's to another fun stream. Obviously this one was sent before we got into the depressing shit. From Excellent Browning, this is my first and maybe even last Superberry for you, Jim. I live near Seattle, and let's hope 11-3 takes us all. Keep up the good work, mate. Oh, thank you. From the Hotness, on day 11 of 21-day day work week, your streams help me through working 70 hours a week. God damn. How long do you think before the planet hits World War III, or do you think that disarmament is more likely? Love you, Jim. Thanks for the stream. Here's 5 Smoky Dews. I don't know if World War III is going to hit us. The world is fucking crazy, though. You never know. From Cody Culp, Dr. Baden is the HBO autopsy guy. Legit. From Bex Fire, the sorry state of the press when an anon shitposter does better investigative, informative journalism than the mainstream media. From Bad Nut, that Nigerian guy built a helicopter out of a BMX and sold it to the military. What have you done lately? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm moving to Ghana because that is a money-making opportunity, and I'm not leaving cash on the table. From Texas Spirit, too, why does this CIA op sound like Sargoy levels of competence and ideas? We got to own those Soviets. From Grody Gungus, I'd better enjoy this while I can before you get suicided. From Victor Phantasm, by the way, boss, the house is in Texas. Would you debate Styx Scheckelheimer 666 about whether or not the satanic panic was truly satanic? Yeah, I would. That'd be actually a pretty entertaining conversation. From Lumberjack Cowboy, it's real graveyard hours. Who's working? Will Ross, spooky, scary CIA sends shivers down your spines. When the cops try to shut it down, we'll tell you they're all fine. We're so sorry, CIA, you're misunderstood. You only want to socialize, but I don't think you should. From Bad Nut, is the CIA necessary anymore? Well, I'd love to answer that question, but I'll probably have a barbell fall on my fucking head if I do. So I'm going to have to just, I'm going to have to table that one. I'm going to be honest with you here. Hold on, sorry, chat. Okay. That's the Nigerian one. There we go. From Paige Fault. Hey, Jim. Have you heard of the National Association of Zionists and Israelites Party? I heard they have really nice camps with plenty of bomb fires. Well, no, I'm unfamiliar. I'll have to read some pamphlets. From Godzilla 37. I'm here because someone said Google dancing Israelis. Well, there you go. They are fine dancers from what I understand. Ben Thomas, daily reminder, Matt Jarbo is not the father. I think we all knew that just on a gut hunch. From Colton Butler, fighters, keepers, losers commit suicide weepers. You know, actually, now that I've got Jarbo in my head, you know what our outro song's going to be? I'm going to go find one of those mundane Matt raps. Shit, I can't remember the name of it, but I'll find it, I think. From Afro John, I think we all need to take a page out of Terry Davis' book. If they glow in the dark, shift out of park. From Conspiracy and Comics, Sweetie Squad checking in. Check my comment, Oi Solstice. Tales of Bardic Fury on Indiegogo. Husbandu and waifu bards in ancient Ireland. Hashtag scatter CIA to the wind. From Master Plagues, You're My Prayers, Jim. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. From Zuko Yurkerhart, Hollywood Degenerate Stream. Check out the documentary Open Secret. From Conspiracy and Comics, You Want Waifus? Check out Solstice on Indiegogo, bro. From Bubby LaFleur, Dylan is a nig. Gertie Dinkland, well, at least this is not lemons. That is very true. Dahlia Spoonge, Rip Boogie 2988. Apparently Boogie's passed away, everybody. If we can get an F in chat for Boogie. Once again, he's passed away. That makes number 984. Man dies all the time. Oh, did somebody find the name of the song I'm looking for? Oh, MC Jarbo. Jarbo the Hutt. Okay. From Thickalo, happy Halloween, making pizza deliveries and listening to the stream. Excited to have more reasons to hate the glow-in-the-darks. Gabrielle Montreal, what does Milo Yiannopoulos know about Pizzagate? Well, you know, that's actually a really good question, Gabrielle. I may be I would hope more people would remember this, but I'm going to walk us all down memory lane. Milo Yiannopoulos, and this is, you can find the streams and the comments, I'm sure they're archived. Remember when he was going to do a big presentation on Pizzagate? He had everybody show up to an event, he was going to do it, and then he walked out of off stage for like 20 minutes and came back and said, I just received a call from Washington. I can't talk about this right now. Big things are happening. And then nothing ever came of that. I'd love to know what exactly was that call? What exactly happened there? Now, I'm pretty sure my old man memory isn't failing me. And that really did happen. And if you look into it, you'll find what I'm talking about. From Chemtrail Mix, happy Halloween, Jimbo. Have you had a chance to look into missing 411 stuff? Truly spooky stuff. It convinced me to avoid all national parks. From Victor Phantasm Boss, what do you think about H3H3 buying a $9 million Edu mansion in Bel Air while begging for lawsuit donations 3 years ago? See Mamology 101's video for details. I do remember him asking for donations for a lawsuit. If he's got $9 million to buy a fucking mansion, what was he asking for money for a fucking lawsuit for? From Brad Sigel, I love sluds, I love rarity, wah, rah, ooh la la. From Gertie Dinkland, yep, too many edibles, lost the words. Slimo Jones, Juice take the foreskin and slap a big tragic blood diamond on it to purpose. They're as shady as lampshade and grimier than a bar of soap. Lurgel, hey Jimco merch, make Jimco merch, you shifty-eyed heeb. Dove and Death, I'm doing great today, Jim. I was in a jury that found a black man guilty and is going to have to serve a minimum of 11 years. From Dr. Conman Kotick, happy Halloween, Jim. I'm currently hiding from the glow-in-the-darks. Pray for me. From No Need Some Milk, hey, Jimbo, happy Halloween. Love your streams and videos. It's my birthday, and 2 streams in one day is a great gift. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, happy birthday. From Jay Wanks, Terry Davis was right. I don't think train accident was really an accident. Maybe onto something. It is a fucking weird story on how he went out, and it sucks because Terry was a great guy. From Legato Madi, there's a greater evil in DC no one wants to talk about, Man Bear Pig. Farmaster Flex, Excelsior. From Dame Pesos, Ethan Ralph, it's me, Metokur. I love the gunt. Put it in my rear, queer. I love Israel and the Jews. I believe in the Holocaust. From KTTK, Ralph, I love your gunt. Lumberjack Cowboy, he's a good old boy from North Carolina like myself. From Mac 1134, the saddest part is the stuff that like this is still probably going on and more than likely we'll never know. From Felix Culpa, Happy Halloween, Jimbo. Check out 12 Tribes from the FBI Vault on June 25th. It's only 66 pages, but also deals with a cult, only it's religious and not satanic. There's also part of it mentions Bernie Sanders. You know, maybe I'll do like FBI Vault streams. I don't know. I mean, the Finders thing was interesting. 12 Tribes from the FBI Vault, June 25th. You know what? I'll take a look at it. Mahalo Viking, is this where I order a UFO abduction? No, that will be the David Stay stream I'm doing about aliens on November 15th. From the Mind Corporation, have you ran Temple OS on the Oracle VirtualBox? No, I have not. I am a filthy heathen. I'm not allowed to use God's operating system. From Joey Jojo, I'm beginning to think demons are real and walk among us. Anyone who harms or abuses children like this deserve to be ripped and torn. Sick world. Black Cube Mystery, this glowy stream is redacted and redacted build. From Russ Daddy, has anyone heard about the Jewish kids that got circumcised by a rabbi and started contracting AIDS after the rabbi sucked the blood off the pee-pee? I've heard stories like that, but if there's one currently in the news, I'm unfamiliar with it. At least that's what I'm going to say, so I don't get barbelt. Okay, well, I lost my... Oh, there we are. From Derp Mug Apwool Perry, Rip Boogie. Again, Rip Boogie, you will be missed. From Jim Westberg, time to add a P to an alphabet soup identity group. Legato Madi, holy geez, I just realized. In Fallout New Vegas, Ted Gunderson is the name of the man who lost his son and who was kidnapped by the White Glove Society, who were the upper richest people in the apocalypse. Bethesda is based in D.C. From Super Roxapo, my hips are moving on their own, Oni-chan. Sunny69, Kevin Spacey accuser recently dies. Kevin Spacey case just closed and dismissed. Weird, oh well. From Sordid Sentinel, the Satanism aspect is intended to further control and terrorize the kids. You make a kid cut off a goat's head during a ritual, and now they feel like they're a part of the abusers. Not just an innocent abused kid. A woo, Jim, a woo. From the Mind Corporation, ascend out of the political compass. From Killing Munch, the Finders and the Cabal practice Satanism because they follow Aleister Crowley and use his child sacrifice. Look for AC in Western cultures. He's venerated all over kosher media, e.g. Beatles album cover. From Legato Madi, White Glove in the game ritually ate people while living in the lap of luxury while the world burned. From Beck's Fire, what's the name of your guest channel? I want to let me grab that for you. Hold on 1 second. I should have it written down here. 1 sec here, guys. That was John, and it was We've Read the Documents. If you want to follow him, it should be We've Read the Documents on YouTube. And I think he said We've Read on Twitter. That one, I'm sorry, I can't remember that one specifically, but We've Read the Documents. Bubblegum Gun, the anime speed grapher, literally this with Bush. From Sexy Legs, only the slowest of pack get caught. I doubt they released it out of benevolence. It's probably a burn notice to maintain the illusion. From Mighty Pingus, I'm an Irish nibba. I grew up a provincial in Arkansas. I have no idea I have an idea I want to bounce off of you because you're a fellow potato and I like your style. Do you think there's a backwoods trafficking network in the USA? Backwoods trafficking as in what? You mean like child networking, or I'm sorry, child trafficking, or like drugs, or just all of it? I wouldn't put it past intelligence agencies, whether they're trying to honeypot something or I guess trying to, what did he call it? Brownstone people? There's probably something like that. From CAD Computers TV, I was sitting here eating bugs in like a good environmentalist when I heard you mention Michael Baden, the forensic pathologist. Did you know he had a series on HBO called Autopsy? It's great viewing. From Random Man, Jim, you should really check out the Detrux affair. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. It will blow your mind knowing how exposed they became, and still nothing changed. Yeah, that seems to be a common theory, or not a common theory. It seems to be a common thread, doesn't it? That when stuff like this comes out into the public, it never goes anywhere, even if it's just blatant and egregious and in your face and disgusting. It just kind of just disappears. From the Mighty Pingus, the Ozarks are quiet, man, and regular people who live here like to drink and watch TV. It could be done without people in the sticks noticing. From Ear Juice, please help find all of Cog's black children. There's quite a few to locate. From Kami Catcher 5000, if John is talking about Project Stargate about his rep, look into possible connections to known Satanist and Project Stargate head Michael Aquino. Got a message from Joanne. Well, no message, but just a donation. Thanks. From Rustna Hating. Probably butchered that name too. Absolutely love your videos. This gives me lots of entertainment. Stay awesome and watch out for the glow-in-the-darks. From Victor Phantasm. Boss, I'm a creationist Christian. I've had atheists tell me God doesn't exist, evolution is real, and men can be women. Suddenly, I believe they're dumb. From Earjuice Sticks, groomed a teen and will flag videos with evidence along with cross-dressing. See Discord vid version. From Name, Epstein more like Easter bean. Scramble those eggs. Mr. Robert Parker, the most debased society, the most defenseless. The more debased the society, the more defenseless. From Star Asp, the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing everyone he never existed. Filthy Casual, quick chat during break. Just wanted to pop in and hail Stan. Happy Spoopy Day. Well, happy Spoopy Day to you too. From the Turkish Zoo, the guy lost me when he said this was all to drive people away from the church when the church has the biggest collection of pedophiles in the world. Well, that is very true. There's been quite a few pedophile scandals in the Catholic Church. From Inix, you're doing God's work, Jim. Soon we will be calling you Pastor Jim. Also, watch out for anything glowing in the dark. Well, I am ready. I've got a flashlight on me. I'm protected. From Wild Burn, but Jimbo, it depends on the child. Victor Phantasm Boss, I love Patch Adams' movie from '98. Now I want to deliver a 9mm subsonic lead vitamin, and very suddenly. From Sweet Neat Child, does John have anything interesting to say about Dr. Alfred Kinsey or Dr. John Money? Now that would have been a great question to ask. From OJGSXR6, Josh is being groomed by the Sweetie Squad. From our Oh My God Huntard, bring back the Inquisition, Officia Assassinarium. From JD, FYI Jim, the Hippocratic Oath is a myth. No doctor swears to do no harm. As far as they're concerned, they can take their education and go full Mengele. The Packard Goose, Frank Zappa album Thingfish covers the government testing stuff like AIDS and chemicals on large homosexual and minority populaces. Check it out. From Ollie Ulan, thanks for the content. Been enjoying it the way you tackle these bizarre subjects. Can't stand these other streamers always ranting and trying to sell me hats. I mean, am I right? You are correct, sir. I would never try to sell you a hat. A beautifully handcrafted hat with amazing high-quality stitching for a bargain price that you could add a mug to and a t-shirt to and feel like you got a bargain. Sorry. Oh, my God. I can already feel the cancer taking me, chat. From Turkish Zoo, Boogie was killed by the Finders. RIP. Tiberian Fiend, Christianity is attacked because it's seen by the small hats as being white culture. The replacement is real. From Penguin Mustache, your guest is open and admits to having a religious bias and is willing to look into info from a secular point, and yet you get people like DeGrasse Tyson who will slander and shove people down based on their beliefs. Good gravy. From Nightmare, hey Metokur from Australia, just tuned in after my nutrition exam. I'm a big fan of your internet insanity videos. Hope you're having a good one, mate. Well, I am. Back at you. From Dishwasher, it's okay, you can cry. Well, thank you for permission. From Metacor's Lunicorn Archives, nothing's too dirty for the spooks. Think of just about any atrocity you can possibly imagine, and they've done it hundreds, even thousands of times. From Fishman5678, on this Hallows Eve, I invite chat to say a special silent prayer for Terry Davis. The hell that he lived was a warning, and we did not listen. From 9/11 was the coolest thing ever. This whole glow-in-the-dark stuff is just like Halo, where John is abducted by the government, forced to be a child soldier, and goes through experiments. From the Knickerman, hey Jim, I just found out that the chick who I've been sleeping with is super liberal and is majoring in journalism. Should I be concerned, Jimbo? Well, you should be concerned she's going to write an article on you when she finds out you're a conservative. Oh, she's probably going to say, my boyfriend, the conservative, tricked me into having sex. Oh, you're done. You're done. You put a dress on and just pretend you're a woman. She'll leave you alone. From Lumberjack, they probably employ psychopaths and crazies specifically for these reprehensible actions because they don't have a conscience or have devils whispering in their ear already. From Mifa Supreme, hashtag Alex Jones was right. From Alec Majorson, so the communist computer god is real, isn't it? It seems like that. Spider-Cat, greetings, Jimothy. I just got my power back yesterday. Northern California is the best California. Screw PG&E and Comcast. Yeah, it's fucking crazy they cut your power off like they did. If I was a paying customer, I'd be furious. From Spud Nux, smooth jazz giving me some noir vibes. Investigator Jim needs some cool artwork. Keep up the great streams. And I think we are almost caught up here. Yep, just a few more to go. From Scoop, good stream. I'll light up a Camel Red and wait for BlizzCon to brighten up the week. That is right. If you're feeling depressed right now, chat, take solace in the fact that starting tomorrow, BlizzCon begins. And hopefully a bunch of Winnie the Poohs show up. God, that would be great. That would brighten the mood, wouldn't it? From Joseph Jimenez, there is no escape from this worst gangster police state. Using all of the deadly gangster Frankenstein controls. In 1965, CIA gangster police beat me bloody, dragged me in chains from Kennedy, New York airport. From Pro-Truth Anti-Media Archive, Jim, I wanted you to know I've uploaded my Caleb Kane Part 2 Halloween special on here because I knew you were looking forward to it a lot. Hope you enjoy. From Fasted State, time we started bombing intelligence agencies' buildings in Minecraft. Plantation Sensation, if you try to super chat a promotion for We Read the Documents, it tells you to edit it and try again. Really? From Lurik L, Sherlock Holmes director said the bad guy is Crowley. From Jessica Eustace, check out Operation Northwood. CIA were trying to commit terrorist attacks against America and blame Cuba to support the war. Can't trust those spooks. Well, it seems like after everything we've read today, you're probably right. We can't. And finally, from Mike Testa, happy Halloween spooky day, Jimbo. Fuck these monsters. Also, when are we getting some good games and not pseudo games that are like mini movies? I think those days are done. I don't know when we're getting good games again. Sadly, I don't know. I'm sorry. And from Cloud God DD, Jim, please stop smoking. I need you to live out Clown World until the end. Big love from Florida. Oh no, I've got to. Oh, it's too late for me, buddy. You don't come back from smoking as long as I have. I could be living healthy tomorrow and I'm a dead man. But you can keep me in your memories in your heart. Oh, that'll be good. Just keep them buried in there. Remember Jimbo. Oh, we've got one last one here. Mike Testa. Also, could you upload Photon Warrior rips, please? Well, I couldn't do that because that would be violating copyright, but maybe somebody will. Wink, wink. All right, chat. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this informative stream. We've covered the finders now in both parts. We've gone over the FBI report. We've talked to somebody who definitely had some insights into it, talked to some people involved in it, and has definitely researched more than I have on the subject of it. It's one hell of a spooky stream, a little depressing, but you've got BlizzCon to look forward to tomorrow, and who knows what the rest of the week will bring you. So, let's go out with something positive, Jesus. Was it, what is it, chat? MC Jarbo? Is that what I'm looking for? MC, we're going to leave this off with MC Jarbo, the hot hit from Jarbo the Hutt. I'll Be Honest, featuring, My Girlfriend's Daughter. That's the one we're going to go. Fuck, what do I want? I'll Be Honest or My Girlfriend's Daughter? You know what, I'm going to go with I'll Be Honest, because I was liking that one.
Have something that'll really